The Mail Order, Bride's Eve of Hope. Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Prologue. South Dakota, 1888. Laughter filled the air when he stepped outside. Turning away from the door, Desmond Delaney saw his wife tickling their daughter as they ran around in the snow. Little Caroline giggled madly as she raced in circles to no avail. Her boots crunched in the snow and her eyes were sparkling. He hefted his bag higher over his shoulder. Grinning, he climbed down the steps of their home and joined them on the path. "Watch out, Carrie," he teased. "She's going to get you again." "You better run," his wife, Melody, added when she glanced at him. She offered a quick wink before turning her attention back to their daughter. "Come here, you!" "No!" Carrie screeched loudly. She had the strongest lungs of anyone Desmond knew. Glad that she wasn't screaming in the house, he chuckled. Then she came running his way with her arms in the air. He immediately crouched down. Shifting the bag to his side, he reached out to scoop his daughter up in his arms. Little Caroline clung to him happily as he lifted her up in the air. She looked up with the biggest smile on her face. It was as if nothing could spoil the happiness of this day. How could it? Desmond kissed the top of her head before turning to his wife. It was the last day of 1888. They were ready for the new year and all that might come their way. Life in South Dakota had been good to him for the last 6 years. It seemed to only get better every day. "Come along, you two," Melody sang. She gestured toward the end of the lane before giving him a pointed look. "Don't make me carry the two of you." "But what if I want you to?" he asked her innocently. Then he dodged a playful slap on the arm from her. "Don't worry, dear. I can carry you as well. One of my ladies for each arm. What do you say?" She squirmed when he wrapped an arm around her. "I say that you'll probably make us fall over. Just because I want to be outside doesn't mean I want a handful of snow falling down my dress again," she added with a pointed expression. It could have something to do with their Christmas Day snowball fight, but probably not. Desmond put up his hand in defense before adjusting it around his daughter. "All right," he assured his wife. "No snowballs today, I promise." She said skeptically, clearly not believing it. "Well, you had best keep it, even if I don't make the same promise." "What?" His mouth dropped open. "But you have to." But Melody laughed, shaking her head. She took the bag off his shoulder and adjusted it on her own, along with the basket in one hand. Now, she was carrying all the supplies for their picnic. Though the day was cold, the two of them couldn't help but want to spend some time outside. The skies were clear, and the sun was shining above them. He supposed the snow wouldn't melt much, but it felt warmer than it had for a few weeks now. Their small farm was colder than his time in Ohio. That was not something he had expected, but fortunately, he'd had 6 years to get used to the chill. It still bothered him, but he didn't let it stop him from getting his work done. This was his home, and he was committed to it. Free land was hard to refuse after all. The Homestead Act had immediately drawn his attention when he was hardly 20 years old. Working in a factory, Desmond had always wondered what it would be like to live out of the city, so he grabbed the opportunity when he could. Everything had quickly changed after his arrival. He had settled in the northeastern territory of the Dakotas, where he met Melody on his first day in town. Part of him felt certain it was one of the reasons why he had chosen the land nearby. Even then, he couldn't bear to part with her. The farm was doing well, though small, and he had learned how to work with the particular sod that so many folks still struggled to understand. It was bone-weary work. But he liked working with his own hands and bringing something into fruition. Melody enjoyed the work as well, so the two of them spent their days outside with their few animals. Except for today, Desmond couldn't remember finding so many excuses to celebrate life until his wife came into the picture. She liked to work hard, but also believed in having fun in other forms. A picnic, she had proclaimed that morning. That's what we should do. He had glanced up from where he sat at the table while feeding little Carrie. A picnic? There's snow everywhere, dear. I would think you'd want to stay inside by the fire. We could read books, or you can make another wood carving. Melody had simply beamed at him. A picnic, Desmond. Last one of the year. There was no way for him to resist her. Chuckling, he had accepted their plans. A picnic it is. We can go out by the lake and enjoy the view. Now he looked around to see the world around him. The Dakota territories were rather flat. A few trees stood up in the distance. Behind his house, he had planted a dozen of them just a year ago, but those were all the trees he could see in the plains before him. Instead, it was a world of blanketed white. The ground sparkled beneath them. Desmond fixed his grip on his daughter, who had begun to squirm. She was 4 years old and was always looking for a way to show them just how independent she was, but only if she knew she was safe. Down, she decided. Papa, down. All right, he assured her as he stopped. Walk carefully, Carrie. I don't want you slipping. Do you understand? No running. The moment he set her down, however, she stopped listening. The child took off running ahead. Her hands waved up in the air as she went. Desmond turned to his wife, who simply shrugged. She'll learn, Melody said after she laced her fingers with his. One way or another, she'll learn. To listen or not to run. Her lips twitched, giving his hand a squeeze. Melody inhaled deeply as she turned back to the path before them. It wasn't much of one since the snow had begun to fall for the season, but there was a slight indentation that could be seen if one knew where to look. He had cleared the path for them, along with a few others, years ago. It was covered in stones that led down to the lake that sat just beyond a mile from their home. The stones melted away some ice, so the pathway always had a little less snow. They crunched through the snow, hand in hand. Carrie ran ahead of them, still squealing excitedly. She loved going on adventures out of the house. She was very easy to please. He liked to think they all were. They were simple folks, just looking for a way to lead a quiet life, finding happiness wherever they could manage. He wasn't sure his heart could grow any fuller before bursting. Here is a wonderful spot, right there, by that bush, Melody said as she pointed off the path as they arrived at the lake. That one. It was just a simple spot near the lake with no shade. Desmond couldn't quite tell why this particular spot was better than any other, but he didn't mind following after his wife. The two of them laid out the first blanket from the bag carefully before them on the ground. He noticed the blanket was the one that his wife had quilted while pregnant with their daughter. That warmed his heart. He glanced at the two beautiful girls in his life before studying the nearby terrain. It had changed since leaving their home. Only by the lake were there hills and trees. The shoreline was just a few yards away, with the ice reflecting the sunlight their way. The blanket of snow made everything sparkle around them. He paused to admire the view before him, while his wife pulled out a few snacks from the bag. Don't go too far, Melody called when she looked up at Carrie. He turned to see his daughter dancing in crooked circles as she stared up at the sky. Snow was beginning to fall, and she was grabbing at the snowflakes. Desmond glanced up and wondered about the clouds. There were very few still above them. Hopefully, they would not grow any heavier. That girl is most assuredly your daughter, Melody murmured, as she stood up and walked around the blanket to her husband. She gave him a knowing smirk before shaking her head. She never listens. What? he protested. I listen all the time. Oh, really? She giggled, and then gave him a flirtatious look with her raised eyebrow. What about this morning when I was telling you where your boots were? Or what about last night when I was asking you to bring in more water from the well? Or dash. Wrapping his arms around her, Desmond gave her a kiss. I swear I was listening. Right. Listening just as well as I can ride a horse, Melody said. She had always been afraid of horses. Her father had been in an incident when she was a child, and she had never overcome her fear. Though Desmond was working with her on that, she was still a while from riding a horse. You're ridiculous, dear. He tutted and gave her a playful pinch on the elbow. A wicked idea came to mind as he smirked at her. Oh, really? You think I'm ridiculous? She squealed, jumping away from him. Don't you dare! A laugh escaped his lips as he reached out to tickle her around her ribs. Melody screeched, stumbling back. She stuck her tongue out at him as she reached over to poke him in the stomach and then took off running. What? Desmond laughed and ran after her. The two of them started a game of playful tag, laughing and tickling one another as they raced about. His heartbeat sped up with exhilaration. It was a beautiful day, and would be the perfect note to end the year on. Chasing his wife to the water's edge, he finally caught her, and they tumbled onto the ground. He had been careful to make sure she didn't get hurt. Now he was the one on the ground, with his arms wrapped around her to keep her safe. They looked at one another breathlessly with wild grins on their faces. Her blonde hair fell over her shoulders all around him. For a minute, neither of them said anything. I'm really wet now. Desmond finally broke the silence. Melody's eyes widened in confusion, and she started to laugh. Pulling herself up and off of him, she shook her head. You always know how to kill a moment. That was not true. He sat up to give her a tender kiss before leaning back to wink at her. You were saying... She rolled her eyes, but there was a wide smile on her face. Desmond chuckled as he stood up. Then he helped his wife up, and the two of them held hands on their way back to their blanket. Oh, bother, Melody confessed. I'm damp all the way through as well. Maybe we shouldn't have. I'm freezing. Desmond glanced over to see her shivering. He pulled out the second blanket for her. Then he started to pat the snow off his clothes. It was indeed freezing since the snow had soaked through his layers. Perhaps we should go. Let's grab Carrie and... Where did she go? His wife paused to look around. She has to be around here somewhere, Melody said. There's no one around for miles, and her chubby little legs won't let her get too far. That made him chuckle. All right. Well, let's make sure she's not freezing too, He raised his voice. Carrie? Caroline? Desmond's smile wavered slightly when there was no response. He looked around through the lumps of snow. There were a few indentations to show that his daughter had been wandering nearby just a little while ago, but some of the snow had already melted, and it was hard to see where she might have gone. I'll go look for her, he said after a minute. There was an uneasy feeling in his stomach, but he pushed it aside. Carrie had to be close by, so there was no reason to worry. He made his way around one of the small hills he had seen their daughter nearby when they last looked, but she wasn't there. Scratching his head, he started back to his wife, who had put the quilt down. She saw he didn't have their girl and frowned. She has to be here somewhere, Melody said tersely. I'll find her, don't worry, Desmond assured her. He crossed to the next hill, but there was no sign of her. He walked around it and shook his head when he saw Melody watching him. It was then that he realized he couldn't ignore the tightness in his gut. He didn't want them to panic, but something felt wrong. There was no trace of Carrie anywhere. he shouted. His throat grew tight, but he didn't stop calling her name. "Carrie!" Melody gasped. "The lake! Check the lake!" They shared a fearful look as they realised that she might have fallen in. "Go look over there!" He pointed to one end and then started down as well. They scrambled through the snow, scanning for footprint or any sign of their daughter. His wife called out with her voice breaking. Though he tried to remain calm for them, it was growing more difficult by the moment. "Carrie!" he shouted. His voice echoed off the surrounding peaks. He looked for footsteps and any other sign of his precious child, but there was nothing. There was nothing that he could see. The white wonderland before him had been beautiful just a mere hour before, but now all Desmond could see was despair. It was a thick blanket that had hidden their child away. He spun in circles before running off down the lake. She had to be somewhere around there. Carrie would come back to them. She had to. As he ran, Desmond prayed, "Lord, help me find my daughter." Carrie had to be safe. It was his responsibility as her father to be there for her. He repented for not having had his eyes on her the whole time, but he would do better. "Please, I'll do anything. I'll go anywhere. Just bring her home, Lord." Chapter 1. Indiana, 1892. The Lord is always watching you. He knows your mistakes and sins. Eva McKean blinked several times before straightening up in her seat. She had started to doze without realising it. A yawn began to itch in her throat. Immediately, she gritted her teeth to force it back, not wanting to be that type of person in church. Their doddering pastor continued rambling away on the pulpit about everything the Lord saw. Another yawn came forth, catching her off guard. Eva clamped a hand over her mouth to hide it. She glanced around to find her stepmother, Rose McKean, glowering at her on her right. Eva put her hand down and turned back to Father Adams to listen, but it was hard. His sermon was going around in circles as it usually did. Everyone in Allenfield knew not to expect too much from the man over the last couple of years. She didn't usually mind, except today. She was exhausted. The day was still early, yet she had been up for several hours already. Most folks had only risen an hour or two before church, but she had been up since before dawn to prepare their next meal once they made it back home. A pot roast. Eva couldn't be more frustrated that her stepmother had requested a pot roast. It had required a lot of work too early in the morning. She had prepared the meat and the vegetables to go with it. The food had been left cooking slowly over the embers that she had kept in their cast iron stove. Hopefully, it would be cooked by the time they returned home. If it wasn't, she didn't know what she would do. Suddenly, a sharp elbow jammed her in the ribs. Eva winced, jumping up to attention. She put a hand over her side and then looked up. Her stepmother was glaring at her. "Stop slouching," she whispered in a harsh tone. "We simply can't take you anywhere, can we?" Eva didn't know how to reply. She swallowed hard and lowered her gaze as she heard a chuckle from Rose's other side. Peeking around their mother were her twin half-brothers. Jack and Everett were 6 years younger at 18 years old, and they were sniggering at the sharp reprimand she had just received. Looking away, Eva wished for the 100th time that day alone to be anywhere else. She didn't want to be around these 3 people then or ever. But what was she to do? They were the only family she had left. Her mother was gone. When she was a child, her father had remarried Rose, who had given birth to the twins. It was only 3 years ago now that her father had passed away from consumption. She had no one and no money. This was the only family she had, but they had never cared for her. She had waited for years in the hopes that her stepmother would wrap her up in arms of love, but it never happened. Eva finally gave up, but it had not made life much easier. She had accepted this unhappy life with people who didn't care for her. The town didn't care either. So, you had all best watch yourselves, your actions, your words, and especially your thoughts. The devil will catch you all if you're not careful. The pastor continued on, as he nodded enthusiastically along with his own words. Don't let the devil into your hearts or your homes. She straightened her shoulders and glanced around. There was no one looking at her. There never was. Many times in the last couple of years, Eva had prayed that someone might take pity on her and marry her. That would help her be free of this family, but no one would take her. Up! Rose hissed when she didn't budge. Do you think anyone wants to keep you here longer than they must? Move it, you bony little goblin. What must I do to have a decent daughter in the house of the Lord? Eva, come along. Keeping her head ducked low allowed her the ability to avoid talking to anyone. She hurriedly followed after her family as they made their way outside into the sunlight. It was cool for the last day of May, she thought. A wind swept right through her, making her shiver. Eva bit her lip as she looked up to find her stepmother and half-brothers already halfway down the street. Her heart quivered before she picked up her speed to catch up to them. The three of them walked with linked arms on their way down the street. As usual, she remained behind them while they moved about. It was how they always walked as a family, and everyone in town knew it, even if they ever let her walk up with them, Eva thought. She wouldn't want to do it. Walking behind them just reminded her of how alone she was. She looked over her shoulder at the congregation who still milled about near the church, finding a few couples holding hands together. The sight made her stomach flutter. She wanted that. More than anything, she wanted to find happiness with someone, if only someone had wanted her. We're very lucky that Pastor Adams is still with us, she heard her stepmother speak up ahead of her. He says many wise things. We must watch ourselves and do our best. Eva, that means you. I hope you were listening. Yes, Ma'am, she responded automatically. If no one in Allenfield wanted her, Eva pondered, would anyone else be willing to take her? This question had been weighing on her mind for a while. 3 weeks to be precise. 3 weeks, 4 days, and a couple of hours. Ever since she had found a copy of the Marriage Times magazine at the general store when she was making purchases for the family. Now, it was safely hidden away under her rickety little bed. No one would ever bother to look through her things. They found joy in coming up the ladder to her loft just to remind her she was allowed no privacy or time to herself, but were disgusted by the idea of touching anything she had. So, she had her magazine hidden safely away. Eva reviewed it most nights to give herself hope. Even if it was unrealistic hope, she would look at the ads that had been placed and see stories about what had worked out. Yet there was one that she always returned to. A farmer in South Dakota was looking for a wife to help him take care of his home and his land. He was a cowboy, a man, someone out west who could maybe be right for her. Walking home behind her family, Eva wondered yet again about writing to him. What was stopping her? She didn't have much of a life there. All she did was cater to her stepmother and half-brothers. There was nothing here for her to cling to. And yet, she couldn't get her stepmother's words out of her mind. What if I really am nothing more than a swarthy, bony goblin? Those were Rose's favourite names for Eva. They were words that had been pressed into her for as long as she could remember. Sometimes it felt as though they were written right on her skin, because she could not escape them. Eva, I want to eat in the next 20 minutes, Rose announced as they stepped inside. It had better be ready. Yes, Ma'am, Eva told her automatically. The coat rack was right next to them in the hall, but the other three still tossed their coats and hats into her arms before making their way into the parlour to sit. Their coats and hats weighed her down before she could hang them up. Making her way into the kitchen, she was relieved to find that the pot roast had not been under or overcooked, Eva sighed as she set the dish out to cool. This gave her a chance to set the table and slice a few pieces of bread that she had made the day before. Sunday meals were always the fanciest, and she tried her best to make them nice. "Finally!" her half-brothers cried out when she called to her family to let them know they could eat. The two boys bounded in on either side, elbowing her as they went. She couldn't avoid them and winced without saying a word. Rose followed after, taking her seat at the head of the table, but she raised a hand as Eva started to her chair. "I don't think so." Glancing at the three people before her, Eva wavered. "I'm sorry." Her stepmother cocked her head and offered a smile. It was tight-lipped, however, with the edges turned down. Eva shrunk back, wondering how anyone could wear such a bitter expression. "I said no," Rose declared. "It's Sunday and I would like to enjoy my meal in peace. You're ruining it, Eva. Look at you. You're a mess. Besides, you embarrassed all of us in church today, so consider this your punishment." Eva's mouth opened. "I can't eat, but I made it." She felt a lump form in her throat. Swallowing hard, she glanced at the twins who snorted and began to whisper to one another. This all felt like a horrible joke. Though they weren't typically nice to her, they hadn't been this rude before. "If there's anything left, then you can have it. There must be rules, Eva. This is my house, and you will respect me. Now, what did I just say? No sitting with us. Get out of here. You're going to make me sick if I have to keep looking at you." Her breath caught in her chest. Unable to say anything in her own defence, Eva hurried out of the room. There were tears forming in her eyes, making it hard for her to see, but she knew where she was going. She went down the hall and climbed up into her loft. The tears spilled over once she was alone. As she thought about what had just happened, Eva knew she couldn't stay there any longer. She had to get out of there. How was she supposed to live the rest of her life in this manner? Clumsily climbing onto her bed, she reached under the straw mattress for the magazine. The pages opened to reveal the advertisement she wanted. The cowboy in South Dakota was a widower who needed a hard-working woman to join him on his land. It would be a hard life, but he would give her a roof, keep her safe, and care for her. They could build a life together. Surely, a life out there couldn't be as bad as the one she had in Indiana. It said nothing of beauty. Eva reasoned that he wouldn't mind her appearance if she could work hard enough. She knew she wasn't a looker, for her stepmother could never stop talking about her unfavourable looks. But she could work. She was very good at it now. No one else cleaned or cooked, or did any such work like she did. Surely, she could be the one he could marry, a hard worker looking for a better life. Quickly, she wiped a tear off the magazine and sniffled. If she couldn't stay there forever, then at least she could try to make a life elsewhere with this man. Nothing could be worse than staying an eternity with her stepmother and half-brothers. So Eva pulled out a fountain pen and started writing. Chapter 2. His wagon creaked and swayed across the dirt road on his way into town. Desmond slouched in his seat, while he kept a loose hold on the reins for his two horses. They were good animals and already knew the way into White River. This meant he didn't have to worry about the road or anything else, which was good, as it was a long journey getting back there. Though it had been a concern once he first settled on his land, there was little need to travel into White River for most of the time. His farm had grown, and after purchasing more land, he had brought on more animals and more help. It was a decently sized ranch now that thrived with the help of his cowboys. This was a good thing that he tried to care about. But over the last couple of years, he wasn't sure if even the ranch was worth the trouble. His life had changed drastically just 4 years ago. All the hope that he'd had for the future was suddenly gone. The laughter and the love and the light were gone. He tried to press forward, but sometimes he wasn't certain why. A heavy sigh escaped his lips before he brushed his hair back over his shoulders. He had meant to cut it a few months ago, but he hadn't. Just like he had meant to comb his full red beard, but he didn't. The hair would keep growing no matter what he did, so it was hard for him to see any reason in doing just that. So he made his way 10 miles into White River. He could purchase enough to get him through the rest of the winter until the spring. Going outside in the snow only brought bitter memories back for him, and he didn't want to come back if he could help it. Christmas was right around the corner, and he didn't care for it. He made a trip to the blacksmith's forge and by the stables for some leather. Then Desmond trudged his way over to the dry goods store. He used to love going there. There were always little treats and wares for the children. But without his girls around, Desmond could hardly bear to look at them. "There you are, Desmond." Looking up, he found his good friend, Henry Aspen. He was the only person he talked to anymore besides his ranch hands. Looking the man over, Desmond used up the little energy he had to offer a grim smile. "It's good to see you again," Henry added. They had known each other for quite a few years. The other man had skin several shades darker than his, with a tall, lanky build. His blue eyes cut a striking figure, along with the curly hair he kept cut short. He was dressed in clean clothes and was clean-shaven, so that Desmond couldn't help but notice just how different they looked in every way. The hesitation in his friend's gaze made it clear that he saw it too. "Hi, Henry," Desmond mumbled. Glancing over at the bag of feed he had been eyeing, he picked up 2 of them. As he walked around to look for other items on his list, his friend followed him around. The 2 of them had met when they were making their way to South Dakota nearly 10 years ago. Both of them were young and hopeful for the future ahead of them. They had nearly purchased land beside one another, but the O'Connells had settled just before Henry made his choice. So the man had chosen another plot just a few miles down the road. He had a good-sized ranch now as well, that he ran with the help of Ethan Cowell, a cowboy who had stopped in town nearly 10 years ago before deciding to settle down with the job Henry had offered him. Desmond and Henry were busy men excited to work. In the first couple of years, they had done their best to meet up once a month. That had all gone well until the accident. Everything had changed when Carrie disappeared. The world grew dim for him. Even when he tried to mend what was left in his life, he couldn't, especially when Melody passed away. Desmond had lost everything he cared for, struggling to find a reason to keep moving on. Henry tried to be there for him. Desmond appreciated the support, for he knew he could no longer be the man he once was, but knew it was all futile. His life was never going to get any better. "How have you been?" Henry asked him, trailing behind in the next aisle. "How's the ranch?" "Fine," Desmond grunted. The other man nodded as they met by the counter. "Good. I'm glad. It's been a while, Desmond." He nodded while paying the shopkeeper. "Say, you've got some time on your hands, don't you? Let's go over to Betsy's. We can sit down and talk. You can tell me about your cows." Before he could say anything, Henry picked up one of his heavy bags of feed. Desmond opened his mouth to protest, but the man was already walking out the door. He was forced to follow behind and then layered his purchases into his wagon nearby. Henry took a deep breath as he eyed him up and down. "It's been rough, Desmond wasn't sure how to answer that. Life was always rough. The last 4 years had been miserable with no end in sight. To say anything else seemed foolish. So he just shrugged. The man nodded before sighing. "I see. Well, how about we catch up? You won't be coming back into town for some time, and I'll be going on a cattle drive before the snow catches up on us. Join me for a drink, Desmond." He never knew what to say anymore. Shrugging, Desmond scratched his neck. The beard itched, but he wasn't ready to commit to getting rid of it. "I don't know, Henry," he said at last. His voice was hoarse from the lack of frequent use. "There's not much to say." Tutting, the other man shook his head. "Don't you think that? We're old friends, Desmond. It's time we sat down and talked again. You don't want me having to trek over in my snowshoes again, do you?" No, he didn't. Last Christmas, Henry had come out to visit his ranch just as a blizzard began. The man had holed up with him for a few days, which had only soured Desmond's mood more since he liked to be alone. During his entire stay, Henry had worked on convincing him to get up and do something. It had been a very annoying winter. "Fine," Desmond relented after a minute. "One drink, but not at Betsy's. Then I should get back on the road." "As if you enjoy driving," Henry scoffed playfully before giving him a wink. "I know you. You'll take any excuse not to do any driving." That just made him raise an eyebrow. "Do you want me to get that drink or not?" His friend rolled his eyes in a good-natured way. The man had always had a strange sense of humour. They set everything down properly in his wagon, and then crossed to the end of the road to get their drinks at the other saloon in town. Cooper's was a small bar at the back of the carpenter's shop. It was quiet, and only permitted a few folks at a time, which is how Desmond liked it. He had never cared for the loud carousing that always went on at Betsy's. Following Henry through the shop to the back, he eyed the thick layer of sawdust spread on the ground that soaked up any spilled drinks. This place was just as he remembered it. Desmond couldn't recall the last time he had been there, but it must have been a while since the paint was beginning to peel, and there were new stools put up at the bar. "2 beers," Henry requested before turning to Desmond. "See what you've been missing out on?" "Cooper's needs you, Desmond. The people miss you. Don't you, Bart?" He looked up at the barkeeper, who just grunted as he poured their drinks. "Thanks," Desmond mumbled. He glanced around to see a few eyes on him. They all looked away quickly. Shaking his head, he turned back to Henry. "You know, I have no interest in people." Taking a sip, his friend shrugged, before looking around the room himself. "Come on now. People are social creatures. I know life is rough, but surely you still want to be around folks once in a while. We were used to seeing you more frequently. You should at least come out to visit my ranch, Desmond. Perhaps before I leave town." He offered a shrug, so that he didn't have to say no and didn't have to commit to anything. Sipping his drink, Desmond listened to Henry talk about how well his ranch was thriving and how many cattle he would be moving in the next month or two. Then Henry talked about the other ranches in town as well, giving him an update about all that had been happening over the last couple of months. But it was hard to pay attention. There was noise everywhere, even if it wasn't nearly as loud or busy as Betsy's. Desmond could hear the whispers across the room. There was the sloshing of drinks and the clinking of glasses. He wanted to be back on his ranch. At least that place was quiet. Nor would anyone be there to judge him. The silence and solitude of the ranch life allowed him to find a small semblance of peace. There was no one there to hassle him. He could think of his past freely, and he could put his grief to the back of his mind when he was ready. That didn't happen often, but he liked having the possibility. "Don't you want to bring people back into your life?" Henry asked him, sounding hopeful. The man moved the glasses away. "Think about it, Desmond. You still have some years ahead of you. We both do." "Maybe," Desmond said before taking his glass back. "I'd rather spend the rest of my days alone." He put the drink down. A movement caught his eye when he wiped his mouth clean. Henry was tapping his fingers quickly against the bar table. He did that whenever he was nervous. Desmond looked up at his friend's face and frowned. "What is it?" he growled. "Nothing." Henry started hesitantly. But then he winced. He never had been a good liar. I just... Crossing his arms, Desmond pursed his lips. You've been alone for so long, the man said slowly before sighing. I worry for you. You know that. So, I was thinking that perhaps, well, maybe you could use someone else in your life. Desmond started to stand up. I don't think. But Henry put his hand on his arm. Just hear me out. Come on, Desmond. I'm not trying to play matchmaker, I promise. I'm not trying to make you find love or start over or anything like that. But you need help out there. You need someone to take care of you. I'm not sick, he said pointedly. So, I don't need a nurse or a maid. Henry made a face before a sheepish smile crept up his face. Don't be angry, will you, Desmond? I've been writing to someone on your behalf. I've arranged for a mail-order bride to come here for you. You did what? Desmond's voice raised an octave. What are you talking about? That's crazy. Both dazed and furious, he could hardly understand his friend's absurd idea. He didn't know what to think or what to say. Henry quickly stood up and put his hands up in the air. Come on, Desmond, think about it. You don't need life to be any rougher. Winter will be back before you know it, and I won't be there for you. Even now, you have to know that you need to have someone there. No one wants you going insane, especially when winter comes around. The pointed look he gave only frustrated Desmond more. Sure, the winters were hard, but they had to be hard for everyone. Except he could hardly remember anything about them because of the black holes he always felt himself sinking into during that time. They passed him in a painful blur until spring arrived, forcing him to recover and prepare for it at the end of the year again. How dare you? Desmond growled. That's not in your right. You don't get to interfere with my life like that. What did you even tell the girl? That I don't know her? That she knows I don't want her? Henry hesitated. Well... Throwing his hands up in the air, Desmond stormed out of the saloon. The room was suffocating him. It felt like everyone was staring at him. His skin crawled as he stomped out into the street. He looked around and then started for his wagon. Following closely behind, his friend was on his heels. Desmond! Come on now. Her name is Eva. Eva McKean. She's coming in 2 days from Indiana. That's days of travel. She needs a home. She needs a place to live. I'm not listening, Desmond called over his shoulder. I don't know her. Henry panted as he hurried after him, still calling out information about the young lady. She has long, brown, curly hair. Brown eyes, too. She can clean and cook, you know. All she wants is a home, Desmond. Then she can find another one. You can take her in, Desmond retorted. He clambered into his wagon and threw a harsh glare down at Henry, who struggled to meet up at his side. That was a bad idea, Henry. I'm not getting married again. But Desmond, Henry pleaded. Talk to me. Consider it, won't you? Come now. What will happen to her if you don't take her? Picking up the reins, Desmond shook his head and nudged his horses to start moving. Then you can break the news. It's your fault she's coming here, he added before turning to the road. Henry called out for him once more, but Desmond didn't respond. He hunched his head down. Tightly gripping the reins, he just shook his head in disbelief. That was the dumbest thing he had ever heard of someone doing. Starting out of White River, he swore he wouldn't come back for the next couple of months. Then he would start avoiding Henry. As for the woman, well, Desmond forced any guilt out of his mind. This wasn't his fault. Even if she was pretty and even if she needed a home, he told himself that it wasn't up to him to fix anything for her. He couldn't stop thinking about what Henry said all the way home. The sun eventually began to set, creating soft colours in the sky, The colour emphasised the landscape around him. There were hills surrounding the road, making him take several turns along the way. Mountains rose in the distance, but they grew even further away as he headed toward his home. Along the way were 3 other ranches that he passed. There were cattle grazing and roaming nearby, separated by their fences. He scowled at every animal that looked his way, wishing that no one could see him. Once he got home, then he would truly be alone. Desmond moved along a little faster. He had picked the flattest range he could find that included the best dirt to grow anything in. There was tall grass before he reached his property line. The house came into view quickly afterward. It was a large sod house he had dug into a single hill. Melody had loved the idea and had eagerly helped him build it once they married, but it didn't bring him joy like it used to. His barn was a little ways down the road, and he headed toward it. Built of rough timber, it carried most of his supplies, and only had a single corner stall for any sick animals. Outside was the corral for the horses if they weren't turned loose. Desmond felt a weight lift off his chest as he pulled up by the barn. He was home, bringing the horses to a stop. He stood up on his footboard to look around. There were a few of his cowhands at work in the distance, checking on the cows. Everyone was living and working just like they were meant to. Sighing, he jumped down and started to unharness his team so they could be brushed down and then set free for the evening to roam. He had just set them off in the corral and was coming back to his wagon when he heard something. Desmond froze, wondering what it was. He glanced around to hear a small rustling. Stepping closer to his wagon, it got a little louder. Something was on there, moving around the bags of feed. Then there was a small thud as something banged into his barrels. Quickly, he grabbed a hatchet on the door of the barn. Hopefully, they weren't rats, but he wasn't sure what else it could be. So he reached in and moved one of his bags to get a closer look. That's when he heard a squeak. A human squeak. A thief, he supposed, or something worse. So he raised his hatchet and reached in with his other hand. He quickly found an arm and pulled them from his wagon onto the ground. "Get off my—" he started to say loudly, but he stopped when he saw what he was holding onto. Dangling in his grip was a child. It was not a man or even a woman. Shocked, Desmond couldn't remember what else he could say as he looked at the kid. It was a girl, a young girl who appeared to have more hay than hair at the moment. She had dirt on her face, with a string of snot stuck to her lips. He supposed she couldn't be older than 9. Desmond didn't know what to say, let alone think. He blinked in disbelief. The arm he held was incredibly thin, and she looked half-starved. Whoever she was, life had been rough for her as well. "Well," he managed at last, "you don't look like any rat I've ever seen." Chapter 3. Eva wrote her letter to the rancher and sent it out the very next day. Life began to move quickly after that. To her relief, there was a response within a matter of weeks. Soon a correspondence had begun, consuming her attention for the entire miserable summer. Writing the few letters she had to her gentleman out west had kept Eva hopeful. It kept her praying for the life that she could have if she could just get away from her family and Allenfield. Her summer blew past into November. Perhaps there was something better out there for her. She prayed and she hoped, until at last a letter came with the invitation for her to go west and marry him. Eva responded that very day, just minutes before the post office closed. Then she began to collect her small savings that she had been hiding around the house. It took her a few days, but she reminded herself it was worth it. During her day of errands, she went out and purchased a train ticket. The next morning, she was packed and ready to go. Her heart hammered when she tossed the bags on the ground from the loft, climbed down, and looked to the parlour. Rose was expecting her friends to come over that afternoon for their Bible study. The twins were there as well, chattering away as they discussed what they might do with themselves now that it was autumn. They were meant to be searching for jobs now that they were done with school, but they didn't care for hard work. Eva wondered if that would ever change. She picked up her bags and went to stand before her family in the doorway of the parlour. It was hard to believe she was doing this. All she had were 2 small carpet bags beside her. They contained her clothing, her letters, and a few memorable trinkets. "Eva, there you are. Bring me some lemonade, child." "There's no lemonade." Eva responded automatically, then froze. She was 24 years old and had not been a child for a long time. It was time to let them know what she was doing. "I'm leaving." "To go where?" Rose scoffed. "Not without my permission." "I'm leaving Allenfield," Eva said with a silent prayer that her voice would not shake. "I'm leaving this place and never coming back. I've found a man to marry out west, and I'm leaving right now." This had to be the only time she had ever received such a reaction from her words. Jack Everett whirled around, knocking over a vase of flowers. It fell and crashed on the carpet, glass and water everywhere. As for her stepmother, the older woman jerked in surprise and dropped her book. "What?" "You can't do that," Rose said brusquely as she shook her head. "Don't be ridiculous. You're not leaving. Now clean up that mess and—" But Eva interrupted. "I'm not cleaning that up and I'm not staying. My train leaves in an hour and I'm going to be on it. I won't live here or stay with you any longer." Standing up, her stepmother shook a fist at her. "I won't have it. How am I supposed to run this house without you? I can't hire other help so quickly. You're going to stay, Eva." "I'm not your maid," she retorted, a fire beginning to burn in her chest. She had suffered a lifetime of attacks from that woman. Knowing she was finally free, Eva had the courage to speak up like she never had before. "I am your daughter. I was, at least, but I won't do it. Any place is better than this. You can't force me, and you know it." Shrugging, Jack stood up beside his mother. Crossing his arms, he eyed her skeptically with a smirk. "You're leaving to get married. Clearly, he hasn't seen you. No one would ever want you." Everett joined his side. The two were always inseparable. "He'll probably send you back, you know. Who would want someone like you?" Her eyes burned as the tears began to creep into their corners. Balling her hands into fists, Eva forced herself to keep them at bay. She swallowed the knot in her stomach and then shook her head. Maybe she should have just walked out. But it didn't matter now. She didn't have to stay any longer. "Goodbye," she managed in the stiffest tone she could utter. Picking up her bags, she started out the door. There were footsteps behind her, however, so she hurried up a little in case of trouble catching up with her. Eva made it out into the street before hearing the front door fling open. She looked over her shoulder to see her stepmother. "You fool!" Rose shouted. "Just wait. You'll be back. Trust me, ungrateful wretch. You'll be begging for us to take you in." Eva walked a little faster. She ducked her head and turned down the lane. Her stomach churned uneasily all the way to the train station. Only once she was there did Eva dare look behind her. But no one had followed her. Soon the tension in her shoulders began to loosen. Though she was nervous about what might come next, she couldn't help but be a little excited for the new life waiting for her. She was finally free. Rose tried to concentrate on her hope during her journey, which was longer than she had expected. The train took her west, but only so far into the Dakota Territory. Her bench had been hard and uncomfortable. There had not been a lot of food or drink for her since she had very little money. But Eva didn't stop. She rode the train for several days before reaching the final stop in Grenville. In Grenville, she boarded a stagecoach that was bumpy and smelly. That ride took 3 days because of all the stops that were required. By the time she climbed out of it for good, Eva wasn't certain which of the two parts of her journey was more uncomfortable. But finally, after an exhausting trip, she made it to the small town of White River in South Dakota. Dusk had already begun to set, so even though she couldn't see too much yet, Eva did her best to keep her hopes up, especially since she had arrived a little sooner than expected. She thought she would have to spend a night in Grenville, but she had managed to catch the last stagecoach out for the day. She wasn't expected for another 2 days, but she decided she could spend 1 night in the town inn, and then go meet her intended husband the next day. It would use up the last of her savings, but she wasn't sure what else to do. Hopefully, he wouldn't mind her early arrival. "Pardon me," Eva murmured, as she made it inside to the saloon where the inn was situated. The evening had just begun, but there was plenty of carousing going on. Folks were walking around with drinks and cigars. Loud music played, and there were several men playing card games around the room. She tried to make her way through the crowd without touching anyone, but they were all pressed so close together. "Excuse me, please." The people scoffed and eyed her but said nothing. She forced herself to keep her head up high as she moved ahead. Her trip had not been the most pleasant. Even now, she was practically quaking in her boots. Eva wondered for a moment if she had made a mistake coming so far. As she headed to the inn, she acknowledged that the man she was supposed to marry might not like her after all, even after their letters. Maybe he would think she was ugly like her family had said. But then she thought of her stepmother shouting at her. Shuddering, Eva forced herself to be braver. There were a lot of unknown things in the world, but she couldn't just ignore them. Her stepmother was cruel and always would be. Eva knew this. "I can't go back to her. I won't. I swear it on my soul that I will never crawl back there to ask for her forgiveness. This is my life, and she won't have it." She had come to be Desmond Delaney's wife, and that's what she would do. "What a pretty lass," a slurred voice whispered in her ear. A hand clutched her elbow as she jumped. Holding tight to her bags, Eva turned to find a man leering at her. His eyes roamed her body as she attempted to free herself. "Please," she started, but then someone cut through for her. It was a large, busty woman with tight, curly hair and an annoyed frown on her face. "Georgie, you've had enough to drink. Leave her alone. Off with you now. And you, dear, right this way. What are you doing here?" Eva looked up hesitantly at her before risking a look around the saloon. There were still a few eyes on her. "I'm looking for a room, please. They said it was by this location, but the other doors are locked." "That's because the inn is upstairs," the woman explained. The annoyance washed away as she offered a sympathetic smile. "I'm Betsy. How long will you be staying with us?" "Just tonight," she explained. "I've come as a bride, a mail-order bride, you see, and I'm meeting my husband tomorrow, Desmond Delaney." Betsy's eyes widened. "Oh? Oh, I see." She hesitated, her brow furrowing before she suddenly cleared it up with a smile. "All right. Well, you should get some rest." Eva was shown to a room that was small with just a cot and a thin blanket. It smelled funny, and there was dirt on the ground, but she thanked the woman and closed the door behind her. She felt her confidence waver as she looked around, wondering if this was the sort of life she had prepared herself for. She gave herself a few minutes to collect her thoughts, but then her stomach grumbled, so Eva made her way downstairs to the saloon for a meal before she retired for the night. It wasn't much. There was a cold stew and stale bread with some water that didn't taste very good, but Eva thanked the woman and began to eat. She was starving and sat in the corner, watching the crowd from the corner of her eye. Eva was nearly done when a shadow crossed her table. Looking up, she jerked back in surprise at the imposing figure before her. A thin man with lines on his face stared down at her. He had shaggy black hair with an unkempt beard. It was the scar across his left eye that caught her attention, though she tried not to stare. "Good evening, miss," he offered with a slight smile. The soft tone of his words contradicted his scruffy appearance. She could see the glint of guns on his hips, as well as those hidden beneath his vest. Eva swallowed hard. "I hate to bother you. The name is Gilligan Toth, and my little girl went missing today here. We're just passing through town and I've been looking for her all day." Her eyes widened in alarm. "Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry, sir." He nodded slowly with a grave expression on his face. "I'm terribly worried for her, as you can imagine. She's a tiny little thing with short blonde hair and big eyes. Then she's missing her 2 front teeth. You haven't seen her, have you?" Eva tried not to squirm under his sharp gaze. She felt like he could see right through her, so she tried to think about what he had said instead of how he looked. As she tried to imagine what the little girl looked like, her heart went out to her wherever she might be. "I'm sorry," she confessed. "I've only just arrived here myself. I haven't met anyone before you." Someone cleared their throat. Both she and Mr. Toth looked over to the next table. A man downed his whiskey before nodding to Mr. Toth. "I've seen the kid. She was over near the feed store this morning. Haven't seen her since, I'm afraid." That had to be good news, Eva assumed. She looked over to Mr. Toth. The man rubbed his chin. Though she wanted to feel hopeful for him, there was something about him that didn't sit quite right with her. Before she could say anything to him, he suddenly left. Eva watched him go in confusion. She thought he would have at least said farewell or something of the like, but there was nothing. The man disappeared out the door. Several others followed as well. They were all wearing guns tied to their hips, making her wonder if this was normal in White River. Her throat grew dry as she tried to understand what had just happened, but there were no answers for her. Eva ate the rest of her supper and then headed up to her room for the evening. Whatever was going on with Mr. Toth, she felt certain he would figure it out, just like she would figure out how to build a new life with her future husband. Yet even as she climbed into the small cot and closed her eyes, Eva couldn't help but feel worried for the missing little girl. Hopefully she was safe wherever she might be. Chapter 4. There was a cool wind howling right outside the house as Desmond shut his windows. Most nights, he would settle down with something simple to eat like jerky and biscuits before collapsing in a heap on his bed in the hopes of sleeping through the night. It rarely happened, but he didn't like staying awake if he didn't have to. At the moment, he had a feeling he needed to be as awake as possible. If he wasn't, it meant he was dreaming. Either way, none of this made any sense. He turned around to find that he still had company. Taking a seat at his small round table, he supposed it was a good move he never burned that second chair of his, like he had meant to some years ago. The girl was sitting in it now. Narrowing his eyes, Desmond placed his hands on the table before him. The fireplace was aglow with warm flames that were keeping his canned beef stew warm. He'd set up 2 bowls, but hadn't been interested in eating. Instead, he just watched her. She caught him staring. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she glanced down into her bowl and then held it out to him, wordlessly. Her lips were pressed tightly together. As they stared at one another, a small droplet of stew dripped from her hand onto the table. But she remained silent. Desmond grunted as he raised an eyebrow. "Don't you have any manners at all? You're certainly old enough." The child had to be 9 or 10 years old, he supposed. Her small, thin stature made her seem even younger. Clearly, she had seen some hungry years already. Those dark brown eyes of hers were much too large for her face, and that was further magnified with her light hair that had been cut short. She was filthy on top of it all. plus, please, monsieur," the child said at last. There was an accent he hadn't realized was there before. Her voice was hoarse, and she had a lisp. When she spoke, he could see that a few of her baby teeth had fallen out, and the adult ones had yet to appear. He narrowed his eyes at her. Something was off, but he didn't know what it was. Or rather, he supposed everything was wrong. What was a grubby child like this one doing in the back of his cart? "French," he muttered when he recalled the accent. He sighed as he took his bowl that he had hardly touched in front of him and dumped the contents into the other bowl for her. As he did this, he thought quickly about what this meant. She spoke French and English, meaning she was most likely from the Northern Territories. Canada, perhaps. The young girl pulled the bowl close and began to hungrily scoop up the stew with her spoon. She ate noisily and sloppily. Feeling an itch in his feet, Desmond stood up to walk around. He dumped his own bowl and spoon in the corner pile since his washing bucket was full. It had been a few days since he had tended to it, but he supposed it could wait a little longer. He nudged a stool out of the way that had one of his hunting bags on top of it. The leather bag had been patched up like most of his belongings. There was no reason for him to buy anything new if he could tend to it at his home. If he couldn't mend it, he went without it. And lately, the leftover items sat in the corners of his home. "There's only so much stew, you know," he grumbled when the child continued to slurp. It was a loud sound for such a quiet home. His eyes scanned the cobwebs on the ceiling, as he was reminded that it may have been years since he took a broom up there. He didn't invite guests over any longer, however, so it wasn't very necessary. Besides, it wasn't like the child could be demanding. From the look of her clothes, she had seen worse. Her dress was ripped at the sleeves and was covered in so much dirt that he wasn't sure what the original colour was. He leaned down to gather a few of his filthy shirts, shoving them behind the door of his bedroom. The girl wouldn't go in there. There wasn't much in his house or on the ground. But if something was there, then it was on the ground, and at least a little dirty. Desmond decided to return to the table. He wasn't interested in cleaning, and there was no way for him to change the shoddy state of his house that quickly. Besides, it would go back to that way once the girl was gone, so it was a futile idea. Grunting, he made it back to the table where he found her licking the inside of her bowl. It struck him right then that she was just past the age that his daughter would have been at that moment. A lump formed in his throat. Desmond could hardly breathe as he thought of Carrie. He tried so hard not to think about the past. Every time he did, it stabbed him right in the heart. His chest tightened as he pictured his precious child growing up the way that she should have been doing all this time. But she wasn't there. She was gone forever. The pain threatened to drown him. He scraped his fingers across the table to clench them into fists. The little girl stopped slurping. Desmond took a deep breath, trying to push Carrie's 4-year-old face out of his mind. As usual, it was very difficult. The grief threatened to swallow him whole as he tried to make it go away. He blinked several times until he could see the child staring back at him. "You owe me answers," he informed her. His tone sounded rather gruff, but he didn't know how else to speak. "What were you doing in my cart? Where's your family? Your people?" She purposefully looked away and shrugged. He swallowed as he slowly unfurled his fists that currently sat between the two of them. Splaying his fingers out, he hoped it looked like a white flag to her. "Fine. Let's start somewhere easy. Your name. What is your name?" She scowled at him before grudgingly giving him something. "Blanche, who are you?" It was most assuredly French. Her broken accent made it clearer with every word she said. Desmond leaned closer. "I'm the man who owns the cart you hid in. Desmond Delaney. I can help you, but you have to talk. Where is your family? You're not from here, are you? What's your age? 10? The girl's bottom lip stuck out. "Dues, I think. 10 and 2. My family, they des chasseurs. He didn't know French, but he had heard the word before. Trappers, hunters, huh? And that's 12, kid. Blanche, he amended. Then, where are they? They have to be looking for you. Ma famille move. Montana, they say. This isn't Montana, he pointed out. He sighed when she paused to lick the bowl. I'll give you more in a minute. Drink your water and tell me why you aren't with your family. She held the glass beside her with 2 hands. It wasn't a very clean glass, he realised as she drank. But it was too late, and he supposed she needed the hydration. My papa made men angry, hommes effrayants, she added with a shudder. That wasn't a word that he knew. Desmond scratched his beard as he supposed it meant some sort of bad men, a gang, or some scary people. Scary to a child, at least. What happened? We are poor. My papa has no money, she explained. None. So, they take me. They took you, he corrected her. Then he frowned about what she had just told him. Was this a kidnapping? When was this? Do you know what they were going to do with you? She shuddered, pulling the glass close to her chest. Not many days. I do not know. When I saw buildings and heard people, I moved, not good men. I found a moving cart, he supposed. The girl hesitated before nodding. Cart, she articulated carefully. I climbed in, and then you are here. And you, he added thoughtfully. He rubbed the back of his neck as he studied her. She had escaped whoever had taken her. Most likely, the men had stopped in town just to pass through. He wondered if they would care that she was gone. Desmond didn't want to think about what they wanted to do with her. Such thoughts had haunted him over his daughter's disappearance. He tried to focus on the child before him. She was brave, escaping them. He was impressed by the tough nature in her scrawny build. All right, he said after thinking his ideas through. You can stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we return to town to visit the sheriff. I'm sure we can get you back to your parents. It was her turn to narrow her eyes at him, as though to gauge his honesty. He wondered what she thought when she looked at him, besides a giant hairy man. So, he was surprised when she very gravely said, Merci. Thank you, monsieur. The corner of his lips twitched. Most likely, it was the closest thing he could offer as a smile these days. Hurriedly, Desmond nodded and stood up so he wouldn't have to show that to her. She couldn't take his room or his bed, but he could make up something for her. Desmond moved around the house, gathering blankets and empty feed sacks, making a lumpy but solid bed for her. The girl followed behind and curled up in the blankets. Within moments, little Blanche was asleep. He gave her a curt nod before putting out the fire, and then it was his time for bed. But he couldn't sleep. Desmond ran over his conversation with the child several times before he could hear Henry's voice calling to him. Tossing under his blankets, he recalled what his old friend had said. There was a woman coming to town to marry him soon. He scoffed. That was ridiculous. What sort of woman agrees to marry a stranger all the way out here? He asked in silence. It would all be for naught. A small pang of guilt stabbed him in the shoulders as he thought about turning the woman down so she could go back home. Her travels would have been for nothing. He tried to remember the name. It took a few minutes before it came to him. Eva. This was Henry's fault, but he had a feeling that he would be the one doing the apologising. It was all a misunderstanding that had wasted everyone's time. Though Desmond felt his eyelids grow heavy, his sleep was tense and stressful. He dreamed of people crying in the dark and shadows reaching out to him, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 5. Desmond was only too relieved to wake up the next morning. There was no woman in the home like there was in his dreams, but there was a child there. Desmond buttoned his shirt before walking over to the pile of blankets, where all he could see were lumps and a mop of dirty blonde hair. Blanche. He roused her by gently shaking her shoulder. It's morning. Her face appeared as she squinted up. I'm hungry. Of course you are, Desmond muttered. He pointed to the door. There's a water pump out there. Clean up and then you can eat. To his surprise, she jumped out of her makeshift bed and ran outside. He watched her out the window as she splashed her face several times. Most likely, she would be dripping wet by the time she returned to the house. Flickering his gaze over to where he saw his ranch hands at work, Desmond sighed and turned to the kitchen. He could feed her what was left of last night's stew. There weren't usually fresh meals in the morning, just the remains of whatever he had eaten the night before, but a new thought came to mind. It could be nice to actually prepare a decent meal. Desmond hadn't done that for a while. Perhaps the child would like that more than just stew. Before he knew what he was doing, he had found his skillet and dug out some bacon from his icebox. He added eggs to the pan and then prepared some porridge. Soon savoury scents were wafting through the air. Blanche scampered inside. She was dripping water everywhere. It looked like she had tried to give herself a bath with her clothes still on, but she hardly cared as she sat down and beamed. All right, I guess it's ready, he supposed as he prepared their plates. Eat up, kid. Blanche? She corrected him. Blanche, he repeated. She immediately dug in. Her bony elbows stuck out, emphasizing how skinny she really was. The night shadows had disguised some of that. Desmond sat across from her with a frown. She clearly had lived a tough life, he realized, even before being kidnapped. One couldn't suddenly turn this thin. Desmond found himself eating as well, though he didn't eat as much or as quickly as she did. He gave her the rest of the food when she finished her plate, and while she did that, he began to pack his bags for another trip into town. Since it was a fairly short trip to town, he knew they wouldn't need to take much, but he found himself adding one of his shirts and a blanket for Blanche. Then he added some food, since it was apparent that she could use some more, and at the last moment, he decided to add a small stack of bills from the strongbox he kept buried under the floorboards. He supposed he could give it to the sheriff to help Blanche get back to her family. Desmond checked on his animals, let his foreman know he was going to town, and saddled his horse. He meant to keep Blanche in the house, but she followed him like a shadow, as though she didn't want him out of her sight. This meant she was at least ready when he saddled his riding horse, Rusty. Come on, he told her once he mounted, and put out a hand to her. Up you go. She hesitated before cautiously accepting his hand. The girl was as light as a feather when he tugged her hand and lifted her into the saddle and placed her behind him. Her small hands clung to his jacket while they made their way toward town. It was usually an empty road. Few took it, since it didn't lead to any railroads or other towns. There were nearby ranches that the road led to, but they also had other paths that led more directly to each other and to town. Most times that he used it, there was no one in sight. He expected the same on this day, but was surprised to find someone there when they had passed the halfway mark to town. It was a lone rider, and as they drew closer, he saw it was a woman. Blanche's grip was tight as the shadow appeared, but loosened when she noticed the same thing. The woman was dressed in plain travelling clothes with her long brown hair blowing in the strong breeze. It ruffled her collar, just like it did across the grasslands. He didn't recognise the woman, and wondered if she was new to the area. Glancing around, he supposed she could be headed to see one of his neighbours. When they reached each other on the road, he tipped his hat politely, with the intention to keep moving. But to his surprise, the woman stopped her horse and raised a hand to catch his attention. So, he grudgingly stopped Rusty. "Pardon me," the young woman asked, Am I going in the right direction to Desmond Delaney's ranch? Desmond tightened his hands on the reins. Startled, he stared at her. Yes, he managed. Then he furrowed his brow as he looked her up and down. Something began to weigh down on his chest. Why might you be headed over to his ranch? It couldn't be her, he told himself. The sneaking suspicion only continued to grow. A young lady like this couldn't be the one wanting to travel to marry a man she didn't know, especially if she was from back east, where he felt certain there were more men and more opportunities. The young lady flushed. Well, You see, my name is Eva McKean. It may sound strange, but I'm his bride. Perhaps we should have met in town, but I came a day earlier and wanted to come see him. He studied her with a sceptical frown. Eva McKean was a beautiful young woman, with dark hair falling over her shoulders. She rode with her shoulders straight, her eyes bright, and he even noticed she had a rather nice nose. The accent was an unfamiliar one to him, but the woman spoke with a lilt that most men would find attractive. But he ignored those thoughts along with the tightness in his chest. It's the right direction, Desmond said at last, but you won't find him there. Eva McKean's eyes widened at his gruff tone. A flush crept across her face as she looked at him oddly. She opened her mouth to say something more, but then her gaze dropped down over his shoulder and she suddenly stiffened. Do you know, sir, there is a man in town looking for his daughter. He felt Blanche stiffen beside him. Is there? Desmond thought quickly about what she was saying. Could Eva McKean know something about Blanche? What did she know? Or rather, what did she think she knew? He had a strong suspicion that it wasn't Blanche's father looking for her right in town. Yes. The young woman inhaled as she nodded to the two of them. Her eyes narrowed on Blanche. Dear? He's quite worried. It's your father, isn't it? He has black hair and a beard. Then there's that sad old scar over his eye. We didn't say much, but... As she trailed off, Blanche tightened her grip on Desmond. They were going to look for her parents, but it seemed unlikely they had already reached town. He looked over at her to see her lips pressed tightly together. That's not your father, is he? Blanche glanced at Eva, and then at him, before shaking her head. She did it so hard that she nearly fell off the saddle. Oh, but... The young lady started to speak up, but before she could say anything more, the sound of gunfire struck them. Desmond gripped his reins as Rusty jerked in surprise. His heart pounded in his chest as Blanche whimpered. The sharp sounds were deafening explosions in their ears. From the corner of his eye, he saw the tall grass flinch nearby. Someone was shooting nearby, or at them. Eva cried out as her horse spooked worse than Rusty. She tugged at the reins in frustration, with a desperate look on her face, as she tried to control the creature. Desmond nudged Rusty over to help her before another 2 bullets rang out nearby. He flinched before finding the direction. They were coming from town. There was a small ridge one could climb up right off the path, and it was nearly a half-mile away. No one had any reason to shoot at them, Desmond thought. But then he felt Blanche fix her grip on him, and he supposed that might not be true. Swearing under his breath, he shook his head and turned his horse away. Eva was still struggling to control hers. "Follow us!" Desmond ordered. She looked their way. "What?" she cried out to him. "I don't know you. Why would I follow a stranger?" There was no time for him to just stand there. Desmond squeezed Rusty's ribs, and the horse started to gallop. He seemed more than relieved to start running. Just then, another shot rang out. He glanced over his shoulder to find Eva's horse rearing. "Come on!" "All right." Desmond led the way off the path with the young lady following right after them. He could hear the second set of hooves pounding through the dirt and then making their way through the prairie. Keeping his head ducked low, he tried to understand what was happening. Was someone really shooting at them because of Blanche? Another shot rang out, and he tried not to flinch. They would figure this out, but they had to get to safety first. A wave of protection washed over him. It was an old feeling that he hadn't experienced in a long time, but he used it now to direct his energy forward. He had to get them to safety. All of them. Blanche, Eva, and himself. Chapter 6. Gilligan Toth swore. A snarl graced his lips as he watched the two horses gallop in the opposite direction. The riders were still clinging to the saddles with no one displaced. They were as small as ants that were growing smaller by the minute. He whipped his head around in frustration. This was not going according to plan. Hands balling into fists, he turned his anger to the closest man. He was also the one who was causing the problems. You were meant to take him out. The grizzled man straightened up from the ground, all covered in dust. He was past his prime with a heavy moustache and pale blue eyes. The man chewed tobacco noisily as he looked from over the ridge back to Gilligan. You said you could do it from this distance, he continued in a low growl. You told me you could hit him. Before he spoke, he spat out the tobacco wad. It smelled spoiled. This Whitworth rifle can shoot from 1/2 mile away. That's true. The man agreed in a southern drawl. Gilligan could no longer recall his name, though he thought it to be close to Harold. But the further I shoot, the less likely I am to be accurate. He was the oldest in Gilligan's gang, and he could shoot that rifle. Or at least, he usually could. The man had seen the days of the Confederates at war and had taken good care of the rifle. It was dusty and worn down, but Harold had said it still worked, and he had said that he could still shoot it. That's right. Harold, his name was Harold. You had your shot lined up, Gilligan pointed out as he put his hands on his hips. What good are you to me if you can't do what I need? Harold frowned at him as he used one hand to pull out some more tobacco. I can shoot. I did shoot. And you missed. You couldn't even shoot any of them, Gilligan retorted. He wondered why he bothered arguing with this man. Surely it would be easier to be done with him once and for all. I was close, Harold pointed out. And I'm sure I would have had that man if he hadn't moved, but his horse was spooked, and I cannot predict another man's move, or a horse's move. Truly, he added. I could have shot him if he were standing or even running, but this old gun isn't as good at shooting a man on horseback at that distance, unless you wanted to risk me shooting that girl of yours. That kid! Gilligan snarled as he grabbed the tin of tobacco from Harold and flung it to the ground. You messed up, and I don't want to hear any more excuses. He glanced over his shoulder and found the small figures still making their way through the prairie. It was fairly open land at that point until they reached a ranch. A few trees and hills would meet them in the distance, but none of those would offer the escaping party much protection. Maybe he still had a chance. Leaving Harold there, Gilligan ran over to his horse that was still saddled. The rest of his men were standing around and waiting for him to tell them what to do. He growled at them, frustrated over their lack of initiative. Move, he ordered. I want that kid before nightfall. Mount up, men. He didn't bother to wait for his men to jump into action. If he did, he would probably be waiting around all day. Gilligan kicked his horse to get moving. He gripped the reins tight and leaned in, while the animal started down the path they had used to come up just an hour ago. By the time he reached the bottom, he could hear the thunderous noise behind him as his gang raced to catch up with him. Gilligan glanced back with a grimace before pushing his horse forward. He guided them onto the road toward the place where they had last seen the other horses on the road. Then he took them off the road to follow after the trail left in the tall grass where the kid and her party had headed. By that point, all the horses were beginning to slow down. They heaved, snorting loudly, and Gilligan realised with frustration they were worn out. Already the animals had been ridden hard this morning, and they were losing their strength. He pulled his horse to a stop with another curse. His gang followed suit, surrounding him as they waited for further guidance. 2 of them pulled out their guns just to be prepared. Everyone looked around to see what might happen next. None of them was smart enough to lead. Gilligan knew that much. He had to do all the hard work to keep them afloat. Fire burned in his chest as he tried to think about what to do next. He sat on his horse, whose sides were heaving, considering their options. There had to be something he could do. He needed to get that kid back. She had gone missing shortly after they stopped in White River. They had tried to lock her up in the stables, but she must have escaped the rope ties and climbed right out. The guard, Terence, sported a black eye now for having lost her. They had gone around town for the evening to look for her. He had questioned most of the folks that were out as the sun set. Since she was just a kid, Gilligan thought she might turn to a woman. But that hadn't been the case. A man drinking with his friends at Betsy's had sighted her. He had noticed the child because of how filthy she was. As Gilligan shared a false sob story about losing his only child, the man mentioned someone by the name of Desmond Delaney and his creaking wagon that he brought to town every couple of months. "Everyone in town knows the wagon," the stranger had said pointedly as he took a swig of his drink. Gilligan was so impatient for news that he nearly took the bottle and swung it at the man's face. But he didn't. "I saw the girl climbing over a barrel and thought it was odd. Didn't think he had a kid anymore. A family neither." Gilligan didn't care for useless details. He had waved his arm to brush that aside. Well, where did he take her? Where would this Delaney man have gone? The man had shrugged, before hiccuping. "Home, I suppose. He has a ranch right outside of town. About 10 miles or so. Not sure. You take the southwest road right at the end of the barber shop on this street. Keep going and eventually you'll see an old dusty sign on the left, if it's still there." Clearly, the ranch was going to be tricky to find. Gilligan and his gang were already weary from their travels. He had made the decision to stay in town for the night, and in the morning, they would go off to get that girl. The cost didn't matter. Nor did it matter if others had to be taken care of to keep them out of the way. This Delaney figure meant nothing. Seeing the dust in the distance, Gilligan had set his men up and ordered Harold to bring out his rifle. Even after all that work, however, he didn't have the kid. He rubbed his stubbly neck. His beard hadn't been trimmed in a few days, but he didn't have time for that. There was too much at stake, especially now, since he needed that kid, and they needed to be on their way. He had plans for her, but they were all falling behind. "There's not a lot out here, is there?" His gang exchanged glances before shrugging. Only Lars definitively shook his head. The other 4, like Harold and Terence, decided not to commit to anything. That's what made them so weak. Gilligan would only grow angrier if he kept thinking about his gang. So, he looked back to the direction where the kid had gone. There were 2 adults with her now, instead of 1. He didn't like the thought of having to deal with more people. But there weren't many places for those riders to go. The stranger from last night had said as much. It wasn't a road used frequently by others, and he had only seen those 2 riders use the path that morning. That told him there were only a few places where they would need to look. His ranch, Gilligan realised. It must be over here somewhere. "All right, men, we're splitting up. You 2, you're going to the ranch. Lars, you heard what that man said last night. Look for a sign on the left this side of the lane. Get there and be ready for him. If the girl is there, take her no matter what. If she's not, find out where she is. Beat it out of Delaney if you have to. Then the rest of us will return to town. He might be looking for another way to get there." Harold spat out another piece of tobacco as he nodded. What about the woman? Clearing his throat, Lars gave Gilligan a look. "Did you recognise her? She's the same one from town. Said she was new here and didn't know any folks." Gilligan only considered the option for a moment. Scowling, he shook his head. Usually he didn't care for bothering women, but usually they weren't in his way, and he couldn't let anyone stop him now. "She chose to go with Delaney," he growled at his men. "That means she's a part of this now too. Do what you have to." The men exchanged looks, but he paid them no mind. "I mean it, men," Gilligan proclaimed as he puffed his chest out with pride. "We're getting her back no matter what, and when we do, we'll be rich." No one dared to argue with him. Lars and O'Thompson headed left on the road, and Gilligan took a right with the other 5 in his gang. They needed to get moving. He was supposed to make it to Sioux Falls to gift a wealthy family with the pretty blonde child of their dreams. They had promised him $500. He didn't take a deal like that lightly, so he had to get that brat one way or another. His horse was slow-moving on the way to town, which further angered him. It used to be a racehorse, but now it seemed worthless. Gilligan jumped off the pathetic animal and turned to his men. "Get out there and bring me answers," he demanded. "Learn what you can about those riders. That woman and Desmond Delaney. Go." All 5 jumped into action, even Harold. As for Gilligan, he strolled through town and showed off the guns that hung around his waist. He smirked as folks darted across the street, avoiding his gaze. Most folks clung close together in a small town like this and were wary of strangers. It was best that they were, he decided. He sidled up to the stagecoach station where there was a man working with the horses. He was rather dark-skinned with a lanky build. His hair was cut short, and he was clean-shaven with blue eyes. "You there," he ordered. "I'm looking for some folks." "Oh?" The man eyed him cautiously. "I don't think I can help you." Gilligan blocked his path before he could turn around. "Maybe you can. There's a girl about this height, dirty-looking with short hair, then a woman in a blue dress and long brown hair down her back. I'd say Desmond Delaney was with them." He narrowed his gaze when the man's eyes widened. "Well?" The man worked his jaw. "What do you want with Desmond?" Snarling, he stepped up to the fool who dared question him, showing off the revolver in his belt. "That's my business, and mine alone. I don't take kindly to folks stealing from me." Then he stepped back and put his hands in the air. "But I'd leave them alone if I get that kid returned to me." "I don't know what or who you're talking about," the man said after a minute. It sure seemed like he had to think about it for a minute. Gilligan felt the man knew something, but was it useful? He bared his teeth and patted the man on his cheek. "In case you do see Desmond, let him know I'm looking for him." Then he stalked away, not bothering to waste another minute on a fool like that. His hands tightened into fists as he thought about what they might do next. He had to find that kid. Anger burned hot within him. If he didn't get her back, then he wouldn't get that $500. And there was no way that he was missing out on that kind of reward. Chapter 7. She didn't know what else to do. Her heart beat so loudly that she couldn't even hear her heavy breathing or the sound of her horse galloping. Eva clung tightly to the reins as she tried to understand what had happened. The morning had been slow until she started on the road. After that, nothing made sense. She thought she had been such a clever woman to rent a horse. This would show her independence. Jack and Everett used to have horses, so she had learned to ride when she was younger, when the animals needed exercise. She could look like a refined lady arriving at the ranch that he couldn't help but be impressed and hopefully fall madly in love with her on sight. It was a foolish idea, and she knew it. After all, Her stepmother had made it clear that her thin nose was too pointy, and her hair was like a dried-out swamp with frogs hiding in it. But at least riding a horse all that way would save her time and create a dramatic impression. Wasn't it a romantic idea, though? On top of that, this ensured that her first time meeting her future husband would not be by the stagecoach or in the town street. Those were very public places where people could pry on them. Eva had tossed all night wondering about their first meeting. She was hoping that maybe he might be as ugly as herself, so he could not be upset with her looks. But part of her also wanted a handsome young man, someone who she would truly enjoy spending the rest of her life with. But now it had all gone wrong. All respectability went out the window when that explosion hit. Or rather, those gunshots. There were bullets and shots and triggers that she didn't understand. The only thing she did know was that they were horribly dangerous. Her rented horse knew this as well. Or at least, he didn't like the noise. She wasn't sure which it was. Immediately, he had begun to move about, eventually rearing when a shot came close. Eva was still amazed that she hadn't fallen off right then. So there she was, terrified and winded while she rode a terrified animal alongside a stranger as they moved away from the town she hardly knew. Part of her worried they would never stop, but eventually the man ahead of her began to slow down. She saw him looking behind them. Then he gave her a look. She noticed he was tugging on his reins. His horse was slowing down. They had made it to a clearing in the grass. Though not tall enough to hide them, it offered a small sense of security as she could look around them. "What happened?" Eva cried as she found her voice. She whirled around to look at the man and the child. The little girl looked so scared. Then there was him. He looked utterly wild. His dark red hair nearly reached his shoulders, matching the scruffy beard he wore. It didn't look like he had combed his hair in years. Though she supposed his clothes might be clean, they were worn out and poorly patched up. Eva stared at them as she realised she had followed a complete stranger into unfamiliar territory. "And who are you?" she demanded. He grunted before turning to look at the child. They seemed to exchange a look that she didn't understand. "Well," her voice was tight as she tried to keep the tears at bay. "I'm Delaney." The man looked up to meet her gaze. He offered no other reaction. "Desmond Delaney, and this girl here is not that man's child." "Blanche," the girl piped up in a French accent. She wanted to look over at the girl, but was still processing what the man had just told her. He could have said it when they first met, but he didn't. Eva only grew more overwhelmed. This was Delaney. He was the one who had been writing to her all this time. Though she didn't know what she had expected, it was certainly not him. At the very least, she thought he might at least be clean-shaven. This man was a ragged mess, her shoulders slouched. So, this was him. It wasn't how she had wanted to meet her future husband, and this was not the type of man she thought she would marry. But I was coming to see you," she managed. The words clambered off her tongue awkwardly. "I'm early and wanted to ride out." He coughed, looking away. "It's fine. Well, I'm not the one who placed the advert." Eva opened her mouth, but closed it. She stared at him. The beating in her heart continued to grow as her mouth dried up. A shiver ran down her spine as she realised with terrible shock that this was all a huge mistake. She took a gasping breath of horror. This was indeed a mistake, but what was she supposed to do? Go crawling back to Rose like her stepmother had said she would? Eva grew cold all over as she recalled swearing that she wouldn't do that. She tried to take another breath, but it was short and pitiful. Eva covered her mouth. "I can't," she stammered. "This isn't, and you're not." The man before her hesitated, before nudging his weary horse a little closer to her in the clearing. "It was a mistake," he explained. The man's voice was rather hoarse, and his words seemed stiff. "I'm sorry. This shouldn't have happened, any of it," he added. Eva hiccuped as she dropped her hand and grabbed the pommel on her saddle. She watched as he glanced back at the young girl. She had first buried her head against his jacket. But now, the child was looking between the two of them with her big, owlish eyes. Someone was shooting! Eva forced the words out as another question came to mind. Why? What did you do? Desmond Delaney shot her a look. Who said I did anything? I don't know any better than you do, only that it has something to do with Blanche here. She considered the child with the cropped blonde hair and large eyes. They were such big eyes, much too grave and wary for someone so young. Eva looked at her worriedly. It didn't make sense for anyone to want to hurt a child. "We should keep moving," said Desmond. Eva jerked her head up. "What?" "We might still be followed. Maybe they stopped. But if they did—" Desmond paused. "Well, they probably went to my ranch. They'll be looking for us there. Besides, we need to make it to town. This way." She had just left the streets of White River that morning, but not knowing what else to do, she nodded and agreed to follow after him. She had her few treasured belongings, and now she was with the man she was supposed to marry. Or rather, the man she thought she was supposed to marry. The rest of their ride was quiet. Desmond guided them through the prairie and around a small grove of trees until the buildings were in sight. He left them to circle the town, to make sure the gunslingers were not around, before he guided them in quietly. "Get down and keep your heads low," he ordered when they arrived. "I'm going to hide the horses. There's a back door to the barn right there, and I want you both to get in there. I'm going to get help." Eva didn't know what to say as she dismounted and let him take the reins. Then she felt something warm slip into her hand. It was Blanche's hand, she nodded, and the two of them quickly sneaked into the barn. There was an empty stall between the two horses. Not knowing where else to go, Eva quickly pulled Blanche inside. Then she closed the door and ducked her head down as they settled on the clean hay. She wondered if Desmond was really going to get help, or just leave them. Looking down at the girl who had burrowed halfway into the hay, Eva supposed the child trusted him. And if Blanche could trust the wild man, then perhaps she could do the same. Sweat trickled down her brow. Eva bit her lip as she stared at the small hand she held, wondering how this day had gone so wrong. It wasn't even noon. But there she was, hiding for her life. Nothing truly made sense anymore. Eva cleared her throat as she searched for a distraction. "Blanche, is it? You're not from town, are you?" The girl was sticking a piece of hay in her hair. She stopped and shook her head. "No, but I have no home. My family moves." Confused, Eva asked her to clarify. Blanche went on to explain what had happened. She spoke in broken French, so Eva had to guess some of the words. But the story came to light soon enough, so she could see the whole picture. The girl had heard her parents arguing with strangers one night. Then someone put a sack over her head and took her. She was tossed on a cart that she tried to escape twice. Eventually, they tied her with ropes. Blanche didn't know how long they had moved, for they had switched from a cart to horses, and it had taken days. There were at least 8 men who surrounded her. They didn't harm her, but they ignored her or shouted instructions at her that she rarely understood. This was the first town they had come to, so Blanche knew she had to get out of there. She chewed and tugged at her rope bindings after being tossed in some stables. When the man who stayed there with her fell asleep, she took her chance to get away. The poor child. Her story pulled at Eva's heartstrings. She could hardly fathom all that the young girl had been through. She was terribly brave. Eva thought her life had been hard, but this girl had truly been through misery. She couldn't help but tighten her grip slightly, hoping she wouldn't let anything so horrible happen again. No one deserved to live in such fear. No matter what, Eva told herself, she had to help out Blanche. Not wanting to keep the girl thinking of bad memories, she changed the subject, and they talked about the sweet smell of hay and how silly horses could be. Eva was just telling Blanche about her first time riding a horse when they heard the doors creak open. They fell silent. "It's me," Desmond spoke up loudly. "I brought a friend. Eva? Blanche?" The girl darted up first. She was pulled along out of the stall to find Desmond closing the barn doors with another man standing beside him. The stranger had dark skin and black hair, with bright eyes that smiled at the two of them. "What a pleasure," he said. "Eva, you made it. I'm Henry, Desmond's friend." The man started forward with his hand outstretched. It was the only warm welcome she had received since coming west. Eva raised her hand to meet him. "He's the one who wrote to you in my place." Eva immediately dropped her hand just as Henry arrived before her. Instead, she crossed her arms and gave him her most stern look. The man's smile faded away. "How could you do such a thing?" she asked him. "I've never dealt with such a great lie in all my life. You can't try to marry off your friend without him being aware, nor should you have deceived me. That's hardly fair." Though in the shadows, she could see the red flush creeping up his face. Henry gave his friend a look before managing a sheepish smile in her direction. "I know. I shouldn't have done that." "That's right," she scoffed. "But Desmond deserves love," Henry added quickly. His eyes grew wide with hope. "I knew he would never do this for himself, so someone had to. He's a good man, Eva McKean, a very good man. But he'll dwell in his grief forever if we let him. I just thought that someone could help him remember that life is not all about pain." She hesitated. Dropping her hands down by her side, she shot a look over at Desmond, who seemed to be avoiding her gaze. He was fiddling with a piece of rope. "Grief? What pain?" "His family," Henry started to explain. Desmond cut him off so abruptly that they both jumped. "That's enough." Eva looked over to him in a new light. Something had happened to his family. Who had he lost, she wondered. That had to explain the gruff nature, her heart filled with sympathy for the poor man. "Oh, I didn't know." She trailed off, not certain of what to say. Yet he hardly seemed to care as he gritted his teeth to glare at his friend. "You've done enough, Henry. Stop trying to fix this." "I was just—" Henry started. "Do you want to tell her what kind of danger you've put her in?" Desmond charged. "Or do you want me to do that?" Her mouth opened and shut. Eva looked at the two men as tension grew between them. She could feel the unease in her stomach. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at Henry, who seemed more talkative, but he appeared to be biting his tongue. "Someone's looking for us," Desmond said at last. "All of us." "Me?" she squeaked. She didn't like the sound of that, though she had supposed her home life might have been slightly dangerous for her. Eva had a strong feeling this was not the sort of trouble the two men were talking about. She wrapped her arms around herself as she tried to grasp the severity of what was happening. Henry sighed with a shake of his head. He rubbed his cheek as he murmured, "I'm sorry, Miss McKean. But they must have seen you with him. And now there's someone, after all three of you, and they'll do whatever it takes to get to their end goal." Chapter 8. Desmond didn't like this. He didn't like any of it. Wiping his brow free of sweat, he glanced around the barn warily as he considered their options. He had galloped quickly around the small town to make sure they weren't being followed. Though he hadn't seen anyone, he didn't feel any safer. Something was definitely wrong. He didn't understand it, and he wasn't sure that he wanted to, but someone was after this kid, and he had a strong feeling in his gut that it wasn't for a good reason. Someone was willing to kill to get her back. They needed her. But why? Why did they want her so badly? Desmond glanced over at her. Blanche had run to him immediately, bringing Eva along, and was practically standing on his foot to stay beside him. She had to be scared. Did she know why they wanted her? They're after me, just because they saw me with Desmond. But I don't know anything, Eva was saying in her defence to Henry. She wrung her hands. Can't we just tell them that? Eva McKean hadn't signed up for this trouble. Of course, neither had he. But Desmond had made his choice to help her out one way or another. He tried to sort through his options now as he realised it wouldn't be safe for them to stay in town. It would be best if they moved along to get out of the way of whoever it might be that was hunting for them. We could, answered Henry, when no one else said anything. But I have a feeling they won't find that an acceptable excuse. They don't seem like the reasonable type of men. I'm sorry, miss. This isn't how it was supposed to go. She managed a small scoff of disbelief. It certainly isn't. Desmond felt a tug at his lips that felt like an itch, so he ignored it. Besides, his hands were busy. He handled one of Henry's spare revolvers as he rubbed away the oil and studied it carefully. All he had was his rifle in his bag, and he wanted something more easily concealed. Then, what am I supposed to do? Eva sighed. That sounded like she was finally coming to grips with their predicament. He glanced up to see her fold her arms and glance his way. Hide here forever. Henry cleared his throat. Well... They were both glancing at him now. Desmond could feel those eyes staring at him, waiting. But he wasn't sure what they were expecting him to say. He concentrated on the revolver before shooting a look at Blanche. She was watching him as well. Do what you like, he said at last. I'm headed out of town. White River isn't safe for Blanche right now, or for any of us. I have to get her back to her family somehow. Henry stepped over to him. How are you doing that? Shaking his head, Desmond said, It's too dangerous for you to know more than that. The more people involved, the riskier this becomes. His friend hesitated before striding across the barn to a table. Crouching down, the man reached under the table and grabbed a pouch to bring over to them. I've got some money you can take with you. Little Westbury is going to be your best chance since they have a telephone office. Greenston lost their telegram and postal office to a fire last week that they still haven't mended. You don't need to tell me any more if you don't want to, but I'd appreciate a message once you get there, just to know you're alive. Henry offered him the pouch with a serious expression. Desmond didn't respond to that. He had already been thinking about Little Westbury. It was a decently sized town beside the Belfourche River, a little further away than Greenston, which would look like the practical idea from another's perspective. A telegram would have been enough, but a telephone would be even faster. He had forgotten about that and tucked the information away in his brain. All he had to do was reach out to the authorities in Montana. Someone had to have a telephone service there, and then they could track down Blanche's family. This process might take a few days. He didn't like the thought of that, but he knew hiding would be easier in a bigger city instead of a small place like Greenston. That town was hardly any bigger than White River. Blanche shifted, so he looked over at her. She took the smallest step forward and grabbed hold of his jacket, as though she was afraid he would run off without her. The girl looked pale, too pale with those big brown eyes of hers. He couldn't imagine what was going on inside her head. I'll track her family down, Desmond said at last, one way or another. And then he looked over at Eva McKean. The young woman, pretty as she was, was darting her gaze around the room as she rubbed her hands together. She didn't seem to know what to do or what to think. She looked rather scared too. Desmond tried not to be annoyed by that. After all, she wasn't the one that the unknown gang wanted. He had to remind himself that she had nearly been shot when they met, and if she stayed, something like that could happen again. That meant she had to go as well. It wasn't like he would have married her anyway, even without these problems on his shoulders. Dot. Eva wavered. I'm afraid you've come all this way for nothing, said Desmond as he forced the words out. He looked away from the gun as he set it in the strap on his waist. I can't waste my time staying here and making sure you get home. I'm sure Henry can help. There should be enough money to send you back home. She started. No. Even Blanche whirled around to look at her, bewildered over her loud reply. I mean... Eva seemed to collect herself as she brushed her hands through her hair and then smoothed out her blouse. That is, I'm not going home. I couldn't possibly... With everyone's eyes on her, the young woman flushed bright red. She stared down as she quietly admitted, I don't have a home to go back to. My family wouldn't take me back. There's nothing for me to go back to. The look in her eyes was different from the fear he had seen in them earlier. Desmond hesitated as he glanced at Henry, who was studying her curiously. Blanche clung to him, but said nothing. He wondered what Eva was thinking. Something had to be terribly wrong for her to not have a home any longer. He could hear the pain and misery in her voice, finding that he sympathized with her. Maybe... Before he could say anything more, she suddenly straightened her shoulders. The vulnerability he had seen a moment ago was gone. I'll come with you. If I can't stay in this town, then perhaps I can stay in Little Westbury. Are you sure? Asked Henry. Fear gave way as a new light began to shine in her eyes. Maybe I can build a home there. I could find a job and do something there. No one will stop me this time. No one would be there to tell me what to do. It could be a fresh start for me. Desmond felt a dim flicker of recognition when he saw the excitement in Eva's eyes. He had felt the same way when he and Henry had first moved to South Dakota when they were young. Glancing over at his old friend, he found Henry looking back at him with a wry smile. For a moment, he forgot to be angry with him. The two of them had been thrilled when they staked out their properties and began to build futures for themselves. Desmond, a soft, whispery voice asked him, where are the bad men? Blanche's question brought reality crashing down on his shoulders. Remembering the pain and misery, his shoulders slouched. Then he looked at the child he said he would protect, knowing he had to do something. Desmond bit the inside of his cheek to keep from scowling any deeper. This isn't what he had signed up for when he woke up that morning, or any previous one, for that matter. But now, there was a child clinging to him for safety, and a young woman who decided she would go with him on the journey, a journey he hadn't agreed to take until now because he didn't seem to have any other choice. They might be coming back to town. I bet they went to your ranch, Henry added. Since they didn't find you, they'll be headed back this way. None of you should be here. Desmond started to nod, but then stopped. That's what they'll be expecting. He stalked toward the window while holding on to Blanche. He wanted to go back home more than anything. After having been in town the day before, he'd had enough time with people and civilization. All he wanted was to be on his ranch where no one would bother him. But that wasn't about to happen. He was realizing this now. There was no way to escape this trouble. It wasn't like he could just desert Blanche here. She was his responsibility now until she was safely returned to her parents' arms. Hopefully, that would happen soon. She made for a spunky kid, but he was uneasy with the idea of taking care of her for too long. It was best that he didn't spend too much time with people. Bad things had a tendency of happening. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the window. They looked outside to the sun's position. It was still early morning, but enough time had passed that it could mean trouble. If they went to my ranch and didn't find me, they'll be headed back this way and will not be too far behind. We'd be an easy mark if we left now. If we can't leave and we can't stay, asked Eva, then what are we to do? He looked over at Henry. The man scratched his head as he thought. Then suddenly he snapped his fingers and pointed. Ethan! He was going to visit Little Westbury tomorrow and take a wagon of cowhide there. I'll ask him to do it today, and you three can hide in the wagon. Oh, Eva said while wrinkling her nose. We'll take it, Desmond decided at the same time. Flickering his gaze over to Eva, he considered telling her to stay or that he wouldn't take her. He didn't want her thinking he would change his mind after all. But then he was reminded that she was in danger as well as himself and Blanche, so he couldn't leave her stranded. The young woman seemed to realise he was thinking about her and looked over. She was a rather pretty woman, so he didn't see why she would want to stay there. Certainly, some other gentleman who did want to marry would sweep her off her feet soon. That didn't seem to be on her mind. Eva's expression was troubled, but her eyes were clear as she gazed back at him. His heart thudded against his ribcage. She had come out of nowhere into his life and was messing around with his quiet ways. Eva and Blanche had done this all within 2 days. He pressed his lips together tightly, but knew he didn't have any option but to take them both. They would arrive in town just before nightfall if they didn't run into any trouble. He thought quickly about their options. None of them was perfect, but this one would have to do. Eva and Blanche had to go out of town quickly and quietly, and so did he. Desmond turned to Henry and gave him a nod. It was their best chance to survive. Chapter 9. The man was named Gilligan Toth, but that was all Henry could tell them. All they knew about him, Eva thought, was that he was violent, and that Toth was willing to kill anyone to get a hold on Blanche once again. But why? She shook her head as she asked herself that question. She wasn't sure that she wanted to know. It would be better if they didn't ask, and instead focused on keeping Blanche safe. Eva wasn't certain that she could be helpful at any rate, but she wasn't about to leave Desmond's side now. She didn't know the town, the people, or anything. She didn't even know him, but it was he and Henry who had proven to be decent people thus far. Was she really doing this? Her stepmother's words still rang in her ears. The screams as Eva left that house for good would never stop haunting her. Eva tried to shrug them off, but there was that lingering fear that one day she might have no choice but to return. All right, murmured Henry in a low tone beside her. You're going first, Eva. Looking around, she swallowed hard and then turned to the wagon that was only a few yards ahead. Henry ran his ranch together with his friend Ethan, and they were going to help get her to safety with Desmond and Blanche. Her knees ached from crouching down for so long. Eva gave Henry a nod to let him know that she was ready. Pressed against the cracked open door of the barn, she squinted in the bright light to study the wagon ahead of her. Henry had left for a short while to bring Ethan and the wagon around. They had backed it up toward the barn. Henry had come back to give them their final instructions, and Ethan was working on moving the skins around on the cart. He was making room for them and was going to pretend he didn't see anything. It was Eva who was going first. She was small enough to move quickly and then make sure the space and covering would work for everyone. Blanche would follow after her, and then Desmond would bring up the rear. Though she supposed it made sense, she didn't like it very much. Hurriedly, she wiped a droplet of sweat off her brow. "Are you ready?" Glancing over at Henry, she found him giving her a meaningful look. Eva forced herself to nod. She crouched down a little further, feeling the muscles in her legs bunch. It was time for her to run. Taking a deep breath, she tried to swallow her fears. The man straightened up beside her and then stepped out into the open. Since he wasn't in danger, like the rest of them were, he could stand out there and let them know when the coast was clear. "Wait," he murmured. "Just one moment." "Go." He spoke so softly that she nearly missed it. Eva's breath caught in her throat. She felt the panic rising within her, but there was no time. Eva picked up her skirts and then took off running. She kept her head low, shoulders hunched as she darted forward. There was a gap between the leather, and she ran as quickly as she could. Only a few more steps, and then she reached it. She grabbed onto the wagon, clutching one side, and desperately pulled herself up. Her feet came up onto the boards and she quickly rolled herself inside. There were animal skins all around her, their musty smell engulfing her. A few were spread out above her, ruffling her hair as she moved. She could feel her heart pounding loudly the entire time, tugging her hair over her shoulder. She tucked her knees underneath her and pushed one of the piles of skins further away. This would give them more room to be slightly more comfortable. And then she turned to the barn, looking for the rest of her party. Blanche burst out of the doors. She was such a small, thin child. Ava's heart went out to her as she leaned forward and got ready to help the girl up. There was a wild look in the girl's eyes. She could hardly believe this was happening. The child was much sprier than she expected. Blanche made it to the wagon and jumped up. Eva grabbed her shoulder in time to pull her down and bring her underneath their protective layer. Now the two of them were safely hidden. They simultaneously turned to look back at the barn. In her arms, Blanche was shaking like a leaf. Eva tightened her protective grip on her as she searched the shadows for Desmond. She bit her lip, frowning at the empty spaces she kept seeing. Blanche mumbled something under her breath, but it was in French, so Eva didn't understand. She ran her own shaky hand through the girl's hair in the hopes that it would keep them both calm. Then they froze as Desmond charged out of the barn. He reminded Eva of a bull she had seen once on a farm just outside her hometown. It had not been a nice bull. Desmond kept his head low with his gaze narrowed on hers. Eva's breath caught while she watched him run right at them. He grabbed hold of the boards, much like she had, and flung himself up. He seemed to move a little more smoothly than she did, even though he was twice her size. Eva shifted and used her free hand to quickly tug a skin on top of them. Now they were safely hidden. Eva looked around anxiously as she wrapped her arms around Blanche again. It was the overwhelming scent of the skins that kept her from crying out in alarm. "All right, Henry," she heard Ethan shout from right beside them. "I've got everything loaded up, so I'll see you tomorrow." "Bye, Ethan," Henry called out faintly. She closed her eyes as she waited for something to happen. Either they would get shot or they would start moving. Eva waited with bated breath until she heard something moving around the wagon. "Higher!" A gasp escaped her lips as the wagon started moving. She started to tip over off balance, but Desmond was there to grab her arm and straighten her up. As the ground beneath them began to move, all three of them struggled to shift around and get comfortable while sitting crouched under the skins. "It smells bad, tray bad," Blanche added as she glanced up. On her other side, as she took a seat, Desmond grunted. He slid their bags further out of their way. Though Desmond said she shouldn't take all her belongings with them, this was all that she owned in the world, and she wasn't going to leave her things behind. "Sit still," he muttered when she kept moving around. He gave her a stern look once she looked his way. Her head was ducked down with her chin between her curled-up knees. But it wasn't very comfortable, and she couldn't stay like that for the entire ride. Eva frowned at him as she lowered her knees. "Give me a minute," she told him. "I don't want to be uncomfortable." The man pursed his lips before glancing around. Then, with his broad shoulders and big hands, he carefully nudged the pile next to her further ahead, which gave her more space. "Lay down," he told her. Then the man glanced down at Blanche, who was eyeing the overhanging leather skin that kept them from being seen. "Blanche, you too." After a little more wiggling, all three of them were soon lying down. Eva was more comfortable, even though the smell didn't get any better. She tried to breathe through her mouth like Desmond had suggested. Then she closed her eyes and tried to tell herself that everything would be better after this. Panic tickled her throat. It would be so easy to just sit up and take off running, but where would she go? Eva tried to imagine what would happen next. She would go to this new town, a bigger one they claimed, and build a life there. Slowly, the fear of the future faded as she considered what that could mean for her. Eva strived to build up excitement for the life she could have all on her own without anyone telling her what to do. All right, in the clear. Desmond pulled back the skins once they heard Ethan say that. Eva gasped in a breath of fresh air and sat up. They had already made it out of town. She couldn't even see the buildings or ranches they had left behind. Her heart thudded in her chest as she warily eyed the flat land they had begun to pass through. All right. She turned to Desmond, who, with his gruff demeanour, shoved one of the skins further out of the way and then sat up as far as he could from them. She wondered if that was on purpose, or just the most comfortable spot for him. "I think so," she responded at last, not certain of what else to say. It wasn't like they'd had time for any pleasantries. Since the moment she met him on the road, nothing had happened the way it should have. This all still felt like some strange dream. None of this made any sense to her. Her chest felt tight, and even though she could breathe more easily now that they weren't hidden away, she wasn't sure how she felt about all this madness. Eva's eyes flickered over to Desmond, who fixed the pistol holstered at his belt. She had no idea how to act or behave around this man. At least, he was taking good care of Blanche. Looking down, Eva brushed a hand over the girl's face to move back her hair. The child had put her head in her lap a short while ago and had already nodded off. She looked utterly exhausted. Ethan was humming where he sat on the wagon. With Blanche asleep, this left her alone with Desmond. He seemed to realise this at the same time. Slouching back down, he shot her a hesitant glance and put the gun away. The man cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. A tense silence swam between them as she tried to think of something to say. "I didn't want to get married again." Eva opened her mouth and then closed it as Desmond suddenly spoke to her. He looked over at her. "I just want to apologise that I'm not what you gave up your life to come out here. I wouldn't have asked that of you. Henry was honest when he said I once had a family. They're gone now. My wife and my child. I'd rather not go through that pain again." Hearing his voice grow tight, she bit her tongue to hold back her own emotions. She couldn't imagine the pain he must have suffered. "I understand. It's not like I'd even make for a decent man, let alone a husband," he continued with a scowl. "My ranch is no place for a wife now. I'm not sure why you'd want to come out here and marry a rancher you never met." A small laugh escaped her lips as she shook her head. "I was ready to marry whoever you turned out to be," Eva admitted. "I wasn't sure my life could get any worse." She scrunched up her nose when he gave her a confused frown. "My mother died when I was young. My father remarried and then disappeared into his work as an engineer. He died a few years after, leaving me with my stepmother and my 2 half-brothers." "It's a family," he started with a note of hesitance. But she shook her head. "Number, that was not a family. They never—" A lump formed in her throat. "My stepmother thought I was no better than a dirty mop, and my half-brothers didn't care so long as they didn't have to lift a finger. I was never family to them. That's why I don't have a life to go back to." "Oh." He didn't know what to say to that, and she didn't want to talk about it anymore. There was a stretch of silence where she and Desmond said nothing, contemplating their conversation. "You're helping Blanche when you said you don't want people or a family," said Eva, as she considered this thoughtfully. "But why? It's a big risk, and you said—" When she looked up at him, Desmond just offered her a shrug. He thought about his words for a good minute as he studied the landscape that they were passing. Fields of tall grass and trees began to emerge to their left from the nearby hills. "Toth would come for me now either way. I don't have much now, but the least I can do is keep this kid safe from that gang," he explained after a while. Then he turned when he noticed she was staring at him. "I think that's all right, don't you?" Eva nodded before murmuring, "It's very commendable." He just gave another shrug, appearing to refuse her compliment. Shifting, he crouched up and climbed onto his feet. "You should get some rest, too. We have a few hours to go, and I want to talk with Ethan." She watched him straighten up and start wiggling his way through the piles of skins on the headboard. Eva bit her lip as she considered the man who was helping to protect her. She didn't understand him, but at least he seemed to be a good man. Recalling what he had just suggested, Eva closed her eyes and tried to relax. The morning had been very stressful, and now suddenly it was calm. This made her rather tired, though she hadn't realised it until Desmond mentioned rest. She shifted slightly, trying not to disturb Blanche in her lap. It should have taken a while for her to fall asleep, since it usually took her a while when she went to bed at night. But Eva didn't remember falling asleep. All she could recall was the smooth sound of the rolling wheels, and suddenly a hand on her shoulder. "Wake up," Desmond said in her ear. "We're here." Chapter 10. Eva stared at him, showing off her brown eyes. That's what Henry had told him that night when he confessed about the trick he had pulled. But brown eyes were an understatement for the bright orbs looking back at him. When Eva opened her eyes as he gently nudged her awake, he momentarily forgot his own name. There was a depth to her gaze that he had never seen in a person before. The spell broke when she blinked. Desmond turned away, wondering what had just happened to him. He pursed his lips in frustration as he straightened up and then made his way off the wagon. They had made it to Little Westbury. It was time for the three of them to walk the streets and take the next step to getting Blanche home to her parents. The young girl was standing beside Ethan as he helped the horses drink at the water trough. Even now, he could hear her in her broken English and French talking about how she loved horses. "We're here." Stretching his back, he nodded. Purposefully not looking her in the eye, Desmond stared at her shoes as she carefully jumped down. "How nice," she murmured, once she stood beside him. Wondering what she was talking about, he turned to face the town they had arrived at. He had seen Little Westbury on maps for years. Part of him was fairly certain that he had passed through it with Henry when they first arrived in the territory, but he hadn't actually walked these streets that he could recall. It was a big town. Ethan had talked to him about the place as they pulled up and headed down one of the streets. There were more than enough for Desmond to keep track of, so he hadn't known how the other man had manoeuvred through the jumble of streets as if he knew exactly where to go. Even now, there were a few wagons and carts in the road. He had never seen that many gathered together, even for church, and people roamed on the boardwalks and in the street. Then there was the noise. Horses, wagons, hammers, and voices. It was a cacophony that he couldn't trace back to any particular source. Noise was everywhere. He could feel it burrowing its way into his ears. He frowned. Is this what towns were usually like? All right, said Ethan as he came over to join the two of them, with Blanche following. Here's where we part ways for now. I'm going to see the leather makers, and you have people to find. Desmond caught sight of two men dressed in suits walking past them. Both of them were looking at Eva. He glared at them until they flinched and moved on. Do you know where the sheriff's office is? He asked after a moment. Ethan hesitated before he shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. Never had to worry about meeting the sheriff here. He has a few deputies since this town is busy, but I don't know exactly where they might be. Desmond nodded. All right, then we had best get going. Sounds good, Ethan sighed reluctantly. After tending to business, I'll send a telegram to Henry so he knows we arrived. I'll be there at sundown and we can meet there for the night. Take care, all of you. The man tipped his hat and then steered his horses away. Now, Desmond was left with 2 young women and 2 carpet bags in a town he'd never been before. It was just another example of how he had not expected this day to evolve. Trying not to be too disgruntled, he rubbed his hands together. Eva stood beside him and her 2 bags sat at her feet. Well, she inhaled deeply. Should we find our way to that telephone office? Ethan had mentioned on the drive that he didn't want to drive after dark, which meant they might need to stay the night in town. Desmond was hoping that this could all be sorted by morning, so he could head back with the man. Desmond nodded. It should be at the sheriff's office, I think. And if they don't have it there, then the post office. Before he could take another step, a small hand slipped into his own. Desmond stopped. He looked down to find Blanche had slipped out from under his grasp and now clung tightly to his hand. He saw the fear and curiosity in her gaze as she looked around the street. This must be new to her as well. All right. Eva cleared her throat. The sheriff's office. Let's get walking. Ethan didn't say where it is, but I think the town square is to our right. Perhaps we had better try there first. Desmond's gaze wandered. They were on a rather small lane that led to a larger one. Behind them, the lane curved around toward the waterfront. That would be the Belfourche River, he supposed. This town was settled on the clearing before the water, with mountains climbing up high on the other side. His eyebrows raised. What makes you think it would be there? There was noise that swelled all around him, with people shouting and bustling about. In the distance, he could see smoke billowing in the air, but no one was crying out that there was a fire. Instead, they treated it as if nothing was wrong. He didn't like it, he decided. There were too many people and too much going on. The young woman glanced at him as she picked up her bags. It's like any other place. The town square is right around the centre. Plus, Ethan said that this road is Main Street. She was describing a rather strange puzzle, it seemed. And the sheriff's office will certainly be around the town square. Eva finished up. Thus, we should go ahead to our right. Come along. Desmond exchanged a glance with Blanche before they followed after Eva. The young woman walked a step ahead, with her head up high. No longer afraid, she walked tall and seemed pleasantly at ease in the street. They slowly made their way onto Main Street. When they reached it, he stopped and stared. There were people everywhere. He took a cautious step back, wishing he didn't feel so disoriented. Surely Eva would be nervous here. But he looked over at her, and she seemed more relaxed than he had seen her before. It caught him off guard, and he couldn't help but stare at her. Wow, she breathed out at last. I didn't think I would find so many folks out west like this. I mean, I heard about it, but do you think there are more towns out here with so many people? I don't know, he replied grudgingly. You've been around this many people before? She shrugged before slowly replying, yes, in Allenfield. Where I grew up. It's an industrial town, Eva added as she looked over her shoulder at him. Someone bumped into him as they passed. He glared at the couple, who didn't look back or apologise. Eva stepped right out of the way. Then she turned back to him with a light shrug. People built Allenfield to work the coal mines. Then their families came and it just kept growing. It is still very much focused on coal and its factories, but there are other shops now. This looks to be the same. See that smoke? That'll be coming from the factories. Factories? Blanche repeated hesitantly. Is that des usines? The young girl looked at the two of them, but neither of them knew French. Desmond wasn't even sure how to explain that to her. Luckily, Eva didn't mind. They use big machines as big as a house, and long conveyor belts that look like rubber planks. They move metal pieces and supplies around. They make things, Blanche. Make things, the young girl repeated softly to herself. Eva straightened up. Then she took a step back and nearly bumped into Desmond. Oh, I didn't expect. There are so many. Well, he looked up to find a group of 8 Sioux men pushing barrels down the street. Like anyone living in the territories, they would be coming to town to trade for goods. He wasn't sure if the barrels included alcohol or perhaps corn. Then Desmond glanced at Eva. She was watching them curiously, with her mouth parted slightly, her eyes soaked in the view before them. There were clearly questions on her mind, but she didn't seem to know what to say, for they weren't the only people who weren't white. Just down the road were other folks, Africans from the looks of it, selling wares at a table with a few others carrying carts down toward the river docks. In fact, the more he looked around, the more he saw people from around the world. Desmond wasn't sure if he could name more than a few countries as he looked around the street. He wasn't used to seeing so many people gathered together in one place, he knew, but he had certainly seen people traipsing west from all sorts of places. It's so... Eva shook her head when she couldn't find the words. It's a big town, Desmond muttered under his breath. He had seen 3 men in suits, he noticed, but they were the only ones with polished shoes. Everyone else seemed to be dressed in very casual clothing that spoke of their trade. Hunters were wearing animal skins, trappers wore their leather gear, and traders wore patched clothes, much like his own. It was a busy place, but appeared to be made for folks like him. What is Etta? Blanche pointed down the road. Both he and Eva looked to see a man walking down the street with a bird on his shoulder. It appeared to be alive as it moved its head around but didn't fly away. Desmond stared as well, seeing the bright colours on the animal. It squawked as the man passed them by. It's a bird. I don't quite know what kind it is. Eva bit her lip as she turned to Desmond for guidance. All he knew were hawks, eagles, and pigeons. Giving her a shrug, he gestured down the street. Let's get moving, shall we? He gritted his teeth as they pushed their way along the path, trying to avoid walking in the busy street. No one really made way for them, and so he had to squeeze through a few crowded parties. There were a few elbows in his ribs, but he forced himself not to say a word. It was Blanche and Eva who talked as they made their way down the street. What is set? Oh, a barber shop. A barber has a job to cut hair. See the people inside? They take a seat and pay someone to cut off their hair. What is set? Haven't you had one of these before? They're oranges. It's a fruit. The young girl was amazed by everything. Desmond couldn't help but wonder where she had really grown up, if it was around any other people. She pointed at everything in amazement, asking what everything was. At the grocer's stand outside, Blanche stopped to admire the oranges. She looked up at him tentatively before pulling her hand free. Then, with both of her hands, she carefully picked up an orange to study it. They were rare fruit in these parts, he knew, since they didn't survive in the cold. He'd had a few back when he was a child and one just the other year when a peddler came through town. We'll take 3. Desmond said as the grocer came over to them. The words escaped his lips before he knew what he was doing. Eva looked at him in surprise, but it was Blanche who sealed the deal. The look of amazement that spread across her face was worth it. He gave Eva a shrug. Perhaps we should make a day of it. She raised her eyebrows high before slipping into a smile. Her eyes stayed on his as he gave her an orange to enjoy. The curve of her lips was soft, moving upward, and he found that he couldn't stop himself from sharing a smile in return. The three of them found an empty bench to sit on and enjoy their fruit. Eva laughed as Blanche enthusiastically learned to peel and eat her orange with juice dribbling down her chin. Desmond set their worries aside for a short while as they enjoyed their snack and eventually picked up the pace again to walk down the street. Eventually, they found the sheriff's office. Desmond walked up to the front desk, where a deputy sat, with the star on his vest. He was half his size and a few years older. The man glanced at Eva and Blanche, who stood back before giving Desmond a look. "Welcome to Little Westbury. What can we do for you?" "We're trying to find her parents," Desmond told him. "Is the sheriff in?" "A gang kidnapped her back in White River. She escaped, but a few shot at us this morning. We're trying to get her back quickly and safely." The deputy's eyes widened. "I'll be right back." He disappeared behind the next door for a minute before returning with the sheriff. This man was a head shorter with a portly belly and thick sideburns. A cigar hung loosely in his mouth as he eyed the newcomers. "Sheriff Abraham here. What's going on?" Desmond told the story again. The deputy started to take notes as the sheriff asked him a few questions. Then the man turned to Blanche, who ducked behind Eva. "Don't worry, I won't bite," Sheriff Abraham assured the girl. "Blanche, is it? What's your last name?" She glanced up at Eva hesitantly, who offered her a comforting nod. Then Blanche looked at Desmond, who nodded his head toward the sheriff. He seemed like a decent man who could help them out. "Durand," she squeaked before ducking behind Eva again. Once he had their information, Sheriff Abraham took his deputy's notes and studied them while he fiddled with his cigar. "Well, I don't know anyone by that name off the top of my head. I'll have to reach out to the surrounding towns. If her family is travelling, that would be even harder, but I'll do what I can." Eva spoke up then. "What about the gang?" "There were men who shot at us, and they might be looking for us even now. Our friend Henry said that the leader was Gilligan Toth, and that he came into town with a few others." Sheriff Abraham's eyes bulged open as he said, "Toth. You mean—" "Sir, let's talk in my office a moment." Not sure why that mattered. Desmond grudgingly agreed. "All right." He gave the two young ladies a nod, and then followed the sheriff into his office. The door shut, and then the sheriff asked, "Gilligan Toth is after her. He's bad blood, rotten to the core. That man is wanted in several states, as well as in Mexico, and not for light crimes, either." Desmond felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He wasn't very surprised, but he didn't like hearing this confirmed. "What can we do?" Shrugging, the sheriff rubbed his face and then studied his cigar. "Honestly, keep moving. He isn't someone you want to tangle with. The three of you are in danger. We were shot at this morning by someone who is clearly a trained sniper, so I would agree on that," Desmond replied dryly. He kept thinking back to those gunshots. They had come from a faraway ridge and had been awfully close to hitting them. Not a lot of folks could do that. "Then hide," Sheriff Abraham decided, much to Desmond's irritation. "Stay out of sight while you're here. I just need a few days to find that girl's parents. There are a few men I can send to White River to try and arrest Toth, but I wouldn't bet on that." He glanced at the closed door, thinking about Blanche and Eva. It wasn't that he wanted to be rid of them, but he hadn't expected to be gone so long. Even staying the night was more than he had expected. And now Sheriff Abraham was saying this could take days. What about his ranch? Desmond tried to remember what he had said last to his foreman and wondered what would happen when he didn't come home straight away. They would be wondering why he wasn't there. But he didn't have a choice if he wanted to keep the women safe. All right, he sighed. Can you just be quick? I've got a ranch to tend to, and Blanche should be with her parents. Sheriff Abraham nodded. I'll do what I can, Delaney. Come by tomorrow around this same time. It's late, but it will have given me the time I need to reach out to everyone. And in the meantime, be careful. Gilligan Toth is known for his ruthlessness. Desmond forced a tight smile on his face as he nodded. All right, thank you. They left the office to return to the front room where Blanche was holding on to Eva with both of her hands. But when he reached them, she slipped one of her hands into his. She gave him a desperate expression of hope that made his throat tighten. Well? Eva asked him. He looked over to her. Who's hungry? I think it's time for dinner. We can find an inn to eat at, and then lodging. Then another thought came to mind. And I need to see Ethan. She peered at him curiously before giving him a nod. The three of them headed out of the sheriff's main office outside with nothing quite resolved. Desmond didn't like that, but didn't know what else he could do. His plans for being home that night dissipated as he guided them down the street. Eva appeared tense, but not terribly so. She directed her attention to Blanche, who once again began to ask questions about everything in town. Desmond let them keep talking. In the meantime, he scanned the sea of people all around them as they moved about. All sorts of folks were gathered there in the streets and on the boardwalks. No one looked familiar, but he couldn't stop worrying, wondering if any of them belonged to Toth's gang. Chapter 11. Little Westbury was a lovely place. Being so far out west was an adventure in and of itself. But coming to this large town reminded Eva that the world wasn't so different no matter where she went. There would be people and places and shops and delights. It was also very nice being away from her family. She thought back to Allenfield and realised that it wasn't the horrible town that she had always thought it was. Rather, the town was fine. It was her family that was the mess, her family, and the fact that no one had ever done anything to help her. But the streets had been nice and wide, and there had always been so much that was happening. Being in Little Westbury felt like being home again, without the stress of her stepmother and half-brothers. This was all so new. She looked around as they walked down the street, Blanche holding hands with both her and Desmond. Eva tried to memorize everything all around her. Would this be the place she would spend the rest of her life? It seemed that there would be so many possibilities. The fears that threatened to rise up and choke her were squashed with the hope of a safe and happy future. None of this was what she had expected. By now, she thought she would be married to a kind man and living a different life on a ranch. It was still hard to imagine, and before that, she had thought she would spend the rest of her days serving her family. Now that she wasn't there anymore, there was a thrill tingling in her hands over what she could do next. She looked over at Desmond. He was gesturing to the next corner. "We can turn there," he said. Then he was quiet again, but she continued to study the mysterious man before her. Their meeting had not gone at all as she expected, with everything moving so quickly since she had climbed onto that horse that morning. Eva's head was still spinning. Was it really just this morning? She wasn't certain anymore. Part of her felt as though she had always been alongside Desmond and Blanche on their journey. He was a large, intimidating man. Eva cocked her head as she studied his jawline. She guessed that with a good bath and decent haircut, he could be quite handsome. Even now, he wasn't horrible to look at. Perhaps a little rough, she supposed. but it worked for him. And she didn't think the patched clothes and thick beard detracted from his lovely eyes. On top of that, he had fine hands that had helped her off the wagon earlier, and his voice made her heart race. Immediately, Eva began to chastise herself for having such thoughts. She bit her lip and turned away, trying to nudge those thoughts out of her head. They didn't make any sense. After all, he had made it clear that he didn't want a wife. The poor man. After all he had been through in his lifetime, of course he wasn't interested in marrying again. So the marriage that she had come out there for was not going to happen. Eva expected to be more disappointed, but she hadn't quite been thrilled at the idea of wedding a stranger to begin with. This could perhaps work in everyone's favour, as Desmond could return home alone and she could make a life for herself here in Little Westbury. Once little Blanche was safe, of course. "Here we are," Desmond announced. He cleared his throat after bringing them to a stop on the boardwalk. Eva looked around them. As Ethan had told them, he had gone to the leather makers and then to the post office to send a telegram. She didn't know where the first place was, but she could see the sign for the post office right beside them. The sun was setting, and she could just barely make out the words. Beside the shop, and just a few yards ahead of them, was Ethan's wagon. All of the skins were gone, and she could only see a few items inside, but she could tell that it was his. She had spent enough time cooped inside the wagon to be certain of that. "Do you want us to wait out here?" Eva asked when she noticed Desmond hadn't moved. He was looking around cautiously. Something was clearly on his mind, but she didn't know what it was. Were they in danger? She bit her lip and looked around. At last, she had begun to feel her nerves calming down. Ethan had said they weren't followed on their journey, and she wanted to believe that more than anything. But as she looked, she didn't see anyone in particular that looked dangerous. Then she realised that they didn't even know what this Gilligan Toth looked like, or what any of his men looked like. "No," Desmond said shortly. He slowly shook his head before adding, "I don't want either of you out of my sight." She could hear the concern in his voice. Inhaling, Eva nodded, before telling herself not to read too much into what he was saying. Of course, he wanted to be careful while they were still together. "We can go in with you," she pointed out after a moment. But that wasn't necessary. The door to the post office swung open and Ethan emerged. Rubbing his hands, he glanced around and then caught sight of them. He hurried over with a smile. "There you are," he said as he reached them. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Well, did you find her parents?" Eva glanced down at Blanche, who scooted closer to her. Then she looked at Desmond, who reluctantly shook his head. "Not yet. It's going to take a few days of searching. It seems they have to reach out to a few sources and hope to hear back from them. There's no guarantee right now of when this will be over, so we won't be returning with you in the morning." The other man glanced at them thoughtfully. He looked worried. Worried, Eva realised, for them. "I see," Ethan murmured. "I was afraid of that. Though I would like to convince you all otherwise. This does seem the safest course. No one should know where the three of you are right now, and we need to keep it that way. Do you need any more money while you're here? If it's more than a few days..." But Desmond shook his head. "We'll be fine. The sheriff here is sending some men to White River, Ethan. If Toth and his gang are still around, they should be able to do something about that." As the two men talked, Eva swallowed hard. She was struck once again by how much her life had suddenly changed, especially how dangerous it had become. She could feel the fear creeping back up over her shoulders, while Desmond and Ethan talked about safety measures. While in Little Westbury, they needed to lie about who they were and what they were doing in town. They couldn't get too friendly with everyone and should probably keep their heads down by not going out into the streets often. If they were to stay there for a week, That meant there were 7 days, during which all of them would need to be watching their backs. This new danger felt so strange. Just the other week, she had been stuck under her stepmother's thumb, wondering if she would ever be free. Then the trip out west had felt so exhilarating, but there was a new obstacle set up before her. She was on the run from a gang of outlaws whom she had never seen in her life, and this had happened because she wanted to marry a man in a fake marriage advert, who she was helping to save a young girl from being kidnapped from her family a second time. This was enough to make her head spin. Desmond and Ethan had taken a step away to talk in hushed tones. It gave Ava time to digest their latest situation. It was all so bizarre that she couldn't help but laugh to herself. There was a note of hysteria there that seeped into her laughter. Ava felt her eyes water as she shook her head in disbelief. Then there was a tug on her hand. Eva! Blanche was right there beside her with a concerned look on her face. The child looked terribly serious for her young age. Cocking her head, the little girl tightened her grip on Eva's hand. That helped to ground her. She pulled up her other hand to cover her mouth. Then she managed to suck in a deep breath as she silently told herself to accept her new situation. She needed to stay sane and alert. There was not a chance in all the world that she would do anything to risk their safety. Another deep breath helped her heart to calm down. Just then, she caught sight of Desmond patting Ethan on the shoulder. "Thank you," he said in that low, gravelly voice of his. "I appreciate your help. Tell Henry that we'll be safe, and make sure he does the same." Ethan nodded as he started to walk back toward his wagon. "Will do. Stay safe, you three. Take care, and may God protect you." He gave them a tip of his hat, and then he guided his horses away. Once again, it was just the 3 of them. Desmond took a deep breath before he pointed out one of the buildings on their street. "That's an inn right there. They offer dinner," Ethan said, "and should have some rooms available. Let's go." She wanted to ask him what they should do next, but seeing the way he glanced around the street kept Eva from saying anything. Desmond looked uneasy. His shoulders were hunched, and his lips were pressed in a tight line. So Eva said nothing. She gave Blanche a nod when she looked at her, and then they crossed the street to the inn. The 3 of them piled in through the front doors, holding hands as well as Eva's luggage. Desmond had his bag still strapped to his back, hardly noticeable compared to her large bags. 2 rooms, Desmond asked before the woman at the counter could say anything. "We'll take supper, too." "Of course," she told him. They discussed prices, and then he gave her his name. Eva waited patiently with Blanche, only offering a polite smile. Eventually, the lady offered them their keys. Desmond put their bags in the corner of the dining room that sat to the left of the entrance. All 3 of them took their seats at a small round table. Eva hadn't realised how hungry she was until a platter of food was put in front of her. She dug in eagerly. The beans and corn were delicious, as well as the bread. She ate for a few minutes before noting that Desmond wasn't eating. "Is everything all right?" she asked before glancing at Blanche. The young girl shrugged. "Desmond!" "Yeah, everything is fine." He fiddled with his fork for another minute before grudgingly taking a bite. Slowly, Eva set her utensils down. He was still stressed. She chewed her lip before glancing around them to see if anything in particular concerned him, but there was nothing wrong that she noticed. Searching for any sign of trouble quickly killed her appetite. Eva soon pushed the plate away. "Done," Desmond noticed. "Then let's get to our rooms." Both girls stood up obediently and followed. Eva took Blanche's hand while Desmond carried her bags up the stairs in the back of the dining room. There were 4 rooms on the top floor, and he pointed out theirs. Desmond peeked in their room to make sure everything was safe, before letting them know he was right across the hall. Then he left, leaving Eva with Blanche. There was a decently large bed for the two of them to share, so they washed up and climbed under the blankets. It didn't take long for Blanche to fall asleep. As for Eva, she tossed and turned. She closed her eyes only to see her stepmother shouting and pointing a finger at her. After what felt like forever, she finally felt sleep creeping in. Eva felt her limbs relax. She was drifting away when she thought she heard something. She sat up. There it was again. Someone was knocking at her door. Confused, she glanced at Blanche. She didn't want to disturb the young girl who clearly needed the rest. Eva fumbled free of the blankets before staggering to the door. Then she regretted everything when she opened the door to find Desmond there. Her face flushed as she realised her mistake. She had removed her dress to only be wearing her chemise. While the fabric was thick and would not reveal anything, it was still rather indecent. What had she been thinking? On top of that, she'd taken her hair down again after pinning it up for the wagon ride. It was a mess now. Brushing it over her shoulders, she tried to give Desmond a smile. "Hello, hi." He opened his mouth to talk and then seemed to also realise how she looked. Immediately, Desmond diverted his gaze. Ava, She expected him to be fully dressed as before, but as she glanced over at him, Eva swallowed hard. Desmond stood in the hall with his shoulders relaxed. His shirt was loosened at the top, with his sleeves rolled up. He had his suspenders hanging loose down against his thighs. When she tried to look at his face, she couldn't help but notice how he'd undone the top 2 buttons of his shirt. There was a patch of soft, fuzzy red hair right there at the open neck. Her eyes lingered, unable to look away from his attractive qualities until Desmond cleared his throat. The heat spread across her face. Finally, Eva was able to look away. "Hello, Eva," Desmond managed in a forced tone. She blinked and noticed he was talking at the door as he tried not to look at her. "I just heard from the sheriff. He checked a few lodgings and was able to find us." "Oh," Eva bit her lip. "Was that good news?" "He has some idea of where Blanche's family might be heading," he explained. "He's following up on that tonight. But he also wanted to let us know that there was a bar fight just down the road. One of the men there was bragging about being part of Toth's gang." She inhaled sharply. "What?" Desmond nodded. "It seems they may have come over here after all, and if they're not all here now, then they are probably on their way. The sheriff was able to find us pretty quickly, Eva. That means they could do the same." Covering her mouth, she wondered how this could happen. She had just thought they were finally safe. How would she sleep now? "The sheriff knows someone, a guide." Desmond continued talking. He glanced at her but quickly averted his gaze. "They have a good idea of where in Montana Blanche's family was last seen. There's only one safe route through the territory to use anyway." Eva struggled to keep up. She dropped her hand down to her side as she wondered what this meant. "So, tomorrow?" Desmond hesitated before shaking his head. He rubbed the back of his neck before grudgingly telling her otherwise. "Tonight. I want Blanche to get some rest, but I can only spare her another hour. The two of us have to get out of here as soon as possible." Looking over her shoulder, Eva could see the moonlight from the window shining down on Blanche's soft, light blonde hair. She swallowed. The poor child was going through so much so quickly, Blanche didn't have time to rest. No one did. Eva realised that she would be left on her own if Desmond and Blanche went without her. Then her heart caught on a new worry. What would happen if she stayed? She had nothing. And if the gang came to town, would they hunt her down? Fear flooded her heart. If she stayed, Gilligan Toth would surely find her. "All right." Eva nodded before squaring her shoulders. "I can't stay here either then, like Henry said. I'm coming with you. Chapter 12. There wasn't time for Desmond to be surprised. In fact, part of him was relieved to hear that Eva would be going with them. Get dressed and pack your things, Desmond told Eva, as he stood in the dimly lit hallway. You'll have to leave one of your bags behind, though. We have to travel light. All right? She made no argument. Taking a step back, she asked, Downstairs in 5 minutes? Desmond wavered before offering a nod. He inhaled as she closed the door and disappeared. This left him alone in the hallway, and probably for the better. She had opened the door, looking like a strange angel. The moonlight behind her had made something of a halo around her hair. That same hair that cascaded over her shoulders, emphasizing her face and clothing. He had taken one look and, realizing his mistake, tried not to stare. Then he glanced down at his own clothes. Frowning, he pulled his suspenders back up. Desmond had just gone downstairs to the back of the kitchen to pour some water in his empty basin when the sheriff showed up. Though exhausted, Desmond had listened to what the man had to say to him. The news Sheriff Abraham had given him had woken him up. It had been a lot of information all at once, confused between what the sheriff had been able to find out compared to what Desmond still didn't know. Had taken him a minute, but he had quickly realised what they were going to have to do. So he'd gone straight up to Eva, pretty Eva, with those soft lips and innocent eyes. Desmond shook his head before forcing himself to return to his room. He hadn't taken too many things out of his bag, so he put his few belongings back in and closed it. The bed he had for the night hadn't even been touched. He fixed his shoes, his shirt, and ran a hand through his hair. Desmond picked up his bag and headed down the stairs. They creaked under his weight. Any potential calm he had felt dissipated. Arriving in the lobby, he looked around cautiously. Sheriff Abraham had talked about finding some of Toth's men in town already. They must have been right on their heels when Ethan was driving that wagon. Just thinking about that made him sick to his stomach. I should have known, he growled to himself. Of course, we weren't safe. Desmond. He jerked his head up to find Eva standing on the bottom step. She was holding her bags with Blanche clinging to one of her sleeves. Eva was dressed again with her hair tied up. The hesitant young woman from earlier was gone as she offered him a sober expression. Her jaw and lips were tightened. Then there was Blanche. The young girl was rubbing her eyes with her free hand. Her clothes were wrinkled and she was yawning. Hopefully, they could get moving soon onto a wagon or something so that she could get some rest. They all needed sleep, but he supposed he would have to wait. Desmond didn't mind. He hadn't slept well in years. Most nights he was lucky to get a few hours of sleep. It's time to go, he told them. First, Desmond took one of the bags from Eva and went to the owners of the inn. He offered payment for keeping her bag safe for a few days. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too long. They agreed, and so it was time for them to go. This way, he muttered as he opened the door. There was a cool breeze that ruffled through his hair. He took one step out as he looked around. It was dark outside with the stars shining. There was still smoke in the distance that could be seen in the few street lamps that kept them from the blackness. A crescent moon was waning overhead. It was quiet. We're clear. Desmond stepped outside completely to make way for Eva and Blanche. They moved carefully, copying him as they went. None of them spoke again as he guided them back to the sheriff's office, making their way back onto Main Street. They found a few folks still in the streets. He stayed close to Eva and Blanche, hearing their shallow breathing as the three of them finally made it to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Abraham welcomed them in quickly and quietly. Waving them in, he closed the door right behind Desmond once the ladies were beside him. I just received a telegram, he announced in a hushed tone. There was a party that passed through Blue Briar. It's a small town on the border of South Dakota and Montana just a few days ago, and the sheriff there said that they'd seen a couple fitting Blanche's parents' descriptions. Looks like they were headed east. That was fast. Desmond inhaled deeply as he considered this, his heart hammered in his chest. All of this was much more than he usually had to deal with. Thinking hard, he nodded. All right. Well, we can't stay here. Sheriff Abraham frowned. No, I'm afraid not. I'd say this is the safest place to hide out since it's the biggest town until you get to Denver and Salt Lake. But this is how it is. Besides, you have to get moving if you want to catch up to her family. Eva gave him a nod, while Blanche looked around. The child was no longer bright-eyed and cheerful like she had been when they had explored the town. He wished he could give the girl back that comfort and peace. Hopefully she would have it again once she was with her mother and father. But that made him wonder. Why were they travelling away without their daughter? Nodding, he ran a hand through his hair. All right, then we head to Montana, he announced. Sheriff, what's the best way to get there? There aren't any stagecoaches for another 3 days, the man admitted. That one is headed straight to Idaho, and we're too far north here for any trains. There aren't a lot of options, especially if you want to get there fast. They had to, if the sheriff's suspicions were right. Toth and his gang had left White River and were on their way here to Little Westbury. They would soon arrive and be sniffing every corner for a sign of the three of them. Desmond met the sheriff's gaze. Horses, then. We'll need horses. And you'll need a guide, the sheriff told him. He took a step back as he brought forward a small bag. Here's some food for the road, a note for the livery stables as well, letting them know you need 2 horses. He automatically accepted the goods and then paused. A guide? It was true he didn't know this territory very well and had never been to Montana, but taking someone else on their journey was risky. Desmond wasn't sure how he felt about that idea. Not only might they be at risk of being with someone dangerous, but they might also put the guide in danger. Richard. Sheriff Abraham cleared his throat as he put his hands on his hips. Are you ready? The door to the sheriff's office had been cracked open. Now it was pushed open to reveal a man with skin the colour of dark clay, short black hair, and dark eyes that were set deeply in his broad face. A Sioux man, Desmond realised. He was on the shorter side with a brown collared shirt under an oilskin slicker. His jaw was clenched as he offered them a silent nod. The broad-brimmed hat on his head kept much of his face in shadow. Richard, Desmond repeated, keeping the name in mind as he offered the man a nod in return. You know where we're going. I do, he said in a low voice. His eyes fell on the women before turning to the sheriff. He took a deep breath before eventually saying, It's time. Sheriff Abraham followed them to the door while rubbing his hands. Off you go. Be careful, all of you, and see if you can make it to Bluebriar. I'll send any news that way, and if you need me, well, I'll be here. Thank you for your help, Desmond told him. He fixed the hat on his head and then headed out the door with the others. It was Richard who led them down the lane into an alley. Eva glanced back at Desmond, who nodded for her to continue following him. She held tightly to Blanche, both of them hurrying along. He kept up the rear. Loosening the strap over his revolver, Desmond kept his ears and eyes open to anyone who might be looking their way. Their guide brought them to the livery stables where a sleepy man opened the door and let them in. He yawned, half awake. Though he frowned at the letter that Desmond offered him from the sheriff, the man grudgingly offered up 2 horses. Richard's was right outside waiting for them. In just a few minutes, there were 2 horses saddled and ready. Desmond climbed into his saddle and then tugged Blanche up behind him. She could ride with him for a while, and then would eventually alternate with Eva. The young girl was slight enough not to be a problem. He felt her tighten her grip on his jacket and lean against him as he guided the horse out of the stables. Praying she felt safe for at least a while, Desmond shifted in the saddle before joining Eva and Richard, who were silently waiting for him. All of them had bags strapped to the saddles, ready for their journey. It was time for them to head into the unknown. All three of them exchanged looks. He wondered what was on their minds. Something told him that none of them had expected this to be their lives at that moment. It could only be around midnight now, he supposed, as he glanced up at the sky. Then he noticed Eva was anxiously biting her lip. He wondered if she should stay. But before he could ask her if that's what she wanted, Richard offered a low whistle and pointed to their left. They had to start moving. Their guide led the way as they kept to the shadows to escape Little Westbury. Every creak and voice they heard made Desmond look over his shoulder. He could see that Eva was doing the same. Her eyes were wide open, reminding him lightly of an owl in the night. He didn't blame her and wished he could say something to comfort the young woman. This wasn't what she had signed up for. Though pleased to find that she wasn't leaving his side yet, he couldn't help but grow curious about what was going on in her mind. Desmond was torn between keeping his eyes open for danger and keeping an eye on Eva. It had only taken her a minute to make up her mind. She had given him a look of determination as she told him that she was in danger if she stayed. Desmond knew this was true, but wanted to believe that she could hide away safely until they were gone and then go on to live a normal life. Now, he wasn't sure what that meant anymore. His thoughts consumed him as they made their way to the outskirts of town. It was there that a soft yellow light began to rise over the mountains. The sun was beginning to rise already. He had no idea of the time, but it must have been later than he had expected. Desmond watched as pink and orange hues streaked through the sky. Slowly, the sun began to rise, a golden orb bringing them warmth. Low on the land before them, as they started out of town, they found a thinning layer of mist rising off the ground. It created an eerily calm feeling in the air. This was a beautiful dawn, he realized, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Blanche soon slumped against him, clearly asleep. Richard continued to lead them along while occasionally glancing back to make sure they were still with him. He seemed a serious sort of man, with alert eyes. As for Eva, she swayed in the saddle for a short while before she seemed to pick herself up. Only a few minutes later could he hear her softly humming. He nudged his horse closer when he heard her singing. Her voice was soft and sweet, hardly above a whisper. Though like the wanderer, the sun gone down, Eva sang. Darkness be over me, my rest a stone, yet in my dreams I'd be nearer, my God, to thee, nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. What is that? He asked, unable to quell his curiosity. Her eyes widened. Oh, well, it's a hymn. You know, for church, she added when he didn't react. It's my favourite song, and it always makes me feel a little better. I know it's fairly new, but I thought everyone knew it. He should have known. Clearing his throat, he shook his head and said, I wouldn't know. I haven't been to church in, well, years. There was a lump in his throat as he confessed this to Eva. Why was he telling her? Desmond bit his tongue. There was something about her that was inviting. She pulled him in with those eyes of hers, and he couldn't help himself. Oh? Her gaze widened. Why not? He looked away. She wouldn't want to hear about his past anymore, and he didn't want to share it. His memories of his late wife and missing daughter were all he had. Yet those memories were beginning to fracture with time, and he clung to them dearly. If he spoke, he worried they might fade away like this morning mist. Is it because of them? Eva prompted in a quiet voice. Because of your family? Her words, soft as they may have sounded, were sharp knives in his heart. Desmond inhaled deeply with a grimace. A knot formed in his stomach as he wondered why she would think to talk to him like this. This wasn't her business. She had no right to talk about his family. Don't, he said defensively. My reasons are none of your business. Eva's mouth dropped open as she looked at him. He found himself regretting his tone and his words, for they were harsh. But it was too late. The words were said, and he felt that old aching pain in his heart all over again. He thought of Melody and Carrie, and it hurt. Gripping his reins, Desmond pushed ahead to ride alongside their guide instead of riding near Eva. She said nothing as he moved away. It was Blanche who spoke up a moment later. He hadn't realised that she was even awake. Tu étais impoli, rude. You were rude. Desmond flinched at her quiet and yet blunt manner. She was an honest child. Though he wanted to be furious with her, he bit his tongue, so he wouldn't say anything he might regret. He already had done it. That time, those words had come out more harshly than he had meant, but he didn't know how to take them back. Desmond swallowed hard as he looked over his shoulder at Eva. She had her head down and she had stopped humming. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. I know, Blanche. The bitter taste of regret reached his tongue, but he didn't know what to do. He ducked his head down to stare at the ground. Perhaps it was better that he didn't speak any longer. Just because his past was painful didn't give him a right to be cruel. Desmond knew this. But after spending the last couple of years hardly around anyone but his ranch hands, he realised that his manners needed some serious work. That was one more miracle to add to their list of needs for their journey. Chapter 13. Eva was completely exhausted. They didn't stop riding for hours. Even then, they only stopped for a short minute to drink, eat, stretch, and then get back into the saddle. When she was on the ground, her legs ached. They chafed now under her skirts and were still sore as she forced herself back into the saddle. Eva didn't want to be seen as weak, so she said nothing. Surely the men were much more comfortable on their saddles, so they said nothing. This left her to sit uncomfortably on the saddle while trying not to feel sorry for herself. On top of all that, she felt unwanted after the way Desmond snapped at her. He had moved forward to ride closer to their guide with Blanche sitting behind him. The three of them rode ahead with her bringing up the rear. It had been her decision to join them, and now she was wondering if she regretted it. No, she told herself. This was her only option. But it hurt to feel so ignored and unwanted in the thick silence between their small party. Eva squinted, expecting warmth as the sun rose high in the sky, but instead there was a cold wind that only grew stronger. She knew they'd had a very dry year, and there had only been patches of snow everywhere when she had been travelling to South Dakota. Shivering, she tightened her grip on the reins and pushed forward. Though freezing, she said nothing, because she didn't want Desmond angry at her, or Richard to be annoyed at her for being weak. It was beginning to feel like she was back home with her half-brothers. They would surely mock and berate her for being cold or tired, or anything else that she might struggle with. She decided it was best to just be quiet. They would have to stop eventually. Perhaps. Then she could take a break and grab her jacket. Eva shivered again as they rounded a hill and saw snow in the distance. A lot more snow. She waited for someone in their party to react as they reached this wintry place. The dried-out earth disappeared in minutes as the horses began to crunch through the snow. Richard had moved them off the main path some time ago, and she had no idea where they might be. We'll stop here. She jerked her head to see Richard pulling up under a large oak tree. The landscape had grown much rockier after their first stop, with more mountains and large trees. Their guide climbed down and then dug around in the snow with his hands until he brought out a rock. Eva watched as he moved forward to crouch down and suddenly slam the rock down. She jumped as she heard a loud break. Near their small clearing was a large pond. It was covered in snow, and now he'd broken the thin layer of ice to reach the fresh water underneath. Eva watched him break it further before leading his horse over. Her body ached, keeping her from moving quickly. Eva clutched the pommel as she lifted herself up and then slowly made it down onto the ground. Her legs throbbed. When she tried to take a step, she winced. "Drink up while you can," Richard told them as he broke more ice. Desmond handled the horses, making sure they drank up. Since they were occupied, she decided to step away. "Ouch! Ooh!" She groaned quietly to herself as she moved. "How is this so painful?" Breathing in deep, she clumsily made her way behind a few trees. She didn't want anyone to hear her complaining. She just wanted to check on her legs. Eva collapsed in a heap of her skirts. She took another look around to make sure she was alone. Then she tugged up her skirts and petticoats, wanting to check on her poor, chafed skin. She kept her ears tuned for anyone that might be around. Shaking from the cold, Eva grabbed a handful of snow and gently brushed it onto her legs. She winced at the tender parts and then let out a sigh. "What am I doing here?" She couldn't resist asking herself. "I'm such a fool. Rose was right. I'm not good enough for anything. If only my family knew." Tears began to fill her eyes as she thought of them laughing at her for being so stupid. She wasn't strong enough. The doubt and pain washed over her until she heard something crunch. Eva gasped. Looking around, she hurriedly pulled her skirts down. Then she dried her tears. She was just about to try and get up when she froze and fell back over. It was Richard. The man eyed her warily before walking over. Eva tried to think of some explanation for why she was sitting in the snow and shivering, but she stopped as he offered a small clay pot. "You looked uncomfortable in the saddle," Richard said. "My grandmother prepared this salve for me when I was home last. It helps with the long hours in the saddle." She continued staring at him. This was the most that he had said to them so far. To her. Richard's lip quirked up on one side. "My mother told me, if you insist on using a saddle like a white man, Ishtasapa, then you will need a salve for your ass like a white man. So here it is." It sounded like a joke. Caught by surprise, a laugh escaped her lips. She covered her mouth and shook her head. He was helping her, she realised. He didn't hate her after all, like her deepest thoughts had been saying. There was no mocking in his voice either. She sniffled, accepting the clay pot. It smelled earthy, with a hint of something else that she couldn't quite place. Eva blinked back tears of gratitude. "Thank you," she managed. Clearing her throat, she added, "Your grandmother sounds like she is quite a firebrand." The man offered her a smile in return, but it was very tight. She was... Her heart softened as she realised what he was saying. "I'm sorry for your loss," she murmured. Richard straightened up as he brushed the emotion off his face. Before he left her, however, she thought of one more thing. "Richard, you said what did you say?" He turned back and said, "Ishtasapa. My Lakota name. Richard is just English." Oh, she thought quickly. It made sense, she thought, though it hadn't occurred to her until then. "Well, would you rather be called Ishtasapa?" Richard's eyes widened. Eva didn't think the man could be startled, but this proved otherwise. Her cheeks heated up as he stared at her. Eva prayed she hadn't just insulted him. "My mother gave me that name," he answered slowly. "Yes, I would prefer to be called that." Relief flooded her body. Eva tightened her grip on the small clay pot. All right. Then thank you, Ishtasapa, for this. I'm very grateful. He put a hand on his chest before offering a slight nod. And I. Put some salve on and join us. When you ride, wrap your skirts more securely around your legs. It will reduce the friction. Richard took a step back and then hesitated. You are a brave woman. You travel for a child who isn't your blood. She's very grateful, I think. We all are. The man gave her a nod and walked away. It was better that way, Eva thought, as she felt the emotions rise within her. She watched him leave as her chest heaved. There were no words for the feelings fluttering inside her stomach. No one ever thanked her for what she did. In all her life, her stepmother and half-brothers had never used those words. She sniffled. Eva thought about sitting there for a while, but the snow had seeped through all her layers. Wincing, she quickly opened the pot and carefully applied the salve to her red legs. It was thick but spread well and stayed without being too sticky. Standing up, Eva took a deep breath. She felt shaky but much better than before, now renewed with determination. She could do this, Eva told herself, and she was going to make it. Holding the clay pot carefully, she made her way back. Eva felt her heart grow a lot lighter. Eva! Her grip on the pot tightened as Desmond stepped up to her and then looked her over. She felt her cheeks grow pink as she knew he must have noticed the wet splotches all across her skirts. But she wasn't about to tell him what happened. The man had made it clear he didn't want her around. Yes, she asked when he didn't continue. An awkward tension built around them. Earlier, he started in a soft voice. I shouldn't have been rude to you. All you did was ask a question. I'm sorry. It was a day filled with surprises. To hear the grown man noticing his mistake in snapping at her, for apologising, something changed. She forgot all about being cold. Thank you, Eva told him. Then she owned up to her own mistake. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have pried. I won't do it again. Nor I. The tension faded. She gave him a relieved smile, and he returned it. The man had a very nice smile, she noticed, though he hardly ever wore it. That smile of his made her think of all the small moments where he had been gentle and kind. We need to keep moving. Ishtasapa interrupted them. When neither of them said another word, Eva hurried over to Ishtasapa to offer the clay pot back, saying with a simple, "Thank you." Eva. Blanche skipped over from where she had been poking a tree with a stick. Can I go with you? On your cheval. Once she climbed back into the saddle, carefully tucking her skirts more firmly around her legs, Desmond helped Blanche up. Cheval? Eva asked. Does that mean horse? Oui. The girl giggled. Eva beamed, chuckling. Oh, I know that. That means yes, doesn't it? Your French is beautiful, Blanche. I used to know a few words myself, but I can't quite recall any. The two of them talked eagerly as they started moving. With Blanche's ready smiles, Eva could forget about the chafing in her legs. As Blanche sang a French nursery rhyme off-key, Eva smiled. She glanced at the two men in their party. They did care, she realised, and they were a team. Warm comfort flooded her chest. She was feeling more alive than ever before. They could do this, she realised. She could do this. Chapter 14. Ishtasapa. Richard, or rather Ishtasapa, and Eva nodded their heads. They had just told Desmond, so he was making sure he was saying the man's name correctly. He had no qualms over using another name, especially if that's what Ishtasapa preferred. When they started off early that morning, Desmond had been in an irritated mood with little hope of light ahead for them, but now he had apologised to Eva. Ishtasapa was friendlier, and Blanche was happy. Their journey seemed to move a lot smoother for the next couple of hours while they trudged along. Ishtasapa stayed quiet for the most part as he led them ahead. He occasionally pointed out spots to avoid, or where they were going to turn next. The man didn't talk much, but it was clear in the way he held himself that he felt more comfortable ever since they started using his Lakota name. What surprised him was that Eva had been the one to bring it up. Shortly after finishing her playful conversation with Blanche about the French language, she had turned to Desmond and told him that she wouldn't be using the name Richard any longer. It was hard not to be impressed. He glanced over to Eva and Blanche frequently. They went through lulls of comfortable silence before bursting into giggles and talking. Between the two of them, they kept finding things to talk about. Luckily, they kept their voices soft. Desmond could make out most of what they said without too much trouble, but it wasn't loud enough to scare away animals or attract any possible attention. They were still out there in the middle of nowhere. Not a town was in sight. We'll camp here, Ishtasapa decided, and pointed to a nearby grove just to their left. He set off to survey the area and look back over the distance they had covered to make sure that they hadn't been followed. This left the three of them to make camp. Already the sun was beginning to drop, which meant they would have to move quickly. Desmond left the horses by the water as he returned to Eva and Blanche, who were rubbing their arms while looking around curiously. "Can you start a fire?" Desmond asked Eva. She was ready to nod, but then stopped to look around. There were a few inches of snow on the ground. Twigs and branches were everywhere from the trees nearby, but it would take a bit of work. "I don't know," Eva admitted after a minute. "I can start one in a fireplace and a stove, but what do I do out here?" The young woman looked up at him with a sheepish expression. Though she clearly had no idea of how to set up camp with that look, Desmond found himself glad that she wasn't complaining about the work that they were going to have to do. "Je sais, I can help," Blanche piped up. Desmond and Eva shared a look before nodding. He watched as she turned to the young girl. "All right. What do I do?" "Clear the snow," she answered. "And wood. We need wood." Once the girl started scrambling around, Eva shared a quick smile with Desmond before following after her. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the young girl show Eva just what to do. Remembering how Blanche had mentioned her family was always moving, he realised that she must have lived in a tent or an open-air camp for most of her life. It was a strange way to raise a child, but right now it certainly came in handy. "Stones, too," Desmond pointed out. He tended to the horses, brushing them down and making sure they found something edible from the nearby plants. Meanwhile, he stayed close to help Eva and Blanche. The girl knew the basics, and he chipped in with explanations to Eva's questions and concerns. Altogether, the three of them had camp set up sooner than he had expected. "Well," Eva turned to him hopefully, "did I do all right for my first time setting up camp?" A smile spread across his face. "It's better than I expected." She narrowed her eyes for a second before chuckling. "One would never guess you grew up in a city." Eva chuckled. "Thank you, I think. I did sign up for this adventure, didn't I? What more can I do now?" "We need Fu," said Blanche as she clapped her hands together. Then she shivered and pulled the coat that was several times too big for her closer around her shoulders. "Fire! Yes." He gave her a nod. "That's right. Here, Eva, is how you do it." Desmond explained the process as Eva and Blanche watched carefully until a spark flew. Eva gasped in amazement, grinning at him, as he carefully began to build that small flame into a fire for the evening. Once the fire was built, Desmond brought out the bedrolls. They had 4 of those along with 2 blankets. He set them out, though he wasn't certain where Ishtasapa might want to put his own. Look! Blanche cried out after placing hers down. He turned to her to find the child kicking her feet up so that she was doing a headstand. Eva was looking as well and started to clap. The two of them exchanged a look before Blanche squealed. Though she started to fall, she caught herself and did a somersault on her bedroll. "Well done!" Eva cheered for her. "That was beautiful." As Desmond watched the two of them, he felt old, painful memories resurfacing. They felt like echoes in the corners of his heart as he thought of his wife and daughter. The two of them had always been so happy and bubbly. The pain of the past pulled the smile from his face. He couldn't look at Eva and Blanche any longer. His heart thudded loudly in his chest as he tried to push back the misery trying to claw its way into his soul. Standing up, he moved away to check on the horses. Trying to clear his mind, Desmond roped the horses to the nearest tree so they would still have enough room to eat and drink as they wanted to. Behind him, Blanche and Eva were still giggling. He was just thinking up an excuse to step away for a minute when the young girl cried out, "Food!" Desmond turned around to find Ishtasapa had returned. The man carried two limp objects. It took a moment to realise that they were prairie chickens. The two of them had already been plucked and gutted, he noticed, someplace else. Keeping those remains far away would help keep wild animals back. The laughter was gone as everyone hurried to help prepare their supper. Desmond grudgingly returned to his party. By then, the sun had set. "It's so quiet out here," Eva murmured, before being given her dinner. "Oh, thank you." "You will hear the wolves soon," Ishtasapa assured her. He gave Desmond his share, and then Blanche hers. Taking the last piece, he settled on the ground. "There will be no sea of people here, but trust me, you'll hear the trees and animals talking soon." He looked at his party, wondering how this had happened. It had been 3 days since everything had changed. Part of him wondered if anything would ever be normal again, but he wasn't certain what normal meant any longer. Blanche Duran had appeared out of nowhere. She was a random child who had wandered into his life. Though he supposed he could have just handed her over to the sheriff or someone else to be taken care of, that had never crossed his mind. She had come to him, and he had the responsibility now to help her. He couldn't let another helpless child go missing. Carrie would have been close to Blanche's age. Desmond felt certain that the two girls would have gotten along with their energetic smiles and hopeful attitudes. His heart ached over the memory of losing his daughter. Though he hadn't been able to save his own child, he could at least do this for someone else's daughter, even if this was the only kid that he was ever going to bring back as if from the grave. He had to do it. Eva's laughter cut through his thoughts as Blanche made a silly face. "You look like a cow, Blanche." "Well done. Here's a pig." She lifted her nose with her finger, making the child burst into giggles. The young woman was another surprise that had caught him off guard. When Henry first mentioned her, and then when they met, she had continued to impress him. There she was, addressing their guide by his Lakota name, laughing with Blanche, and taking the madness of their situation in stride. He couldn't help but admire her courage. She was much stronger than he could have imagined. Ava was proving that she was capable of anything out there. One day, Desmond knew she would make a lucky man, an excellent wife and partner. His heart yearned to feel that connection again. He missed Melody greatly and remembered what it was like to have a companion by his side. Gripping his canteen tightly, Desmond forced himself to look away. He couldn't be that man. Eva deserved someone who wasn't broken, someone who was ready for an exciting life with her. "Desmond?" He jerked his head up as she gave him a hopeful smile. "Are you all right?" Swallowing the lump in his throat, he nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. Just tired." He glanced around their party before saying, "I think I'll retire now. Can you put out the last of the fire?" Ishtasapa gave him a nod. Desmond stood up and wiped his hands as he moved back to his bedroll. The conversation slowly picked back up around the fire. It made for a comfortable humming as he pulled off his hat and boots before burrowing under his blanket. He wanted to sleep, but mostly he ended up staring at the thousands of stars overhead that twinkled in the night sky. Bitter-sweet memories of the past flooded his thoughts even as he tried to push them away. Eventually, he was free of them once he fell asleep. Chapter 15. There was the stench of river water and dead fish. Finding a broken wooden barrel beside him, Gilligan Toth gave it a hard kick. He grimaced as he looked around him. With two of his men, he stood in the doorway of a mouldering warehouse beside the river docks. It was a good hiding spot, one that kept them right in town, but outside the eyes of the law. Sheriff Abraham was known in the area for being a stickler for the law, but Gilligan had a feeling that the man wouldn't be too much trouble. He was older and had a few deputies to rely on. Usually that meant he was tired of doing the footwork and wanted to sit at his desk. The man would be soft and unprepared. Gilligan decided that he wouldn't be a problem. If they needed to talk, he would talk to the sheriff, and he'd bring his gun with him. But the sheriff wasn't his concern. He was just another pawn that could be dealt with. What he needed now was Mikey, little Mikey with his weaselly face and quiet tread. The young man had desperately wanted to join his gang 2 years ago, and Gilligan had grudgingly allowed it. Though he wouldn't admit it, the young man had come in quite handy several times before. "Where is he?" he demanded in the silent air. His men shifted restlessly. He hoped they knew that they meant little right then. Both of them had offered to stay behind with him to keep watch. It was a big town, and anything could happen, they reasoned, but he knew why they were really hiding. Both of them were wanted in Little Westbury. Yellow-bellied fools, that's what they were. "I'm sure he'll be here soon," the one on his left offered as he leaned against the open door. Harold, the old fool who couldn't shoot straight any longer, looked around before taking a step back into the shadows. "In case he isn't, we should probably close these doors. Can't have ourselves getting exposed like this." Any strength he had in his voice faded as Toth shot him a harsh glare. It was Harold's fault that this wasn't over. If he had shot the man on the road, then everything would be fine. They'd have the kid and be on their way to Vermont. But now, there they were, wasting their time in this ridiculously crowded town. He thought again about heading back into the streets. It would let everyone get to work faster, spreading out so no rock was left unturned. They would surely have that kid in their hands within the hour. Pacing back and forth, Toth argued with himself. It was the fastest strategy, but it was also foolhardy. Already the youngest in the group, loudmouthed Davidson, had been caught drinking heavily in a saloon. Mikey had been there with him where they were supposed to be inquiring for gossip about a party of 3 with a kid who had arrived in town. But Davidson had unscrewed the cork and he hadn't stopped. To his everlasting disgust, Davidson had started himself a brawl and had been dragged away by the sheriff. Going around themselves would be fast, and he wouldn't mind letting out some anger with some good-hearted threats and violence. But he needed stealth. The more people who knew where he was, the more fools entertained the idea of getting rid of the outlaw themselves. The notches on Toth's gun for his victories had practically doubled because of that. "Toth!" he swore loudly, turning around. The skinny one of his 2 men held up a faint lantern to reveal the owner of the voice, even though they already knew who it had to be. Little Mikey, just a hair over 5 feet tall, with the nastiest look on his ugly face, stood against the wall beside them. He had crept up within an arm's reach without any of them knowing. Though Toth was furious at being caught off guard, part of him couldn't help but be impressed once again with his stealth abilities. "What have I told you about sneaking up on me like that?" he demanded. hands balled into fists. He had half a mind to deck the young fool to teach him a lesson, but he held himself back at the last moment as he remembered that he needed to first learn what the young man had found out. After that, Gilligan thought, anything could happen. "Sorry, boss," the young man said as his nose twitched. It only made him look even more like a weasel. Didn't mean to. Soft feet, you know. He had never cared for pleasantries or small conversation. What did you learn? They were going to be late. He had been forced to wire a message back in White River to let the folks in Vermont know that he would be a little later than expected. It had irritated him so badly that he had hardly slept. If this didn't go well, he was out of some serious money. All he needed to do was prop himself as a thief for new parents, and he would have enough money to last him 5 lifetimes. Just thinking about all that money made him salivate. But he couldn't do any of that without turning the kid over, and he couldn't do that without the kid in tow. They had only a few days to fix this, he had figured out, or this entire mission was put to waste. Mikey glanced up at him apprehensively before looking away, all shifty-eyed. "They're gone." Gilligan grabbed the broken barrel and threw it at the wall. He was further disappointed that Harold moved out of the way in time. Growling, he hurried over and kicked the remaining boards that hadn't fallen apart. "How is that possible?" he snapped. "It can't be. We just had them. We had them." When he had come out from sending that wire, Gilligan had caught sight of a particular wagon heading out of White River. It was loaded with skins, so he thought nothing of it. Nothing until he saw a boot peek out from underneath an animal fur before disappearing. It had taken some time to collect all of his men. By that point, they were a few hours behind the wagon. Gilligan knew they had been lucky to catch sight of that, and to know there was only one town in that direction. But they headed out to Little Westbury, arriving just after sunset. Immediately he had sent his men off in pairs. 6 of them had gone, while 2 remained in hiding with him. Everything had been set up perfectly until Davidson had gotten drunk. "I don't know how." Mikey's voice called him back to the present. "But they're gone. Lady at the inn said they were gone before morning." He swore and kicked the door. "They left in the night. That fool Davidson must have given us away. I'll have his hide for that. It's been all day. Too much time has been wasted now. Where are they? Which direction did they take?" Stomping over to Mikey, he grabbed the young man by the collar. All he did was put up his hands in defeat. "I don't know." Then he wrestled himself free before wrinkling his nose. "Come on, Toth. Don't shoot the messenger. I told you what I found out." Gilligan's gaze narrowed. "That's not enough for me, Mikey. I need details. I need to know where they went. I don't care what you have to do, but I'm not losing that kid." She was worth a lot of money to the right people. He had everything set up. All he needed was her, and he needed his men to pick themselves up, or he'd get rid of all of them himself. Scratching his head, the young man glanced around at the others. "I don't know." The innkeeper didn't know anything more. Said that they left late. Weren't headed out of town, though. Headed down the south road instead, she thought. But I told her she was crazy. No reason for them to go south. He was right. Why would they go south? Gilligan frowned, scratching his stubbly beard. They needed something there, then. "Guess it could be the sheriff's office," Mikey suggested. "That's there, just past town square. But I don't know why." That was it. Gilligan started up. With pursed lips, he gritted his teeth and picked up Harold's rifle to hand it over to the man. "Get the others!" Soon they were all gathered in the dark of the warehouse. Mikey had rolled a smoke as he stood beside Harold and Roberts, who had been with him through the late afternoon. Among them was Benny, with his missing ear and balding head. Pen with his white blonde hair, and limp and cross-eyed Ricardo. "We're paying the sheriff a little visit," Gilligan announced, before telling them his plan. He assigned each of them to a task, telling them they had better be prepared to keep moving forward or get left behind. "What about Davidson?" one of them asked him. Gilligan spat in the dirt at their feet. "He's done, so let's go." By the time they were done talking, the sun had set. It was the perfect cover for them as Gilligan led his men out into the streets. They split up and started to make their way across town. They all moved quietly with their hats pulled down over their heads. It wasn't hard to find the sheriff's office. He waited until his men were in position all around the small building. Harold stood beside him, facing into the street. The man breathed heavily as he clutched his gun, eyes wide to watch out for trouble. Gilligan pulled out his pistol. It was cold to the touch, but he knew it would warm up soon. This gun of his was like an extension of his body, and he knew it well. After motioning to his men, Gilligan started up the steps quietly. The evening was late, and they had waited in tense silence for everyone to leave. As expected, the sheriff was still there and now on his own. It was all Gilligan needed. He crept through the front door, breathing softly. There was a soft clacking in the next room as he looked around. It took a moment to recognize the sound of a telephone. "Hello." Sheriff Abraham started talking. His door was cracked open to the hall so Gilligan could see the man with a black phone held up to his ear. From the corner of his eye, he saw the back door open for 2 of his men to start creeping through. He nudged them to come over before he pointed his gun at the sheriff. The man was seated, focused at his desk, not knowing how much trouble he was in now. All he had to do was cock the hammer. It gave a loud click, finally garnering the sheriff's attention. The man was surrounded in every direction. There was no way he was getting out of this. The sheriff looked up with his eyes wide, filled with fear. The phone clattered onto the desk. Gilligan smirked, feeling a twist of delight running up his spine. "Heard you've been looking for me, Sheriff Abraham," he announced as he stepped through the doorway. Behind him, his gang followed. "Now, why don't we sit down and have a little talk about a certain little girl?" Chapter 16. It was Eva's 3rd day with Desmond and Blanche. She woke up alert and with aching muscles. As Eva sat around the fireplace eating stale biscuits, she wondered how it had been such a short amount of time. So much had happened so quickly, and she hardly knew what to think. She sat on her bedroll with her coat wrapped tightly around her. It's going to snow. She looked up at Ishtasapa as he returned to their little circle after scouting the area. "Then we should start moving," replied Desmond. He wiped his hands on his pants and stood up to start removing signs that they had been there. "Anyone around us?" Their guide shook his head. "Number, we may have lost them." It brought a small semblance of relief to her, but at the same time, she couldn't help but look over her shoulder. Eva remembered that her first dream had been one where she was being chased through a blizzard. She couldn't see who she was with or who was chasing her. It had only increased the horror that tapped her spine and blinded her common sense. She had hated it, finally waking herself up in the darkness. She had sat up slightly on her elbow, shifting on the ground, to find Desmond's eyes open and watching her from the campfire. When she had looked over, he had given her a nod, without saying anything. Now, Eva didn't know if that was even real. It hardly seemed possible. Her gaze flickered to Desmond, but he was on his feet and working with the horses. She recalled feeling safe and melting away into other dreams. Whatever happened was over now. "All right, time to go," Desmond called, just loud enough to be heard. She made her way into the saddle, watching Blanche join Desmond on his horse. The girl looked over at her and beamed with the day ahead of them. Eva wanted to be excited as well, but she still looked over her shoulder before they started off. Ishtasapa was a good guide, but thinking over what he said, she knew that was no guarantee that they had left that gang back in the dust. After all, they thought they had done that in Little Westbury, but the gang had caught up to them by nightfall. They rode on. Ishtasapa stayed in the lead, guiding them through plains and through the hills. The landscape around them varied greatly, except for the snow that remained constant on the ground. After all, she had forgotten it was winter. December had begun just the other week. Their schedule remained very much the same, a comfortable pattern that worked for all of them. She would ride with her party for hours. A few breaks would be taken to allow the horses to rest and for them to stretch their legs. Every time they did this, Blanche would switch riders. The young girl was energetic and liked to talk about everything. With this part of the world being closer to what she was used to, she could tell them the names of trees and about stories of what she had done in the snow. Eva loved to hear her stories, enjoying the girl's sweet accent and cheerful demeanour. For a child who had gone through so much, it was hopeful to hear her chattering away. These rides also allowed her to talk with Ishtasapa. He knew the territory well and had his own stories about his ancestors. She learned about how they used to roam these lands with the seasons, never staying in one place for very long. His people would hunt for only what they needed, and like other natives, would grow their winter supplies at their summer camps. He had stories of his beliefs as well, nothing like those in the Bible, which fascinated her most of all. They were very good stories that often put Blanche to sleep. Riding in the saddle was sore and uncomfortable, but Eva grew accustomed to it. Ishtasapa offered her some more of the cream to use. That greatly helped ease the irritation in her legs. In the evenings, she would stumble out of the saddle and over to their newest camping spot to take a breath and then help set everything up. On the third day, she finally gathered the courage to talk to Desmond. He had been silent for the last couple of days, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Eva wondered if that was on purpose or what he had preferred, and then she began to wonder a lot more about him. Upon meeting, he had clearly shown himself to be the type of man who wanted to keep to himself and put the world at a distance. But he had also been willing to drop everything in order to help Blanche. Those were two conflicting characteristics that she wasn't sure how could work together. Eva glanced over her shoulder as she slowed her horse down. With him keeping up the rear so that he could keep an eye out for trouble behind them, she tried to think of what to say to him. She couldn't poke into his past, she knew, for that had not gone well before. But she wanted to talk to him. There was no explaining this desire. Eva continuously looked his way, wondering what he was thinking, and wished they would talk. She just wanted to understand the man. "Hello, Desmond," she ventured with a hopeful smile. "Staying warm?" He shifted in his jacket before nodding. "And you?" "Yes, thank you." She beamed with a smile. Eva glanced around as she cleared her throat. "You know, you should hear some of Blanche's stories. She's a very clever girl. I don't think I've ever met anyone as intelligent as her at her age." The girl had to be a safe subject, she thought, and Eva was proven right. Desmond nodded. "She is. Smart kid. Glad she was able to escape that gang back in White River." Her smile faltered as she looked away. The gang, of course. Her grip on the reins tightened, making her horse adjust with a small sound. For a minute, she thought she might forget it again. She swallowed and looked over her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Eva inhaled sharply as she turned back to him. "Oh, nothing. Well..." She hesitated when he raised an eyebrow at her, clearly not believing that. "It's just... I know we haven't seen them for a few days, and I should feel more, well, secure, I suppose. But I keep waiting for another bullet to whip through the air and get me this time. It's hard not to be scared." His eyes widened. "You've been scared all this time?" "Yes, she answered cautiously, wondering why he would ask it like that. Desmond shook his head. I wouldn't have guessed, Eva. I'm sorry. I would have never known you were afraid. You've been confident all along. He pointed out when her eyes widened. You've smiled and laughed and sung with Blanche. The two of you get along so well. You have a lot of courage. I think you've had a good hand in keeping her feeling safe and happy. Her heart warmed at the generous compliments. The man's voice was hoarse, but did nothing to take away from the kindness. Thank you, murmured Eva at last, not knowing what else to say. Desmond nodded. He took a long look around them before turning back to her. She could tell he had been thinking hard before he asked. You could have kept moving on your own. In another direction from Toth, perhaps. I don't think he would have followed after you. Why did you choose to come with us if you're scared? Eva opened her mouth to answer, but stopped. She pressed her lips together as she thought about what he was asking her. Lifting her gaze to meet his, she could see him waiting patiently to listen. He was pretty good at that, she thought, listening and waiting and helping others. Did he know what a good man he was? Eva wanted to compliment him, but she wasn't sure she would be able to stop once she got started. She had a feeling he wasn't used to receiving compliments too often and might not take it well. There were so many words tugging at her lips as she contemplated what to say. It was a loaded question, Eva supposed. She wanted to protect Blanche. She knew that she would be safe with Desmond there, and she didn't really want to leave his side. Her body had been sore, and she lived worriedly looking over her shoulder. But it had been so reassuring to find him right there. Eva didn't understand the deep feelings building within her. All she knew was that she hoped this time with him would never end. But how could she say all this? I'm not sure. She started slowly. Her mouth felt terribly parched. I was afraid. I think of what might happen once I was alone. Foolish, isn't it? But I've never really been on my own before. I don't know what I would do or where I would go. You can do anything you set your mind to, he assured her. She gave a small smile with a shrug of her shoulders. Perhaps, but I also wanted to come with you, to help Blanche, she added after a heartbeat. I want her to be okay. When she looked at Desmond, he was nodding. I'm glad you came, he told her. She felt her heart skip a beat. Then he continued on with, I think you're seeing what you are capable of. Aren't you? Her eyes widened. She thought about it and then agreed. Yes, I'm doing more than I ever thought I would, and it's only been a couple of days. If I can keep doing this, then I can prove to myself that I'm so much more than what my stepmother thought I would ever amount to. She thought I would come crying back to her to live under her thumb, cleaning her house and cooking for her for the rest of my life. But I'm not. I'm doing, well, this. Eva didn't mean to ramble. Her cheeks flushed as she found Desmond still watching her. She hoped he didn't think she was childish. There was one more thing she could say, but it was about him. She just wasn't sure how to tell him that she was happy to be spending this time with him. Though afraid and in the middle of nowhere, Eva didn't want to be anywhere else. She wanted to be right beside Desmond. Chapter 17. Desmond listened to Eva carefully. She seemed to say so much in so little, yet there was a lot that he didn't understand. Clearly, she did not come from a good family. Every time she mentioned them, her voice dropped an octave in tone, and it made him worry that she didn't understand what a good person she was. And yet, no matter what had happened in her past, Eva was so ready to overcome her trials and tribulations. He could hear the hope in her voice, even after all that she had gone through. Though scared, she didn't let it stop her from singing with Blanche and talking with Ishtasapa. He couldn't help himself from admiring the young woman. She had taken everything so well that he had begun to wonder if she even realized they were in danger. But her confession now told him otherwise. She did know, and she did care. Yet Desmond wasn't relieved to hear that she was scared. He had heard the tremor in her voice, and had seen the doubt in her eyes. She was troubled, no matter how widely she smiled. "The unknown is scary," he said slowly. "I can understand that." Eva looked over at him from her saddle. He could see that she held tightly to the reins, having noticed his horse's reaction a few moments ago. Though he thought he had been paying close attention to her, he now realized this wasn't true, or at least he had never noticed the fear she worked so hard to hide. "Yes," she mused with a forced smile. "I thought I would get used to it by now, don't you? We've been on the road for a couple of days now. It's been beautiful and strange. The days are fine, but at night, well, I don't know what to think. I slept well the first night out here, but I haven't slept well since." He remembered that first night. Desmond and Ishtasapa had debated on holding watch before finally agreeing to switch every couple of hours. They didn't want to worry the girls, so they had said nothing of it. Ishtasapa would stay up for the first couple of hours, and then it would be Desmond's turn. But he felt so wired that Desmond had laid in his bed staring up at the stars above them. He told himself he needed the rest. They hadn't slept the night before, and his body needed it. Just as he was finally beginning to drift off, he heard a small gasp and saw Eva looking around. He had offered her a short nod of assurance. Words hadn't come to him. The young woman had stared at him for a moment, before grudgingly curling back up in her bedroll. She had quickly drifted off to sleep, and then Desmond had as well. Both had woken early in the morning. He had gone to Ishtasapa with a frown, reminding him of their agreement. Desmond's lips twitched at the memory. Their guide had just given him a critical look and said that having him stay up would have been useless. After that, they had finally started to take turns at night to make sure all was well. There was no reason to hold a grudge, and though they were both getting less sleep than the girls, they were used to such a habit. Now, Desmond looked over at Eva thoughtfully. "It can be hard," he agreed. "Travelling like this. It's hard. But it won't be forever. When I was younger, making my way to White Rock, I spent a lot of days and nights like this." That caught her attention. She nudged her horse closer to his, with light in her eyes. "When were you making your way to White Rock? I assumed you've always been there," she added with a sheepish smile. Eva brushed her hair back over her shoulders. It was loosely tied in a braid that was already falling apart. He noticed there was a strand sticking to her lips that he couldn't take his eyes off of. A faint smile graced his lips. "Ohio. Henry and I came west from a small town in Ohio. There was nothing left for us. Our parents were gone. We didn't have anything but a few dollars and our horses. So we started moving." "How? And you wanted to come here? I mean, to White River?" He nearly chuckled. It was nice to remember back to a time when there was eagerness to do something with his life. Back then, he had no idea how things would end up. The world was laid out before him, waiting. "We thought we would end up in Texas, but it was a good spot that we found back in town. The land was promising and we grew tired of living in the saddle. So we stopped. He bought land on the west side of town, and I bought mine on the south." "Not next to each other?" asked Eva with a confused look. "Why not?" Desmond shrugged before answering with, "It didn't work out, but it has done well for us both." She nodded, thinking about what he said for a few moments. He could tell she was mulling it over in her head. As he grew curious about what she thought of his actions, Desmond wondered why he was telling her all of this. Usually he didn't talk much, but with her it was different. He also found himself sharing more about his past with her than he had expected. Part of him wanted to tell her, to share his story. "I'm sorry," Eva offered up. About you losing your family, I mean." That wasn't what he expected. His heart softened at her tone, for she clearly spoke from experience. "It was a hard life," Desmond sighed. "I lived with my sister for a few years with her family, but we were born several years apart. We never knew one another. She writes me a letter every year." Eva was quiet for a moment. It gave him time to think frankly of his sister, Elizabeth. She had married young and left home to move a town away. When his parents passed, he joined her there. That's where he had met Henry. It had only taken them 2 years of odd jobs to gather enough funds to search out a better life. Freeing days, he recalled, but they were also terribly hard. His thoughts started to wander before he pulled them back. Those days were over and would never come back again. He would never be that optimistic young man with the world ahead of him again. Too much had happened. Too much had hurt him. But even then, he found himself talking intimately with Eva as they rode along. She asked him questions about his past, very carefully worded. It didn't take him long to realise she was avoiding the topic of his family. Desmond found himself grateful for this as they talked. As they moved along, Eva had stories to share as well, the two of them bonding so slowly that he never even noticed. "It was a big step you took," Eva told him. "To step into the unknown? That is, well, at least I knew what I was getting myself into when I came west. That is, I thought I did," she added with a sheepish grin. "But all the same, It's very impressive what you've been able to achieve, Desmond." This was an unexpected compliment, as was the kind smile she gave him. He looked away, unable to return her gaze. "We do what we must, and you've done the same," Desmond added quickly. "You took your own risk by coming out to be with someone you had never really met, and now you're here." Eva gave him a weak smile. "That is true." "You've kept your head when your plans fell apart," he told her pointedly. "I don't know many other people so strong. You've handled everything very well. If I had come to South Dakota with expectations of a life that didn't come together, after all that hope, I don't know what I would do." He said those words, knowing part of it was his fault. He wasn't ready to marry someone, especially not when his friend had sprung this on him out of nowhere. "You're too generous with your words," Eva said. Then she smiled over at him. "But thank you." Talking to Eva was getting easier every day. It had been less than a week, but everything felt so different than when they had run into each other on the road. "I'm just honest," said Desmond. "I mean it. You've done a lot. If you can leap into a situation like this and find your feet, then I'd say you're capable of anything. Your family should be proud of you. I'm sorry they've been so horrible to you." Just then, his horse stopped in its tracks and pawed the ground. Her horse followed and did the same thing. Furrowing his brow, Desmond urged the animal to keep going. There was no reason to stop. Yet their strange behaviour continued as they looked around and tried to turn a few times. Desmond kept a firm hand on the reins as he tried to focus on Eva. Her brow furrowed, her smile drooping slightly. "Thank you. That's very kind." Then she shook her head. Eva shrugged her shoulders as though she were uncomfortable with the praise. "Though truly, I never had much of a choice coming with you. When you think about it, this was the only sure way to stay alive." Desmond considered that. He worried it was true, but didn't want to say that. Offering a simple nod, he glanced toward Ishtasapa and Blanche. Since he had started talking with Eva, the two of them had slowed down a good bit. This put their guide and the child farther ahead by almost half a mile. There were grey clouds towering above them, he noticed, darkening the sky. He had to squint to get a good view of the two. A storm, from the looks of it, was about to hit them soon. An uneasy feeling reached his gut to hold him tight. Was this why the horses were acting up? Desmond. He turned to Eva. Yes. She bit her lip and then tentatively asked him, "Why did you decide to help Blanche? I mean, more than, well, to come all this way? If the sheriff could have helped himself." It was a fair question, but it still made his stomach drop. His mind immediately turned to thoughts of his wife and daughter. He would carry the guilt of losing them for the rest of his life. It wasn't something he could just move on from. How could he tell her something like that? How could she understand? Desmond weighed his options. His tongue felt heavy as he fought his emotions. After all they had been through thus far, and after all of these intimate conversations, he couldn't help but trust Eva. He was just wondering how much he wanted to share with her when a thundering sound came toward them. Jerking his head up, he found Ishtasapa riding toward them. He galloped with his head low enough that Desmond could see Blanche peeking up over his shoulder. "What?" Eva started. Their guide was waving an arm in the air. Desmond put out a hand to Eva, so that they both slowed down. He had no idea what was going on, but unease filled his gut. His horse's ears flickered twice, as though it had picked up something. Ishtasapa was shouting at them. It took a moment for them to understand what was being said, but Desmond lifted his gaze to finally see where the man was pointing. After that, words were not needed. He stopped his horse and gaped. "Twister!" Ishtasapa hollered. Chapter 18. It didn't seem real. Could it even be real? Eva saw where Desmond was looking. She turned her head up, and her mouth dropped open. The horse she rode stopped yet again. This time she understood why. She had heard about tornadoes before, but she had never seen one. The clouds. Hadn't she noticed that the sky was growing darker? The clouds were more black than grey now. She couldn't tell where the sun was. It was as if it had already set for the day, but Eva knew they still had half a day of sunlight. Ahead of them, where Ishtasapa was coming from, with Blanche riding in front of him, it was even darker. She had to squint at first to tell what exactly the strange sight before her was. Eva hadn't thought it was possible. Running into a tornado was beyond unexpected. Her heart clenched as she struggled to accept the view before her. The clouds were beginning to swirl. The movements were fast enough for her to see them moving much faster than they would on an ordinary day. In fact, she wasn't sure she had noticed any clouds for the last couple of days while they were riding. They grew funnel-shaped even as they stretched downward for the earth. It made contact. After that, everything moved much more quickly. Eva's breath shortened as she looked around her in dismay. Her conversation with Desmond was forgotten, along with her name and any idea of what to do. Ishtasapa kept riding toward them, but she couldn't stop staring. "What? ... Her mouth grew too dry to speak. She wanted to scream. It felt as though God was raining terror down on them now for their misdeeds. What sort of natural disaster was this? Back home, she knew of blizzards and the cold, but never before had she encountered a tornado. Maybe she shouldn't have ever left home, Eva thought. Any confidence she had felt about her actions beforehand dissipated. The cloud and fear quickly made their home in her mind and trembling soul. Eva stared blankly ahead as the tornado thickened. The wind began to pick up around them. She could feel it tugging at the edges of her skirts along with her hair. She had forgotten to pin it up that morning. What were they supposed to do? Was there anything she could do? It took all of her strength to pull herself out of the fear. "Desmond!" Sucking in a deep breath, she turned to him for guidance. She knew nothing about how to handle something like this. Feeling her horse quiver under her, it was clear the animal was terrified as well. He had slowed down to a stop beside Desmond and his horse, now stomping on the ground anxiously. She glanced at the tornado and wished that she hadn't. The tornado had grown in size, and worse, it was racing toward them. "We have to get out of the way," said Desmond. "Whoa!" He had to stop his horse from rearing, nearly falling off. He could hardly focus on their impending doom as he had to manage his animal. A gasp escaped her lips when her horse shied away in a jerky movement. She hadn't been prepared for that. Her nerves were on edge as she tried to think. "Detour!" Ishtasapa hollered. When their guide reached the two of them, he didn't stop. His horse was throwing its head around anxiously, so he rode around them in a circle. Eva turned her head about to keep an eye on them. "We have to get out of its way." "What about the trees?" she suggested, looking to their right. Ishtasapa swept past her, giving her a glimpse of Blanche, who clung tightly to the man now. Her short hair was a mess. Eva tried to get a closer look, worried about her, for them to be running from a gang, and now to deal with this. She was afraid for the child. "No!" Desmond called out to her. He had to shout to be heard now as the wind began to roar around them. "Something could fall and hit us." When Eva thought of nature, she thought of something peaceful. Nothing like this. Never before had nature been so loud and terrifying. She tightened her grip on her horse when he backed up again, nearly bumping into Ishtasapa. Sweat dripped down her brow as she tried to steady the animal. Looking around, Eva tried to think. If they couldn't go to the trees, then where? They surely couldn't turn around. The tension around them was growing tighter by the second. Eva told herself to stay focused, but the doubts and pressure were threatening to overwhelm her. "We're trapped!" she cried out. "We can't go back in case Toth is there. What do we do? What can we do?" "West!" Ishtasapa pointed to her left. There was a canopy of trees, tall ones clumped close together. But as she brushed her hair out of her face, Eva noticed that they were thick for only a few yards. Then all she could see was white. She inhaled sharply. "Clear land?" Desmond asked. Ishtasapa nodded. "Prairie land. We can get out of the way and avoid anything caught up in the wind. We have to go now. It's moving too fast." Eva only grew more anxious, finding that both of the men looked uncertain. She could see the whites of their eyes. Swallowing a scream, she forced herself to nod. "Then, let's go." "Stay together," their guide added before waving an arm to lead them onward. Ishtasapa wheeled his horse around and started off. His horse couldn't be happier. It moved fast, muscles pumping. She glanced at Desmond, knowing there was panic in her gaze. But he gave her another comforting nod and then made a short gesture. He was waiting for her to go next. Grateful that he wasn't about to leave her in the dust, Eva swallowed. Gripping the reins tightly, she told herself that she could do this. She believed in her skills, and so did Desmond. All she had to do was nudge her horse in the general direction. Its muscles bunched up beneath her, and it sprung off as though in relief. Eva was caught off guard as she corrected her balance and then leaned down toward her horse's neck to stave off the worst of the wind. Perhaps they could outrun it, she thought. How fast could something like that really be? Or at least this would keep them out of the way and in safety. Eva found herself hoping that the tornado would simply dissipate and they could pretend it had been nothing. But it wasn't. She looked over her shoulder. Her hair was flying everywhere and getting into her face. A few strands stuck to her chapped lips. Yet through her hair, she caught a glimpse of the tornado. It was headed right at them. There was a scream waiting in her throat to be unleashed. Eva forced herself to swallow it, hoping the horses would keep their speed up to get them to safety. In looking over her shoulder and not paying attention to where her horse was going, she looked back to find that she was right next to Desmond. Eva gasped as her horse's shoulder brushed his horse's back haunch and quickly tried to steer it out of the way. Yet it was too late, as both horses freaked out. "Whoa!" Desmond shouted again as once more his animal raised up on its hind legs in fear. She tried to see if he had stayed on but couldn't, as her horse veered off path and stumbled, only to right itself near Ishtasapa's horse. Ava opened her mouth to alarm their guide and Blanche, but the horse noticed first. It shook its head and then suddenly bolted. She saw Ishtasapa jerk in surprise before pulling in too close. "No!" She started to cry out as she struggled to rein in control of her horse. The poor creature was utterly terrified, just like she was. It slowed down to spin in a circle, confused, with its ears pricking in one direction and the next. Though Ava thought she had heard someone call out her name, there was no time for her to figure out who it might have been. Her horse suddenly turned direction and headed past where she had last seen Desmond and started running. It was all she could do to hold on. Having lost the reins from her left hand, Eva grabbed hold of her saddle pommel and had to focus on staying upright. She couldn't risk falling off, not when her horse was going this fast and there was a tornado chasing after them. Her breathing turned shallow as she struggled to see ahead of her. Rubbing the back of her hand across her mouth, she blinked hard at the blanket of white and cream before them. She could feel her heart hammering in her chest so hard that it hurt. The air was cold as she tried to breathe. Her eyes stung and watered at the speed her horse was going, but there was nothing she could do. They were racing towards a hill and trees, she noticed. What scared Eva most was that she was alone. Where were the others? Eva tried to look around, but couldn't see anything clearly. The noise of the tornado deafened out even the sound of her own breath now. Most of the world before her was light and still, though she thought she glimpsed a dark, moving spot at one point. It could have been Desmond, she pondered. She prayed that he had been able to stay on top of his animal. Or perhaps it was Ishtasapa and Blanche. For a moment, she forgot about her own fear as she worried about the young girl. Though they had made good friends with Ishtasapa, Ava wondered if Blanche would feel comfortable riding with a man. Could she be comfortable with anyone? If only they had found her parents, they would know how to help her and keep her safe. She thought about turning her horse around to look for the girl. Blanche needed to be protected. What if something had happened to her? Eva feared that she might have been tossed from the saddle, or something worse. There was nothing she could do as her horse rounded the hill. Eva dodged a branch as another scraped against her shoulder. She pulled in her arm in an attempt to avoid it, thus tugging on the reins at the same time. Her horse faltered. She could hear her heart beat again, Eva realized as her horse slowed down, which meant that the tornado was farther away now. That had to be a good sign. It was enough for Eva to swallow her fear and remind herself of her own strength. "Whoa!" she cried out to the animal. "Slow down." The horse was jumpy, but began to obey. Eva tried to control her panic, swallowing it away as she forced herself to think. It took her a minute to push the fear away, but she could do it. She had to, Eva reminded herself. Trying not to get lost in the thicket of trees, Eva turned back around. She found the tornado moving away from her. Hopefully, that meant it was going away from the rest of her party. Eva looked around only to be reminded that the rest of her party was not there with her. "Desmond! Blanche!" she called out worriedly. "Ishtasapa!" A moment later, she had her horse obeying her once again. The animal's ears twitched, but that was it. It was no longer spooked and was finally beginning to calm down. Eva worked on doing the same. She was safe, she told herself, but she didn't know about the others. That meant that she had to go find them. No one would find her out of the way there like this, she worried, so she would need to start looking for them. When she glanced around to find how alone she was, Eva wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. But then she remembered that she was strong. She had to do this, So she steered her horse back around the hill and started looking for her group. Chapter 19. Desmond's horse had taken control. Desperate and terrified, the animal had reared and started off after Eva's horse bumped into them. Suddenly, they were galloping in the other direction, and all Desmond could do was hang on. The wind had picked up, tugging at his hair and clothes. He could hardly see straight. Desmond attempted to regain control of the animal, but the horse wouldn't stop. If anything, it galloped faster. He leaned forward to try and keep hold of the animal. His heart pounded as he tried to quell the fear in his chest. No one else was riding beside him, which meant either he was on his own or they were all on their own. Though he thought he was headed west, he wasn't entirely sure. Squeezing his eyes shut, Desmond kept his head low and paid close attention to the jerky movements of his horse. The animal didn't know where it was going. It stumbled once before, quickly correcting its step to carry on. It felt as though it might never stop, until he suddenly realized that the horse was beginning to slow down. Bushes brushed against his legs, tugging at his pants. He felt something scratch his face before opening his eyes. The wind had also begun to die, he noted. The screaming had softened. He tugged on the reins to bring the horse to a halt. Squinting, he found himself where the grass grew tallest. That must have been why the horse had to slow down. He could hardly see the dirt beneath them, and doubted the horse could see well either. He straightened up to get a good look at where exactly the animal had brought him. There was thin grass coloured a soft yellow-brown, standing tall beyond the white snow. He looked back to see from where they had come. Finding the trail pointed out they were in nearly a foot worth of snow. Then he lifted his head. "Where is everyone?" he muttered as he searched for movement. It took him a moment to convince the horse to turn around. It shook beneath Desmond as though wishing to keep running away, but the tornado had moved on past them and appeared now to be dissipating a mile or so beyond their location. He tried to ignore the panic rising in his chest as he convinced the animal to start back on the path they had come from. Branches and dirt were strewn all over from the tornado, causing havoc on the otherwise serene landscape. It looked like a terror had ripped through the land. Desmond directed his horse to walk around a complete tree trunk that had been dragged through the forceful winds. It was a big log, one that could easily take out a person and their horse. Though he saw plenty of branches and debris, nothing else moved. Nothing but a sharp wind that swept by suddenly with a briskness he had not known before. He flinched, hands tightening on the reins. Terrible thoughts began to enter his mind. Desmond turned the horse in a circle as he tried to look for his party. They had to be there somewhere. He tried to look around so he could trace their movements, but the wind had picked up too much to allow for any tracking. He swore under his breath as he pushed his horse to keep moving. It was impossible not to think about his daughter as he went. The trauma of the past came back to haunt him. The panic climbed up his throat as he wondered if his life was about to fall apart all over again. Desmond turned in circles with his heart heaving. Sweat dripped down his brow. He couldn't lose anyone now, not even one of them. The faces of Blanche and Eva, and even Ishtasapa, came to his mind. He couldn't lose them like this. His stomach clenched. There had to be something that he could do to fix this, to find them. Desmond looked around jerkily. White and brown was all he saw, with more white and brown all around him. The clouds above him were grey as they hid the sun. "We need to pray," Melody had cried tearfully on that horrible afternoon when she returned to his side. He remembered the snow sticking to his wife's hair. "Please, Desmond, pray to the Lord. He will hear us. He has to." Prayer had not helped them that day, for Carrie had never reappeared. At first, he thought about dismissing the idea. He hesitated, before deciding that it was better to try than to not try at all. Prayers had not passed over his lips since that day. It was Melody who had prayed for them afterward, and when she was gone, there were no more prayers. Desmond fought for control of his emotions before he pulled his horse to a stop. With a deep breath, he brought his hands together on the pommel. He had to think for a minute on how to pray. It had been years since he even heard a prayer. "God above!" he stammered aloud in a low tone. "If you're there, if you're real, help me find them. Help me find Ava and Blanche and Ishtasapa. I can't lose anyone else. Keep Blanche safe. I can't." The words couldn't be said, not after all that he had endured in the past. His daughter's face came to mind and brought anguish to his soul. Blanche might not have been his own child, but he couldn't let the same fate befall her. She needed to be safe, to be happy. She deserved that. He licked his lips, not certain of how to end the prayer. It took him a minute to remember the word, Amen. The tension he had felt moments ago suddenly dissipated. A tender peace rested over his shoulders as he opened his eyes and sat up straight in the saddle to look around. Part of him didn't expect anything to happen, while the other part desperately wished for a miracle delivery of his party to stand before him. No one was there. A lump formed in his throat as he wondered if he was supposed to resign himself to being alone again so soon. The thought of turning back home alone was a bitter one. But he couldn't do that. Desmond looked up at the sky, trying to gauge how many hours they had before complete darkness. He couldn't give up looking now. He told himself there was still enough time for him to find them. Even if the Lord wasn't there to help him, he had to keep looking. It took all his will to keep moving. His hands shook as he nudged his horse to start walking again. Soon he had found traces of hoofprints, several of them. Looking around, Desmond realised he had found the spot where they had all met moments before splitting up. Or rather, before his horse ran off. Hopefully the others were together. Seeing the land straight ahead, untouched by the tornado, off their original path, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why it seemed likely for his party to have gone there, but perhaps they had decided to seek shelter there. It was out of the path of the tornado after all, and could have caused a lot of damage if the strong winds had swept through them. Something inside him told him to go in that direction all the same. It made very little sense, but he pushed his horse to start moving. They couldn't stay still forever. He swallowed hard and tried to tell himself that they would find everyone. They had to. One way or another, he had to find them. Just as he was trying to think of what to do next, something moved from the corner of his eye. Desmond jerked his horse to a stop. Something swept past a couple of trees to his right. With one hand, he held onto the reins, and with the other, he instinctively grabbed for his gun. But the latter wasn't necessary, as he realised it was a rider and a horse on their way, slow and tentative. "Ava!" He nearly sobbed her name as relief spread through his body. It was her. She was there. He would recognise that mane of thick brown hair from any distance after their journey together. The young woman sat slouched in her saddle until she heard her name. Perking up, Eva looked straight at him, her eyes widened in relief. At the same time, they both nudged their horses to trot over to one another. "Desmond! You're alive!" Eva cried out. There were no words for the warm happiness that dripped through his body. Once she was close enough, Desmond dismounted his horse and hurried over to her. She did the same and wrapped her arms around him once they reached one another. "I thought you were gone," said Eva shakily as she clung to him. Her entire body shook as she buried her cold nose into his neck. But he didn't mind at all, just grateful to have found her. No, he decided. He was more than grateful. The two of them were panting as they clung tightly to each other. Desmond didn't know what he would do if he lost her. With her in his arms, he could feel her warmth and even her heartbeat. He closed his eyes as he thanked God for answering his prayer. "I'm here," he murmured at last. Then he sucked in a deep breath and pulled back just enough to get a better look at her. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" She gazed up at him as he put his hands around her face. Her eyes studied him intensely, as though to make sure that he was really there. Managing a short nod, Eva explained, "My horse just took off. I couldn't think. We ended up in the forest. I thought I lost you, Desmond." "You didn't," he assured her. "I'm here. I promise." The words were spoken slowly as he found himself caught up in her gaze. Though he had realized they were close, the sensation suddenly changed for him. His heart was still hammering, and his thoughts were scattered. All he could think about was Eva in that moment, with her pink cheeks and the tender look in her eyes. His gaze lowered to her lips suddenly, as a new thought came to mind. They were so very close, looking softer than fresh snow. Desmond forced himself to jerk away. Letting go, he cleared his throat and turned to look at his horse to quell the strange sensations inside him. He shoved his hands in his pockets. So we're here. And safe. But we need to find the others. Did you see them?" He glanced up to see Ava shake her head as her eyes grew wide. "Oh no. No, I didn't see them. I do hope—" Eva stuttered, unable to finish the sentence. "Where do we look for them?" After motioning for her to get back in the saddle, he walked to his horse to do the same. Then he answered by saying, "We can start along this tree line and perhaps go where we last saw them." Eva nodded. Climbing into the saddle, she moved closer to him so they could ride side by side. He tried not to think anything of it or of her as they left the forest area. A mix of brown and white colours smeared across their vision. Desmond looked around, trying to think. He motioned for Eva to follow him as they rode along for a short while. Then, just around the grove, Desmond saw something that stood out. Several miles ahead of them in the sparse landscape sat a rocky outcropping with more trees beside it. This made for a noticeable change of landscape. Once out in the open again, it was clear to see, an obvious place, he decided, for a helpful landmark. Perhaps Ishtasapa had seen it and thought to go there. Desmond considered this for a moment, before deciding that this was their best shot. He suggested the plan and Eva accepted, ready to stick close by his side with a weary look in her eyes. The hammering of his heart had yet to stop from when he first found her. Desmond peeked a look at Eva as they rode together. He had been so worried about losing the young woman, more worried than he thought he would be. Though he tried to tell himself it meant nothing, his heartbeat seemed to tell him otherwise. Chapter 20. Hearing Desmond call her name when she was lost had been music to her ears. Eva shivered in the cold, but didn't let the weather distract her from the nearby stone outcropping that they were headed toward. Desmond had said it couldn't be more than 5 miles off, and it was one of the most noticeable aspects of their surroundings. It would be an obvious meeting place. She just hoped Blanche was there. "What if they aren't there?" asked Eva, in a low tone to Desmond as they eventually neared it. Her eyes skimmed the world before them. The land was flat and white. Sparkles of wood chips were everywhere, with the occasional branch or log that the tornado must have pulled up. If one didn't look too close, it was as if nothing had happened. But feeling the clenching feeling in her stomach, Eva wasn't sure she could ever forget. The sun was on its way down for the day. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. She shivered again as she turned to Desmond. He had yet to answer her. The man's brow was pulled low as he stared down with a grim expression. Swallowing, Eva realized he was fearing the worst, just like she was. She couldn't help it. In her life, the worst had a tendency of happening. "We'll figure something out," Desmond said finally. His voice was gruff again. It had been softer when they reunited, she recalled, but it had been a sober moment for the two of them. When he turned to her, Eva forced herself to nod. All right. She tried not to let her fears get to her. Blanche's sweet face came to mind. She had the biggest eyes and a head full of short hair that had yet to be combed in the time that Eva had been with them. Once they were close enough to the nearby boulders, she nudged her horse to start moving faster. She grew impatient and couldn't wait any longer. "Eva?" She didn't answer him. "Blanche! Blanche, where are you?" Eva looked around, her thoughts thick with worry. If they didn't find the others here, then she didn't know where they could possibly be. There were only so many places they could look for the girl and their guide. Right now, she thought, they were looking for two people still riding a horse. It made her wonder if they needed to be looking. A horrified shudder made its way through her body. She couldn't let herself think this way. "Eva, stay close." Desmond followed her while he craned his neck around the area. "And keep your voice down. We can't take any risks of being found out." She turned to him, frozen, having completely forgotten that they were trying not to be chased. Eva looked over her shoulder fearfully, as if she might find someone racing toward them. Eva swallowed hard when she realized how reckless she was acting. She gave him a nod and slowed down for Desmond to catch up beside her. They slowly made their way through the rocks. Sticking close to one another brought a semblance of comfort to her, but she knew she wouldn't feel completely right until she knew where Blanche was. The child had to be scared, Eva knew. Even with all that she had been through, she was still just a child. When they finished making their way around the rocks, Eva looked at Desmond worriedly. She was beginning to imagine the very worst. What if they never found them? What would happen? Or what if Gilligan Toth had found Blanche? A lump formed in her throat. "Desmond!" He glanced over at her. Something told her that even in that short second, he could understand just what she was feeling. Eva bit her lip as the man turned to look around thoughtfully after bringing his horse to a stop. Both of them couldn't hide it any longer, as they knew that they were alone. "What do we do?" she whispered, swallowing hard. "We can't just leave them." "We won't," assured Desmond. "We're not leaving until we find them. The sun is setting and Ishtasapa is the only one who knows the area. Let's camp here tonight to get our strength back and let the horses rest." She nodded along slowly as the two of them turned back to the trees. It would give them a little bit of comfort and some protection from the wind. That was something she had learned during these travels thus far. "And tomorrow?" she asked him when he brought them to a stop. Desmond glanced around before turning back to her. "We'll go on to the town. Ishtasapa said we were only 2 days' ride away, but if they pushed their horses, well, maybe they made it." He had a point. They had been moving slowly until they reached the prairie. That would help them move faster, having no roadblocks in the way. "Ah, I suppose," she considered. "Perhaps that's where he went. Oh, I hope so. Surely they're safe. Don't you think so? Ishtasapa knows the area and he would know what to do, and it's where Blanche's parents might be." He nodded. "Of course. I think you're right. They probably made it to town. He wouldn't risk turning back around from where we came. I'm sure they'll be in town, probably warm with hot food in their bellies." Her lips twitched at the image, especially as Desmond had added that with a bit of a grumble. She felt the same way, while she was learning what it was like to live outdoors, and sometimes it was rather nice. She couldn't imagine doing this forever. A hot bath or warm, fresh food sounded lovely at that moment. "I hope so," Eva mused, as she gave her horse's reins to Desmond She then proceeded to tug out several items from their saddlebags. It was a habit now to help set up camp, start a fire, and prepare whatever food they had with them. The work was hard but still exciting as she set up the bedrolls and worked on starting a fire. Desmond brushed down the horses and then returned with his arms filled with dry twigs and branches. Then he helped lay out the food they had, some dried meat, porridge, and biscuits. The two of them worked quietly for a while. She had a lot on her mind, and it seemed he did as well. But then Eva decided the silence was too much. Desmond? She bit her lip before asking, "Do you think Blanche's parents are there? In town, like we heard they might be." His gaze dropped down to the flames that separated the two of them. She watched as the shadows danced on his face, as though to tell a story neither of them could ever understand. But she found she liked the way they highlighted his strong jawline and the gold in his beard. Eva studied him while he thought of his answer. "I don't know," Desmond said at last, "but I hope so." Her eyes flitted up to meet his. Me too. There was uncertainty in those eyes of his. They glittered in the firelight, making her heart skip a beat. He looked at her with an openness that she hadn't seen him share before. As the world grew darker and quieter, there was a brightness to the quiet between the two of them. She inhaled deeply when she found that she couldn't look away. Right then, Eva realised this was the first time she had been alone with Desmond. No one else was there. No Blanche, no Henry, no Sheriff Abraham, and no Ishtasapa. It should have meant nothing, but that didn't stop a warm, tingling sensation that started at the top of her spine and trickled down to her fingertips and toes. Her mouth grew dry, but still, she couldn't look away from Desmond. Eva wondered if he had noticed this. She wondered if he cared. They ate quietly. She shifted in her seat. Though the food was good and hearty, Eva's thoughts had begun to spin back into fear and frustration over their journey. They were being followed by dangerous men while riding out into unknown territory. She had no idea what she was doing or how this would really work out for anyone in their party. That song. Desmond cleared his throat when Eva jerked her head up. That hymn you were singing, do you think you could sing it again? She was caught off guard and didn't know what to say to that. It took her a minute to remember he meant nearer, my God, to thee. Just thinking about that hymn brought a small spark of hope. Eva nodded and quietly began to sing as he asked. The words were delicate and soft on her tongue as her voice carried into the twilight. The sun had set, and all she could see was Desmond beyond their small campfire. It was her favourite hymn, for it always managed to bring peace into her heart. As she sang now, with Desmond watching her, Eva felt the fears beginning to fade away. The tension she had clung to disappeared as she was reminded of God and his greatness. She had a lot to be grateful for and finished the song with a small smile. Eva didn't know if he had asked her to sing for his own spirits or for hers, but she was grateful for it all the same. Desmond nodded his thanks before he stared down at his hands. A hallowed silence settled around them for several minutes. Eva was done eating. She was warmer now too, sitting so close to the fire. My daughter didn't die. She jerked her head up at his whispered words. For a minute, she didn't understand. Eva furrowed her brow as she thought about what Henry had told her. Before she could ask him what he meant, Desmond slowly confessed. That is, she is. It's just, I believe she died, he tried to say in a rather strained tone. It sounded like he was struggling to keep back the emotion in his voice. It was an accident. On the beginning of the new year, I took my wife and daughter on a picnic by the lake. Eva inhaled when she realised what he was telling her. Immediately she was swept up in the pain of his words. wishing she could stop this story of his from coming true, even though they both knew it was much too late. "Desmond," she murmured. He continued as his voice grew heavy. "My wife and I were caught up in the moment. It only took a minute. Carrie was so small. I had carried her most of the way because the snow was too high for her to walk in. She loved the snow and the lake. We turned around to find her, only to find she was gone. We looked all day. We prayed, but she was gone." "I'm so sorry," Eva managed. Her eyes watered, unable to imagine his pain. "The grief killed my wife," he continued at last. "It was a sickness, but I know the truth. We lost our child and didn't even know what happened, if there was a body. But then I found Blanche." He swallowed. "I think I couldn't save Carrie, but I had to save Blanche. If I can get her back home, back to her parents, maybe that will bring me the peace that I've lacked for so long." A tear made its way down her cheeks. She couldn't help herself as she stood up and went to sit beside Desmond. He didn't move as she wrapped her arms around him in a careful hug. She heard his breath catch, clearly struggling to hold back the pain. Her eyes closed. "I'm so sorry," Eva murmured again. "I hope you find peace. You deserve it, Desmond." Desmond took a minute to respond. Eventually, he managed a jerky nod just as she pulled away from him. "Thank you, Eva." The two of them stayed up for a little while longer. Eva didn't leave his side, sitting on his bedroll with him, with their arms pressed together to sit close for warmth. Not much more was said as they felt the grief in the air. A vast darkness settled on the prairie around them. Far away, wolves howled at the moon, but Desmond didn't worry, so Eva didn't either. Instead, she closed her eyes and thanked the Lord for the comfort she felt beside Desmond. Hopefully, he felt it too. Chapter 21. Desmond woke up early the next morning to the sound of a bird singing. He couldn't locate the bird, but it was rather noisy. At first, he was annoyed and considered grabbing his gun so they could have a fresh meal that morning. But then he stayed put and slowly found himself enjoying the sound of nature calling out to the world. He shifted slightly before getting comfortable, staring up at the sky that had begun to brighten up. He tried to embrace the moment. A slow breath escaped his lips, showing up in a delicate white cloud right in front of his face. He used the moment to clear his mind. The past was gone, and here he was in the crisp open air. Reliving the pain didn't do him any good. It was like a tornado of emotions that were constantly threatening to overwhelm him, and they would, unless he pushed them down as far away as he could manage. So, he closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and turned his attention to the day. After all, there were people who needed him, people whom he could still help, like little Blanche and sweet Eva. Desmond stayed put for a few minutes more, lost in his thoughts until he decided that his toes were getting too cold. He sat up and put his boots on. Then he sat on his bedroll and looked around thoughtfully. The day was quiet, with the sound of leaves rustling in the wind overhead. It was peaceful, he realized. He hadn't felt this calm in a long time. There was something about this journey that seemed to be changing a lot inside him. Looking over at Eva, he had a feeling why this could be happening. Her face was hidden by her hair. She was curled up tightly and still asleep. He wondered if she was dreaming, and if it was a happy dream. After all they had been through recently, she deserved one. She had sung beautifully last night. He could still hear her in his head. Eva had looked so forlorn, knowing how alone they were in the middle of nowhere. Though Desmond didn't know all that was going on through her mind, he recalled the way her eyes had brightened with hope when she sang that song while they were riding as a group. This time, when she sang, He wasn't bothered by the thought of hymns and church. It was a beautiful song that made him think of the days with his family. He found himself reconsidering the faith he had lost. The words were filled with hope for a better life, one with the Lord. If anyone needed a better life, it was him. Listening to her had reminded Desmond of how good he once lived. He had found himself thinking about the prayer he had made earlier, and how he had then found Eva. Maybe, Desmond supposed, there was a God after all, and maybe he cared. In the early morning, Desmond slowly got up on his feet. He stretched, rubbing his neck, as he started over to the remaining pile of branches from the night before. Their small fire was rekindled quickly, providing a small bit of warmth. It would be cold food, he decided, but that would allow them to start moving again sooner than usual. There was no time to waste. They needed to start looking for Blanche and their guide. "Did you let me sleep in?" His eyes flickered over the fire to see Eva sitting up. She was glancing around the area as she finger-combed her hair. The young woman looked rather bleary-eyed. "Yes," he answered simply. "You needed it." He watched as her lips creased into a sheepish smile. Dropping her gaze from him, Eva slowly clambered up and began to tidy herself up. She swept the wrinkles from her clothes before putting together her bedroll. The young woman moved quickly around while she worked, as if to make up for lost time. While Eva moved around, he thought again of last night with the two of them around the fire. He hadn't planned on telling her about Carrie, but after the song, he couldn't think of anything else. It felt like an avalanche that needed to fall, a heavy weight off his shoulders. Nothing felt right until he let the words out. And then she had come over to sit beside him. It was the first time in a long time that he didn't feel so alone. Desmond conjured the feeling back as he handed her some stale bread and jerky. She thanked him, and the two of them ate quietly. Then Eva took care of the plates while he snuffed out the fire. As usual, he put in extra effort to erase any signs of them being there. He didn't want Gilligan Toth finding them. "All right, I'm ready," Eva told him before he needed to ask. He gave her a small smile and brought her horse over. "Ishtasapa said it was our second to last day of moving," Desmond said. "We should get to the town sometime tomorrow." Then he paused and thought of their conversation last night. "But we could probably ride hard and get there tonight, if you like." Her eyes followed him as he swung up into the saddle. Eva bit her lip and looked around before giving him a good look. "Do you think they are really there? I think they would have stayed close by, looking for us," she added, "like we looked for them. We might meet them in the town, and maybe if we move slower, we'll run into them on the way." That didn't sound likely. Far too many different pieces needed to fall into place to make that happen. But he paused, not certain of how to tell her. She had hope, more hope than he had on any given day, probably all his life. Desmond thought of his words carefully before he decided that there was no reason to discourage her. So long as they were moving, they might somehow find the others. Warmth spread in his chest as he tried to find some of the same hope that she had. "All right, let's go." Desmond directed them north. That was the general direction that they had been headed in before. As they started off, he tried to remember all that Ishtasapa had said the morning before. They had discussed the route and several landmarks had been mentioned. They had to be in Montana, he decided, after a few hours. Yesterday their party had been close to the border, and he felt certain they were at least that far along. But beyond that outcropping where he stayed the night with Eva, there was more flat land ahead of them on their way. It was empty with occasional plants. Mountains rose in the distance with a valley to their left, but nothing stuck out to him. A few hours passed, and the uneasy feeling inside his chest grew. The flat land began to grow rougher. It looked very much the same, but with mountains rising around them. That only broadened his discomfort. It meant someone, or something, could easily hide nearby without his noticing. "Desmond! Is something wrong?" Eva had caught up to him. He looked over at her as he contemplated the right thing to say. Ishtasapa had mentioned they would reach two tall hills next to each other and then have to go straight through them. That was the main landmark that Desmond recalled. Yet he saw it nowhere. "I don't know," Desmond responded finally. "Why don't we stop here?" Just up ahead was a small pond. It appeared more of a swamp that would most likely freeze over in the next couple of weeks. But there was water now, and the horses needed a break. This would also give him time to think on his feet. "All right," Eva agreed. "A break is a wise idea." They brought the horses to the water's edge to drink. Eva fixed her coat before looking around the area. Desmond could feel her eyes wandering over to him. "I'm not sure of where we are," he sighed after a minute, knowing he couldn't lie to her. "Let me get a quick look around here and check for signs of other horses." She nodded, turning away to tend to the animals. He heard her talk quietly to them as he pulled out his compass and started walking around some of the bushes. His feet crunched through the snow as he went. Desmond?" Eva's tone was tight and measured. It immediately set him on guard as he turned around to look for her. He had gone several yards away and moved beyond some trees that shielded his vision of her. Desmond couldn't see her and realized his mistake. Though he couldn't have gone more than a dozen yards, anything could happen out in the wilderness. He opened his mouth to call for her but thought better of it at the last second. Pressing his lips tightly together, Desmond put his compass away and set a hand on his gun as he started back to where he had left her. All the while, he moved as quickly and quietly as possible. Eva was not alone. Surrounding her and the horses at the pond were at least 10 native men. Their dark skin and thick fur coats stood out strongly in contrast to the snow around them. Desmond froze at the sight, quickly taking in the possibility of trouble. All the men stood with paint on their faces and held weapons. Those weren't directed at anyone, he noticed, but he didn't take his hand off his gun. "I'm here," Desmond told Eva in a low tone. All eyes were on him as he made his way over to her side. He stayed on guard, but didn't make any sudden movements. Natives were usually pacifists, after all. Yet no one spoke. The tension in the air mounted. Her breath was shaky while she looked around anxiously, not knowing what to say. He could see the fear in her eyes when she turned to him. He put a hand on her arm. "Stay calm." The words were for him as well. Desmond had met and befriended a few tribes around his home, but he didn't know these people and didn't want to take the risk of making any assumptions. If they didn't have their spears and knives pointed at them, he reasoned, then they weren't here to harm them. Desmond glanced up at the man in the centre who seemed to be their leader. The man said something in his native tongue and motioned to Desmond. He pointed to the horses and made a gesture for him to follow. "We're going with them," Desmond told Eva under his breath. "But," she swallowed, "is it safe?" He glanced around at the men surrounding them, trying to read their faces, but he couldn't. He didn't know them. "I think so." There wasn't much choice in the matter. He helped Eva back into her saddle, and then he climbed onto his own horse. The two of them were quickly surrounded by the natives who directed them west. Desmond gave Eva a confident nod, though his stomach was in knots. They rode for a few hours, around a mountain and along a river. Desmond kept track of the nearby landmarks and locations in case it might become useful later. The men were keeping them close to the river that appeared cold and clear. His eyes were so focused on their surroundings that he missed what was in front of them, but Eva didn't. She saw and let out a gasp. Desmond jerked his head up to see a nearby encampment just a few 100 yards away. They were being led back to the rest of the tribe. It didn't make much sense, he thought, until he noticed a familiar head of blonde hair on a short figure racing toward them. Chapter 22. The moment Eva spotted Blanche, she jumped out of her saddle and started running. Wind swept through her hair, and snow crunched beneath her feet. She was cold and tired and worried and scared. Her chest pounded, seemingly louder than usual. But the moment the young girl wrapped her arms around Eva's waist, Eva felt a calm wash over her. "I thought you were gone," Eva managed. "What happened? Are you safe? You're all right, aren't you? Oh, Blanche." They pulled away. She crouched down to get a better look at the girl, checking for scrapes and any sort of injury. When she touched Blanche's belly, the child giggled at her and hugged her around the neck. "I'm fine. I'm good. Très bon." Blanche. The child perked up and left her side to hug Desmond as well. By then, the natives had wandered off, and Desmond had climbed off his horse and led it and her animal over. Eva turned to see his eyes widen, having not expected the embrace. She watched them for a moment, seeing how the stiffness in his shoulders slowly faded. "Ah, my friends." Eva turned to find Ishtasapa walking towards them. Her eyes widened as she found him dressed in the same garb as the natives who had found them that morning. The only difference between her guide and the others was the lack of paint and long hair. It looked warm, she noted, the thick skins and soft leather that he wore now. "You're safe," Eva said with a relieved smile. "We have been so worried. After the tornado, I didn't know if—" But she stopped herself from saying anything more, lest it could still come true. Ishtasapa shook his head. "These are my people. The Lakota, one of their hunting groups, found us after the tornado. They were tracking the animals which had fled the danger and came upon us. My horse broke his leg, so they helped and brought us here." "You've been here since yesterday?" He nodded. "We stayed last night. I thought of going to find you, but didn't want to lose the child. Chaska, the leader of the hunting party, agreed to go looking. They left before sunrise. I am relieved to see you," he added at last. Overwhelmed, Eva gave him a hug. "I am as well. We've been terribly worried. And when the men came for us, I had no idea. Chaska, you said? We must thank them." "I already have," Ishtasapa assured her. He turned to Desmond. "It is midday, but I think it is best if we stay here until tomorrow. Come, we can eat and talk about our options." She shared a quick look with Desmond, who nodded. They led their horses over to an area with the other animals where they could eat, drink, and rest. Then Ishtasapa led them over to a corner of the settlement that was clearly set up for cooking and eating. The four of them gathered around with 3 bowls of food brought over to them. "If we stay until tomorrow, we're potentially closing the gap with Toth and his gang," Desmond started. "But you said your horse broke its leg. What happened there?" "I have been given a new horse," is all Ishtasapa shared. "We are close to the town and will reach it tomorrow. If we leave now, we might be travelling with the sun going down. I'm not sure we want that risk of travelling in the dark." Desmond sighed. "That's a fair point. We don't—" "Chaska and his brother already talked to me about the path. I was going to see if we could cross the river further west, but they said that won't be possible, and we must go around it. That will delay us further," Ishtasapa continued. As they talked, Eva looked around to study the temporary home that the Lakota people had built for themselves. The buffalo skin-covered teepees were grouped fairly close together with small paths between them that everyone used. People of all ages helped out with various tasks, she noticed. Some were attempting to fish, and others were gutting fish. Some were weaving baskets, and others were building spears. And as they worked, she saw the smiles and the laughter shared between them. Any fear she had felt earlier dissipated, But then she noticed the state of her filthy hands and fingernails. Once they were done eating, she wrinkled her nose and looked up to the men. "If we're staying the night, then is there time for me to wash?" Eva asked with a weak smile. Ishtasapa nodded. "Yes, that is where the women wash. There should be yucca soap over there for your use." Standing up, he gestured to the river upstream a short ways, past some bushes and trees. Relief flooded through her. Thank goodness. "Don't stay too long or you'll catch a cold," Desmond pointed out. She nodded. She also accepted a fur cloak and soft drying cloth from Ishtasapa that one of the women must have been willing to share. Once she had everything she needed, Eva started down the path. The water was freezing. She crouched at the river's edge to wash herself from there, once securely hidden from everyone in the village campsite. There, Eva ran over all that had happened in the past 24 hours. She could hardly believe it. She was also surprised at how few tears she had shed. Every moment had been terrifying, especially that tornado. But Desmond was there. He had been there every step of the way with her. Though he didn't always offer comforting words, she found herself at ease in his company. He appeared as a gruff man with a big heart that he tried to hide. But she had seen it. Eva felt as though she was finally understanding the wonderful man that he was. Her cheeks flushed at the memory of them sitting together the night before. Eva quickly shook her head to put any silly thoughts out of her head. They were friends, she told herself, if even that, for they were certainly nothing more. She finished her makeshift bath and put on her outer layers again. Straightening up, Eva pulled the cloak on around her to keep from shivering. The sun was beginning to set already. Where had the day gone? If only I could stay focused, Eva murmured to herself. She braided her damp hair and then fixed the shoelaces over her boots. Once satisfied with how she looked, now clean after days of hard riding, she was ready to return to her party. But just as she took a step forward, 2 arms wrapped around her, yanking her backward. Eva was swept off her feet. She started to scream in surprise, but it was cut short as something was clamped over her mouth. Panic rose in her chest, threatening to drown her. Realizing she had been grabbed by someone behind her, she tried to wrestle free of the grasp. "Stop it!" a low voice demanded. It was a man. A man with a gravelly voice. She had never heard the voice before. Shuddering, Eva shook her head and tried to pull herself free. The man swore under his breath as he fixed his hold on her. His elbow dug into her collarbone as he kept a hand clamped over her mouth. It covered her nose too, and she struggled to breathe. Eva fought harder, digging her nails into the arm that was wrapped around her torso. "Take her already, and hold tight. We can't let her warn the others." Trapped among the bushes and trees in the grove, Eva struggled to understand what was going on as she was grabbed by the arms and lugged to her feet. There were 2 men, she realized as their faces emerged from the shadows. She gasped in horror as she realized who they must be. Whirling around, Eva saw the man who had yanked her. It was a thin man, with unruly black hair and a thick beard. There was a dark glittering to his eyes that left her speechless. Someone covered her mouth again, though she wasn't sure she could have screamed if she had the chance now. It was Gilligan Toth. How had he found them so quickly? Eva scrambled to make sense of this, but her thoughts fled as he pulled out a knife and pointed it at her. "Shut your trap, woman," he threatened. "You've caused enough trouble for me, taking that kid away." Eva's body froze in horror. There were arms wrapped around her, grabbing at the cloak to hold her fast. Her thoughts went to her party, to Blanche. They had no idea what was going on. They didn't know Toth was there. The gang leader squatted low in the shadows as he talked about their plan. It was a sneak attack. They would surround the settlement and cause as much trouble as possible so they could walk out with the girl. Her body shook as she grew more terrified about what was happening. Eva could hardly breathe, let alone move. She watched as the men started to disperse. There seemed to be so many of them. When Toth gave her one more threatening glare, she gulped. "Keep her quiet until we're done," he told the two men holding her. "I don't care what you do with her. I don't want to hear a peep out of this woman." Then he stalked off. Eva felt the tears stinging her eyes as she heard the men beside her groan, complaining about the lack of action. It was then she had the glimmer of a thought. She couldn't stay there. She had to get away. She had to warn everyone. Her heart heaved as she tried to breathe. Eva felt her entire body shaking as she looked around, seeing there was no one left in the bushes but her and the two men. She was so scared that she couldn't hear what they were saying anymore, too caught up in the moment. For a moment, it felt as though she might faint, but she forced herself to stay alert. "Well, we might as well have some fun while we're stuck out here from the action. Grab your dice," rumbled the man on her right. "You'll stay quiet now, won't you, girl?" She flinched as he fiddled with his knife. Glancing between the two of them, an idea came to mind. "Play with one hand, I'll still beat you," the second man said. Looking down, she watched him let go of her with one hand to reach into his coat. Neither of the men was paying much mind to her. This was her chance. She twisted herself slightly, making the men adjust their holds on her. "Hey now," the one on the right said with a scowl, but she kept moving. Once their hands were on the cloak and off of herself, Eva tugged at the tie around her waist and slipped her arms out. Diving behind the bushes, she heard the men call for her. One of them leaned down to grab her foot. Eva shrieked in surprise, finding her voice, and quickly kicked him off with her other foot. The man cursed as she scrambled to her feet. She narrowly dodged another grab before looking around. There was no time to spare. Her heart pounded as she jumped away from the men, and setting eyes on the settlement, Eva started running. "Help!" she cried out. It hurt to shout like that with the air so cold. Her lungs strained, but she didn't stop. "Help! Toth! They're surrounding us! Help!" Chapter 23. Desmond was studying a bow that Chaska had handed him. It was made of thick hickory with a strong colour and even stronger string. He had seen Ishtasapa looking it over earlier, and they had started talking about the benefits and trials of bows and arrows. They offered little against a gun, he knew, but there was a beauty to them that was undeniable. Bows and arrows made for fierce weapons. Having seen him admiring those hanging out in the open, Chaska had come by and handed one to him. The man gestured and spoke in his native language. While Desmond didn't understand, he nodded along, as the finer points of the weapon were shown to him. Then Chaska was called away, and he was left holding it. "You should try to use it sometime," Ishtasapa told him. "I would like to," admitted Desmond as he offered a wry smile. "It was always my desire, but when I was younger, I couldn't afford one. One made of cherry oak now sits in my barn, I believe. There is never time to learn." The man nodded thoughtfully. "You have big hands, but your strength would help. Perhaps before we leave, I can show you, or someone else can." With Blanche playing with the village children and Eva taking a well-deserved soak, Desmond felt comfortable and safe to start enjoying himself, and he did, up until he heard a familiar shout. Ishtasapa froze beside him. "Is that—" Eva shouted from down at the stream where he had seen her start, walking toward a short while ago. Desmond felt his body stiffen as she cried out, "Help! Toth! They're surrounding us! Help!" Desmond looked around. Gilligan Toth was there. How could he have caught up so quickly? Eva's cry for help, wherever she was, needed to be addressed. He had to do something. He looked over at Ishtasapa, whose shoulders hunched up. Immediately, Desmond handed over the bow to Ishtasapa, who picked it up along with a set of arrows in one swooping motion. Grabbing his gun, he listened as the guide began shouting in his native language. Everyone who had started in surprise at Eva's shouting now began moving. Desmond saw them racing from the corner of his eye. The children were rounded up as the adults retrieved their weapons. Just as he loaded his gun, he saw the first man appear out of the woods. Instinct took over. Desmond pulled back the hammer, cocked his pistol, and shot. The bullet caught the man in the leg, who went down with a loud cry. Then madness took over. Several more men appeared dressed in grubby clothes with weapons in hand. They took to moving in pairs, racing forward to take on the settlement. Everyone began to fight. Everyone except for Eva, who appeared at last, running with her long hair streaming. "Desmond!" His heart thudded. Desmond focused his attention on her, racing over to retrieve her. Then he caught sight of two men right behind her, large with red faces. Both men were gaining on her. "Ah!" Eva cried out as one of the men snatched her arm. She was yanked backwards, losing her balance before tumbling onto the ground. A fire lit within Desmond as he saw her fall. Desmond narrowed his eyes on the two men as he charged ahead. He bulldozed right into the taller one who had grabbed Eva's arm. The man fell. Desmond moved to the next man, the shorter one, who was grabbing Eva's foot to try dragging her backwards. Eva clawed on the ground, but was only picking up snow and dirt. Desmond shifted his grip on the gun to reach over and hit the shorter gang member with the butt of his pistol. It caught the man right in the eye, which sent him stumbling backward. That loosened his hold on Eva so she could escape, crawling forward. Desmond put his gun back around his waist in one motion before stomping back to the taller man. The man saw the blood on his own face and grew furious before throwing a stray punch toward Desmond. So Desmond punched the man right back, getting him in the throat. Before he could swing again, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him backwards. It was the other man back on his feet, the shorter of the two. Desmond stumbled as another arm wrapped around his neck and began to tighten. "You darned fool!" The man who held him spat. Gasping in surprise, Desmond struggled. The pressure on his windpipe tightened and he gagged. "No, Desmond!" He could hear Eva shout. There was the frantic breathing as she clawed at both Desmond and the short man, trying to separate them. "Let go." The gang member reached out to shove her off balance. Desmond saw it from the corner of his eye. He growled as he found the man's grip loosen. All he needed was a second. Using that chance, he elbowed the man hard in the gut before yanking at the arm around his neck. He slipped out and was free. But the man with the bloody eye was back. Desmond dodged a punch before sending two fast ones into the man's stomach. It was enough to knock the short man down. He turned around to find Eva clambering to her feet and the other man up and rubbing his chest. Desmond stepped forward, ready to keep fighting. But the gang member's gaze darted beyond Desmond before glaring at him. He stepped back, and Desmond hesitated. Cursing under his breath, the gang member moved to the fallen figure who still hadn't gotten back up. "This isn't over," he shouted. "Toth will get you, and that kid." Then he tugged the other man backward, surrendering. Chest heaving, Desmond watched them go before turning around. He put out a hand to Eva, who was shaking badly. Then he looked up toward the settlement to find that the skirmish there was also ending. That had to be why the two he had been fighting were retreating. A few men had fallen, wounded, but not dead. Several Lakota men waved their weapons in the air as they watched at least 10 men, dressed like the two that he had just fought, turn and run away. There had not been enough men to fight an entire tribe. Eva clutched onto him and then suddenly gasped. "Blanche!" She exchanged a look with him before taking off. Where is she? Where is Blanche? He hurried after her, looking among the people for the pale blonde child. Though the people surely couldn't understand them, one of the older women waved a hand over to an opened tepee. All the children were gathered there. The covered space was rather dark, with over a dozen sets of bright eyes looking back at him. One of them he recognized. Blanche scampered out to wrap her arms around him. "It's all right," he assured her hoarsely. "You're safe." Ishtasapa and Eva hurried over. Blanche hugged each of them, though Eva could hardly move her arms. That was when the leader of the tribe came up to them, laying a hand on Ishtasapa. The two of them began to carry on a low conversation. A few of the other tribe members were going around and cleaning up the mess of a few fallen teepees and broken spears. Desmond took the time to catch his breath and then crouched down to rub the dirt off Blanche's cheeks. "They will grant us safe passage." He looked up as Ishtasapa gave him a nod. "They have seen your bravery and want to make sure we get to the next town safely. We will have a protective party join us on the path tomorrow morning." A shrill laugh escaped Eva's lips before she clapped a hand over her mouth. Bravery! He realised she was still shaking. Her eyes were wide, and there were glittery stains on her cheeks to show where the tears must have fallen. "Eva," he started. "Don't." But she jerked herself up onto her feet when he reached out. "Please don't. This is ridiculous. Don't you see how mad this is? I can't. This isn't what I signed up for. This is not the life I wanted. I can't do this." He furrowed his brow. "Eva, what do you mean?" Her lips quivered. "I have to go back to my family. They are horrible people, but at least I'm safe there. I never feared for my life like this before. Once Blanche is reunited with her family, I'm going home. If this is what bravery is, then I don't want any part of it." Inhaling sharply, he shook his head. He reached out, but she took a step away again before wrapping her arms around herself tightly. "Eva, you're safe. It's all right. That wasn't... It won't happen again, I promise." "Can you be certain of that?" she asked him. "No," he grudgingly admitted. Desmond tried to think, "But you can't go back there. You deserve better, Eva." He reminded her, "You deserve to be happy. I don't think you can find that there." A dry laugh escaped her lips. "Happy? I left to be happy, and then I met you instead." He frowned at the bitter tone. "I didn't what?" she demanded as she took another step back. "I was so worried on my travels about disappointing you, but it turns out it was the other way around." She started to say more. Desmond felt his frustration turning to anger. He had just saved her life, and now she was getting mad at him. Eva had no right to blame him for this, for anything that had happened. "Hey, I didn't ask you to come. I didn't ask you to marry me, or to come with us on this journey." Eva scoffed. "Of course. You wouldn't have looked for another wife. All you do is think of the past. You're so stuck there you might as well be a ghost." "That's not fair," he demanded as his hands balled into fists. The tension between them built up, practically making the air buzz around them. "You don't know what I've been through and..." Blanche gingerly tugged on Desmond's shirt, but he waved her off. Then he saw her from the corner of his eye walk to Eva. "And what?" "You know me." Eva's eyes flashed. "You know nothing. This isn't a competition of who has suffered the most, Desmond. It's about who can function and help someone else. At least I know my limits." He stomped over to her, putting a finger in her face. "You're one to talk." "Don't." Eva started to snap at him, but Ishtasapa's voice made her stop as he shouted, "Blanche!" Desmond and Eva stiffened, standing in front of one another, nearly chest to chest. He turned, having seen Blanche right there, but he blinked to find she was gone. Ishtasapa was standing nearby with an arm outstretched to Blanche. She was running away from them. He stared as she sped past the teepees, beyond the horses grazing, and then into the trees. A moment later, Blanche was gone. "Blanche!" Eva called, panic thick in her voice. "She's not." "Is she?" he asked. What was the child doing? She had been well behaved up until this moment. Running away didn't make any sense to him. Where was she going? Eva didn't answer his question as she called, "Blanche, come back here." Putting a hand on his arm, she brushed past Desmond with their argument over. He was already pushing the bitter words out of his mind while he hurried after her. The two of them started after where they had seen Blanche disappear. Already the sun was beginning to set. If they didn't find her soon, then there was no guarantee of finding her later. Desmond swallowed the fear as he put aside all the pain and anger he had been feeling moments before to concentrate on finding the child. He couldn't lose Blanche. Chapter 24. Blanche hated shouting, yelling, screaming, all of it. Hearing people talk loudly made her skin crawl. When Desmond and Ava had started to shout at one another, she couldn't take it. She was reminded of her parents. That's all they ever did. And it was in that moment that she really realised what she was going back to. She didn't like them talking so loud, and they were being mean to one another. It made her shiver inside and out. So, when they didn't stop, she knew she had to get away from them. The loud noises hurt her ears and made her want to cry. Lately, she had done a lot of crying. Blanche took off running and was several yards away when her name was called. It was Ishtasapa who cried out to her. He had been a nice man who had taught her a lot about horses and stories and the world. She had liked riding with him, but didn't understand why he did nothing to stop Desmond and Eva from talking to one another like that. She thought people were supposed to be nice to one another, and everyone had been nice, up until this point at least. Even though there was a lot going on between them, she had liked the thought of being around happy and nice people. Blanche initially didn't really understand what had happened between Eva and Desmond. It was clear that Desmond needed a wife, and Eva was really nice. But they didn't even try to do anything about it, and seemed to decide it didn't matter. It didn't make sense to Blanche. Even when they were scared, the two adults had been nice to each other. Married people didn't need to be nice, she knew, but she liked to think it helped. It made no sense for them to be so upset now. She just didn't understand. Adults were strange people, she knew. There were always big topics for them to talk about that seemed overly complicated and unnecessary. Just as she was hoping that Eva and Desmond were better than all the other adults, they proved her wrong. Tears blurred her vision as she ran. Past the teepees and past the horses, she didn't know where she was going. She just didn't want to be there. So, she had to get as far away as she could, so she wouldn't hear them shouting at each other. Blanche hurried through the trees. Glancing back, she thought she had heard Eva and Desmond shouting after her, but that made her nervous that they might start shouting at her, in her face, like her parents sometimes did. She hated that. If her parents weren't shouting at her for spilling something by accident, then they didn't even seem to notice she was there. Blanche sometimes felt invisible, like a ghost from those scary stories that no one could see. Her parents never paid her any mind, whether they were working or not. Shuddering, she thought of all the times she had gone to bed hungry. That hadn't happened with Desmond around. He had fed her well and made sure there was always something to eat. Eva was there too, and made sure that the food tasted good. Between them, Blanche had never eaten so well in her life. The two adults had been happy until they were attacked, Blanche reminded herself, and they were attacked because she was there with them. Maybe she shouldn't have told Desmond about her family. They didn't need to know. She should have never gone with him in the first place. After all, they were just going to take her back to her parents, and Blanche wasn't certain that she wanted to go back to her family anyway. There was nothing there for her. Part of her wondered if her parents had even noticed that she was gone. But Ava and Desmond had, Ishtasapa had. Sniffling, she tried to make sense of the world around her. 1 minute, and everything made sense. Then, in the next, nothing did anymore. She was 12 years old and didn't think the world would ever make sense to her again. Eva and Desmond were good people, she knew, and all they needed to do was get married. Blanche told herself that she knew that was a silly idea, but it would be perfect. Perfect for her, because if the two of them married, then maybe they would keep her. It was because of her that they had stayed together and travelled for so long in each other's company. Then all three of them could be happy. "Stop daydreaming," her mother used to tell her with a light smack on her behind. "Now be useful and go gather sticks for a fire tonight." It was time for Blanche to stop daydreaming. She wasn't a baby anymore. Tears spilled from her eyes as she slowed down. Breathing deeply, her stomach hurt and her legs burned. It felt as if she had been running forever. Though Blanche had been scared ever since she was kidnapped, the last few days had been exciting with their adventures and the kind people keeping her safe. She had had fun for the first time in a long time. Eva and Desmond made her happy, thinking that maybe she could have a better life than the one with her parents. All she wanted was someone to want her there, someone who would hug her and wipe away her tears. Blanche didn't want to be alone anymore. She didn't like feeling like a ghost. She found herself in the middle of tall grass that went all the way up to her chest. The stars were beginning to shine in the skies. Blinking, she rubbed away her tears. "Stop dreaming." Blanche scowled at herself. Her mother was right. It was wrong to dream. Eva would never be her family. Desmond would never be her family, nor would Ishtasapa, who could tell her more stories and teach her about the way the Lakota tribe lived. None of them were her people. This realization made her heart hurt more than she thought it could. More tears began to spill over her cheeks as she turned around. The sadness grew, turning into fear, as she realized that she couldn't see the temporary settlement behind her any longer. It was gone. Not even the smoke of the fire that had been started just before the attack and had been maintained afterward was visible to her. Gasping, Blanche turned around in a circle. She sniffled, giving up on wiping away all of her tears. They wouldn't stop spilling over. She was horribly lost in a place she didn't know. A whimper escaped her lips before she could help herself. "You're not an enfantée anymore," she tried to scold herself. But her voice broke with those words. She sat in the snow and dirt, too sad to stand any longer. Blanche couldn't stop blubbering. She hadn't meant to run away like this. When she took off, she didn't think she might get lost. What if she never saw anyone ever again? "Blanche," she hiccuped. Her heart pounded as she frantically looked around. "Where are you, Blanche?" Another voice. She swallowed hard. It was them, somewhere out there. Eva and Desmond were calling for her. Quickly, she scrambled onto her feet and craned her neck to look above the tall grass. The snow shifted beneath her, crunching under her boots. Darkness had set in quickly, too quickly. Their voices were far away, and she couldn't see anything but the grass around her. Feeling the panic rise, Blanche turned in circles, trying to remember the direction she had come from. The fear of being lost forever began to overwhelm her. She didn't want to go back to that life where it didn't matter where she was or what she did, so long as she was out of her parents' way. But even more, she didn't want to be alone. Blanche shivered, struggled to find the owners of the voices. They had to be somewhere nearby. "I'm here," she cried out. "Eva, Desmond, I'm here, please." Something nearby rustled, making her jump. Blanche's heart skipped a beat as she wondered if it was an animal coming to eat her. She had seen big wild animals before, and they scared her fiercely. Then she heard a familiar voice say, "Blanche, Blanche, I hear you." She gasped and then began to run in that direction. Eva was much louder now, and Blanche couldn't stand still for another second. She couldn't see where she was heading, but the overwhelming fear overpowered any sense. "Blanche!" Two arms swept around her, stopping her in her tracks. The air escaped Blanche's lungs as she scrambled around to face the person clutching her waist. There was Eva crouching down before her. She wore a worried smile, and her eyes were opened wide, making Blanche think of an owl in the dark. The woman was no longer tearing up like she had been when she was shouting at Desmond. She didn't even look angry, Blanche thought. "Oh, I was so worried," Eva cried out as they embraced. "Blanche, I thought I lost you. Why did you run off like that? Oh, my dear." Blanche buried her face in the woman's neck. No longer alone, there was someone here who cared for her, at least for the moment. She shuddered, and so Eva tightened her grip around her comfortingly. "I'm sorry," Blanche stuttered, hoping she wouldn't upset Eva again. "I didn't mean to put you in danger. Please don't leave me." "What?" Eva asked before tugging the girl back. She gripped Blanche's shoulders firmly, obliging her to look her in the eye. Blanche sniffled, wiping her nose as the young woman's frown faded into a soft O shape as her lips parted. "Oh, Blanche, no, don't you think that. You have nothing to be sorry for." Blanche thought of Eva and Desmond shouting and shuddered. "But you're mad and sad," she choked out in a quivering voice. "I did this." Eva shook her head. "No, you did not. I chose to come on this trip, didn't I? Remember, I said I would come, and I said that I wanted to. But you didn't choose any of this. You didn't choose to be taken from your family." Blanche closed her eyes and clung to the woman, praying she meant those words. Chapter 25. He had heard Eva's cry of relief and Blanche's shout, so they had found each other. He thought to himself in relief. Now he just had to find them. Desmond shook his head as he scolded himself for his behaviour. What was he doing, getting mad at Eva? She had every right to be upset. He should be thanking her for still being there, not squabbling, and most of all, he should have been keeping a better eye on Blanche. She was his responsibility. He should have caught the child before she ran away. What was she thinking? He couldn't imagine what had been going through her mind to make her want to take off like that. It had only taken a few minutes for complete darkness to set in around them. Though he trusted the Lakota were good hunters, there was no guarantee of being able to follow any tracks in the dark, especially when it was such cold weather. He pulled his coat tighter with a frown as he searched for the girls in the dark. "Oh, Blanche," he heard Eva say. They were close. Desmond diverted left to try and find them. He brushed his way through the tall grass, squinting. He should have grabbed something to make a torch, he realised, but there was no turning back. "Of course, I'll take you home," Eva said, just loud enough for him to hear. "I promise, Blanche. I won't leave your side until you are safe and with your mother. I mean it, and I don't break my word. Also, I told you that you have nothing to apologise for, didn't I? It's been a difficult journey, but it's worth it." His heart fluttered as he wondered if she meant it. Eva wasn't a liar, after all. Desmond listened carefully as he gradually made his way over. Then he stopped, seeing Blanche and Eva together. The child's back was facing him, though Eva looked up from where she was squatting down to be on the same level with Blanche. Eva locked her gaze with Desmond's as she finished her statement. "There have been awful parts," Eva said, But it's still been the best experience in my life with you and Desmond by my side. He swallowed hard as something swelled up inside of him. He opened his mouth and tried to find the right words to say. Desmond shifted, and the crunching snow beneath him caught Blanche's attention. "Blanche," he murmured after clearing his throat. "Are you well? Are you hurt?" She bit her bottom lip and then shook her head in reply. He felt his muscles relax. Desmond studied her in the darkness, seeing those glittering eyes and wobbly chin. Blanche had been through so much, and he was only exacerbating this by inviting arguments and contention. Desmond regretted the verbal exchange with Ava, but didn't know how to tell her. He just wished Blanche would understand that what had been said had nothing to do with her. "All right." Desmond glanced at Eva and watched as she stood up. "Then let's get back to the Lakota. It'll be warmer there, safer too." Nodding, Blanche brushed aside some of the thicker grass to make her way over to him. Then she slipped her hand through his before giving him a hopeful smile. The sight warmed his heart in a way that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was as if Carrie was sending him a sign from heaven. He blinked hard as Eva straightened up. She wrapped her arms around her torso, gave him a nod, and then moved past him slowly. The three of them didn't speak on their way back. It seemed that Ava had calmed Blanche down after what had happened, and Ava too was no longer shaking. She kept her head up and walked close beside him. He wanted to say something that would lighten the mood, to make both Ava and Blanche smile, but Desmond remained silent. Beyond the prairie were a grove of trees and a pathway that led around the river. It was too dark to see much, but he had caught sight of the stars coming out around them and knew which direction to take. Hand in hand with Blanche, Desmond led them back to the small settlement. Ishtasapa paced on the outskirts, stopping the moment they emerged from the trees. He said something in his native language before stepping forward to provide a few blankets. "Here, get warm," he told them. All three of them wrapped the thick cloths around their shoulders and allowed themselves to be guided to the large fire. "Food is being prepared now. Come." Though Desmond was cautious about the idea of sitting with Eva, worried she might still be upset, the only available seat was beside her. Blanche sat curled up by their feet on the ground. Many of the Lakota looked their way, but said nothing. Food in large bowls was passed along. He could smell savoury meat, elk most likely, dried out to enjoy. There were also choke cherries and potatoes. He wondered about their storage options as he took a few bites and tried to relax. The day was finally ending. It hardly seemed possible that so much had happened. Just that morning, he had woken up in the middle of nowhere, feeling hope for the first time in a while. His sore knuckles reminded him of the fight when Gilligan Toth and his men had tried to attack them. Remembering this, Desmond looked around worriedly. He didn't doubt that the gang was still nearby, but he saw warriors lingering on the outskirts of the settlement. Most had their homemade weapons for battle, though at least two of them had rifles. Desmond turned to Ishtasapa, who stood nearby, so the two of them could talk about what might happen overnight and in the morning. He offered to take on a shift with the warriors, not wanting them to put in the work that he did not, but Ishtasapa said it was an honour for them. To refuse it would be shameful. They would sleep and then have a protective posse lead them to the city. Once Ishtasapa was called away, Desmond glanced over to find that Blanche was dozing off. Eva shrugged at him as she brushed the young girl's hair. They shared a small smile before looking away. It had been a long day for the two of them. He could hardly imagine such a day for a child of Blanche's age. "I'll put her to bed," he murmured. "2 mats have been laid out for you and her over there." Desmond pointed and then scooped up Blanche in his arms. She was a tiny bundle who curled up against his chest as he walked over to the teepee. He ducked his head and went in before setting Blanche down. She didn't even stir. There were 3 other children already sleeping inside, and a fierce-eyed woman standing guard nearby. Eva was waiting for him as he stepped out. "Thank you, Desmond," said Eva softly. Her eyes looked bigger than he remembered. "And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for what I said, how I behaved. I'm sorry." He shook his head. Rubbing his neck, he knew he couldn't blame her. The heat of the moment had gotten to them, and he certainly could have been kinder too. "It's all right. Understandable, even. You've been through a lot, Eva," he added when she opened her mouth. She pressed her lips together as he continued. "This trip alone is enough to push anyone too far." A small chuckle escaped her lips. "It certainly is." Desmond glanced up to see that the moon had risen high in the sky. It must have been hidden behind the far-off mountains earlier that had kept their world so dark, but now they could have some light. That brought an idea to his mind. "Would you like to join me for a walk?" Tilting her head, Eva studied him. "Yes, I would like that." He turned his collar up and then gestured to the edge of the camp. They could walk right around the men keeping watch, but still have some privacy and quiet away from everyone else. Eva nodded, and thus their walk began. Closer to the trees, he could hear owls hooting softly. There was also the tinkling sound of the river. Looking around, Desmond admired the rough landscape. It reminded him of home. Desmond opened his mouth to share this thought with Eva, but decided against it. Neither of them had dared to speak. Besides, she wouldn't want to hear about his ranch. Glancing at Eva, Desmond realized that he could see her there on his ranch, building a home and being happy. Though he believed that he didn't need anyone in his life, being with someone like Eva made him think twice. They kept walking. Once she shifted the blanket, Eva put her hands down. It was only a second before their hands brushed against one another. "Oh, I'm sorry," she started. He said at the same time, "I didn't mean to." Looking at each other, they offered awkward smiles before turning back to the path. Desmond felt his stomach churn. He noted then that he couldn't seem to get Eva off his mind. Even in the silence, he could imagine so much being said. He needed a distraction. Clearing his throat, he decided to start talking. His thoughts turned back to their argument, and he asked the question that he had been trying to sort out in his head. "Back home, in wherever you're from, were you happy?" She had called her home horrible just a few hours ago. Surely there couldn't be any reason for her to want to return. Brow furrowing, Eva spied a look his way before shrugging. "It was home, Desmond. That means something to me." Desmond bit his tongue at her answer that clearly avoided the question. "Okay, was it a house, or was it really home? Home is a place where you're happy and wanted. Home is more than just where you lay your head. Did you enjoy being there?" I don't know what you're trying to get at," Eva managed to say as cryptically as before. "It was safe. Does that count? People can't be happy all the time. I think we've both made that fairly clear." She made a point. Desmond's lips twitched, noting how her voice sounded more exhausted than upset. Maybe it was time for them to retire. But not yet, he decided. Desmond wasn't quite sure he was ready to leave her side. He thought about what she had said before. Eva had a point about not having asked for a life of danger. None of them had. Desmond still had the vision in his head of Eva down in the snow, the desperation and fear in her eyes. He never wanted to see that look again, nor did he want her to experience that ever again. "You should be where you're happy." Desmond cleared his throat. If that's your house or somewhere else, Ava, you deserve better than what you've had, and you deserve more than a broken, guilt-ridden man like myself. He felt her eyes turn to him. Even if I wanted to, I can't marry you. I messed up my past, and I won't do that to my future, to you or anyone else. I can't make anyone happy. You deserve better. The words were heavy, Desmond thought, though he had to say them. Eva needed to know. He felt a flush creeping up his neck as he struggled to build up the courage to look at her. She was probably laughing or at least smiling, yet when he finally glanced down at her, seeing the warm glow of firelight across her face and making her eyes shine, Desmond saw something else. She blinked and rubbed a finger quickly across her cheek to wipe away a tear. For the first time in years, he found himself wanting to scoop someone up in his arms. Desmond felt his shoulders ache at the chance to pull Eva close. Tightening his hands into fists, he told himself that it couldn't happen. Chapter 26. She didn't understand how so much could have happened in such a short amount of time. Eva sniffled. Tugging the blanket close, she felt the sharp wind brushing past them, but she gave it little thought as she considered what Desmond had just said on their walk. He didn't give himself enough credit. It angered her. No, she amended. It frustrated her. This man was capable of accomplishing so much good in the world if only he would open his eyes. She could see the desire in his eyes. Desmond didn't want to be miserable. The way he had taken care of Blanche and kept her safe proved that he cared. It was evident that he had loved greatly in the years before, though she could only imagine the type of pain he had been through. But here he was, writing it all off. It was like he had taken great care of something terribly fragile for so long, and was now pushing it off the shelf to break into 1,000 tiny pieces. Her frustration from their argument earlier started to return, building up. He didn't have the right to tell her whether or not they could be happy together, especially if he wasn't going to give them a chance. Though Eva tried to control it, she wasn't sure she would be able to. Shifting, she looked at Desmond to understand how he could be doing this, not just to her, but to himself as well. She caught his eye and her heart nearly stopped. Any anger immediately was swallowed up before the fire within consumed her. Eva had been wrong, and her anger may have been rushed. She could see it in the way that Desmond looked at her now. This admission was raw, straight from his heart. For some reason, she had been discrediting his pain. The man had been through so much. Eva's shoulders drooped as she realized she couldn't be angry at him. Desmond was trying to protect her. Isn't that what he had been doing all this time? She found her confidence wavering. There were tired lines drooping around his lips and small crow's feet in the corners of his eyes. She wondered if they were from the good days, with plenty of laughter, or from the more recent days because of sorrow. Mixed emotions flooded through her. She didn't know what to hold on to in order to stay upright. That's when she realized how close they were. Now they were nearly touching. Eva could see the rising of his chest. Swallowing hard, her gaze slowly lifted from his upper body up to his eyes. He was looking at her. Desmond's demeanour had softened into an almost wounded expression. The pain within him was all too visible, and yet there was something else in his face that she saw. She didn't even realize how fast her heart had begun to beat. Something had sprung to life between the two of them in the last couple of seconds. She didn't know how or why, and decided that she didn't particularly care. It was all too obvious to her now that there was something between the two of them. That was undeniable. Now she craved the chance to be closer to him. Eva's eyelashes fluttered softly before looking down at his lips. They were terribly close, and she couldn't help but wonder how they tasted. That's when she began to lean in toward him with a hand pressed slightly against his chest to keep her balance. Ava's body moved before she willed it, and yet she knew that every part of her soul suddenly wanted this more than anything in the world. Her eyes closed once she felt his warm breath on her face. She was hardly breathing herself. There was an eagerness that clutched her from the pit of her stomach, ready for their kiss. It seemed inevitable. But before anything could happen, Desmond touched her arm lightly before taking a step back. Eva was left standing there with her arm outstretched for a precious moment that quickly dissipated. She opened her eyes and closed her mouth. A hot flush of embarrassment flooded over her as she realized what had almost happened. Eva had a feeling that the hue was turning redder when she realized what had not happened. Desmond shuffled his feet and hesitated before saying with a thick voice, "Eva." There was pity in his tone. She could easily trace it. Hearing him say her name like that with that pathetic tone made her flinch. What a fool she was, Eva thought to herself. What an utter and complete fool. What sort of people fight in an afternoon and share an intimate moment by evening? She knew nothing of relationships, but this hardly seemed reasonable. She bit her lip to force back the wave of tears that suddenly threatened to streak her face. Hurt by the rejection, Eva wondered how she could have taken this all so wrong. Her stomach grew queasy as she tried to understand why she thought something would have happened between her and Desmond. After all, there was no reason for him to want her. "I'm sorry," Desmond started to say. Eva shook her head. "Don't." She didn't want to hear his excuses. Her chest felt tight as she tried to understand her rush of emotions, but she didn't seem to have enough air right there. Looking around, Eva took a step back with a deep breath. She was nothing more than a fool. For this entire journey, Desmond had pointed out that he wasn't interested in her. He blamed his past for turning him away from love. The man had suffered in a way that she had never experienced. Tiny doubts began to wiggle their way past her defences as she looked down, wondering whether it was because of her. She found herself considering that perhaps Desmond was just using his past to nicely tell her that he wasn't interested. Remembering her stepmother's hurtful insults, Eva tasted something bitter on her tongue. The woman had been right all along that no one would ever want her. She had been a fool to believe anyone would think otherwise. "I should go," she stammered, taking another step back. Keeping her head low, she wasn't sure that she would ever be able to look him in the eye again. The only reason he had touched her in the moment was to push her away. Perhaps she should have been grateful that he did it so delicately. Eva took a step aside and looked toward the settlement, before realizing an alarming thought. She didn't know where she was. Though she had been assigned a small teepee near the fire, she was no longer certain of where that might be. She swallowed hard. It took all her pride to turn back to Desmond. "Can you take me to my bedroll?" Still unable to look at him, she listened with a quivering heart. The man shuffled his feet for a second before letting out a sigh. "Of course, Eva, this way." He spoke gruffly and didn't say another word after that. Desmond veered slightly right of the nearest tents, and by listening to his movements, she followed. Though Eva wanted to have the courage to look up, she didn't. She couldn't. There was no way that she could meet his gaze now over that embarrassing moment. It was awkward and silent. She struggled through patches of thick snow, hating every second when she could feel Desmond's gaze on her. Never again, Eva told herself. Never again would she act like that toward another man. If he wanted to kiss, then he would find a way to kiss her. But she would not be fooled again. She scolded herself while she tried to swallow the shame. They finally reached the teepee. Though she reached forward to escape him at last, ready to be rid of him, Desmond spoke up. "Eva, I just... Can we talk?" A hysterical laugh threatened to escape her throat. She swallowed it down before furtively shaking her head. "I need to go," Eva stammered. "But—" "I need to be alone," she interrupted forcefully. Then she stepped into the teepee and closed the flap, albeit clumsily, before he could say another word. Eva collapsed on her bedroll, only to stare at the door flap she had just closed. The fire still thrived and created a warm glow. This meant that she could see Desmond's dark figure as he stood by her teepee. She gulped, not certain what he was doing. What was he thinking? All she did know was that Desmond was not someone that she actually knew. She didn't understand him like she thought she had. And what's more, is that he could not possibly understand her either. Most likely, he never would. It took several minutes for Desmond to move away, but the knot in her stomach did not go with him. Grudgingly, she eventually found the strength to pull her boots off and curl up within her bedroll. Her heart thumped even as exhaustion began to creep in. This had been a long day on a very long journey. Eva stared toward the golden glow, her eyelids growing heavy as she wondered what she was going to do after all of this. She couldn't leave yet. She would see Blanche to her parents. The young girl needed that much from her before she left. So Eva would help Blanche. And after that? Clearly Desmond didn't want her in his life. The man had made that repeatedly clear to her. Eventually, Eva fell asleep, wishing she could forget the kiss that never was. Chapter 27. Desmond had a feeling he wasn't going to sleep well. Though Blanche and Eva had their bedrolls set up in teepees for the night, he didn't. He liked having the chance to sleep under the stars. He slowly walked away from Eva's teepee, relieved now that he didn't have to be around anyone else. There was too much of a weight on his shoulders to find the energy to talk with anyone. Keeping his head down, he shuffled around the campfire. Eventually, he made it to the other side of the camp, where his bedroll and saddlebags were waiting for him. Ishtasapa was only a few yards away, curled up and clearly asleep from the way his mouth hung open. It was how the man always slept, and it usually lightened Desmond's mood. But not tonight. Desmond climbed into his bedroll and tried to think about anything else besides Eva. Walking with her should have been calming after the tense day, but it had only been as complicated as every other part of this journey. They had been lucky to survive everything they had so far. He knew he should be thanking the Lord that he was still breathing. There had been every chance for his life to end, and yet, no matter the trauma and danger he had endured, a curly-haired brunette kept coming to mind. Just thinking of how close she had been to him sent a strange quiver through his soul. He had wanted to hold her. Desmond remembered that sensation perfectly. An echo of it still lingered within him. After sharing the weight of his scarred heart, she had given him a tender look, a look that made him forget almost everything. Almost. There was such warmth in her expression that he had wanted to stay in that moment forever. He was aware of every heartbeat, and there she was, ready for a kiss. He couldn't remember the last time that he had kissed a woman. It would have been years ago. Melody was the only one he had ever kissed, the only one he had ever wanted to kiss. But there was something special about Eva. The desire for someone else was supposed to be dead within him. Those new feelings were foreign to him, uncomfortable and weighing him down. Eva was right there, beautiful, sweet, brave Eva. Desmond realised what he had to do at the last moment. He had to move away to help her as well as himself. It brought him no joy to do that. And the weight in his stomach grew when he saw Eva open her eyes. What else could he do? He couldn't very well let her think that they could have a life together. That's what he had just been telling her. No matter what they might feel, it couldn't happen. Desmond had to squash any desire he felt for Eva. If something were to happen between them, then he knew it would not end well. Eva deserved better than this, better than him. She deserved to be in a home where she was safe and loved. He had nothing to give to her, yet even in turning Eva away, he had regretted the pain he inflicted on her. Desmond tried to think of how he could amend his mistake on their walk to find her bedroll. Then he had attempted to explain himself. "I need to be alone," Eva had told him. Now lying in his bedroll, Desmond wondered if he had made a mistake. Perhaps he hadn't explained himself well enough. Maybe there was something he could have said to fix this. He tried to think, but nothing came to mind. There was nothing more he could do. So he closed his eyes and told himself that it would be sorted out in the morning. They'd had a long day, Desmond convinced himself, and Eva would forget about this. He fell asleep, hoping for the best, only to toss and turn through the night. It relieved him to find the sun rising. Desmond clambered up with a slight groan. His body was sore all over as though he had spent all of yesterday wrestling. Pausing to stretch, he remembered the short fight with Gilligan Toth and his gang. He frowned. Looking toward the edge of the settlement, Desmond wondered how close the gang might be. If they were willing to come all this way for Blanche, then they wouldn't just stop now. Toth would be waiting and watching to seize the perfect moment. The gang had almost won. No one had expected them to show up, let alone attack the Lakota people. They were a peaceful people, but would fight if necessary. Desmond was grateful that the natives had been there to help protect him and the girls, when they very well could have left them on their own. Desmond pulled on his coat before rolling his blankets up. The temperature had dropped a few more degrees overnight. Seeing the dried blood on his knuckles, he took himself over to the river's edge. There was ice floating downriver. He wrinkled his nose and quickly returned to the settlement. Ishtasepa ushered him over. Eva and Blanche were already there, bundled up in new thick coats. All three of them were eating what looked like cornmeal with meat on top. "Hungry?" Ishtasepa asked as Desmond reached them. Her face covered in grease, Blanche looked up to give him a wide smile. "Bonjour, Desmond. These are très bons, very good." The child offered him the last two in a small clay bowl. He nodded, accepting them as he glanced over at Eva. She didn't even look up to greet him. Recalling last night's incident, the weight in his stomach returned. His gut constricted as he took a bite of his breakfast, tasting nothing. Desmond forced himself to eat the food before pulling out a handkerchief. He wiped off his hands and then offered it to Blanche. The girl giggled before wiping her face. When she tried to hand the handkerchief back to him, he hesitated and glanced at Eva. "Do you need this?" he asked her. There was a small spark of hope in his voice that she might respond. He wanted her to at least look at him, but she didn't. Instead, Eva shrugged and fiddled with her new coat. Then she looked away with a soft sigh so he couldn't even see the expression on her face. Though Desmond could tell Blanche was looking back and forth at them curiously, he forced himself not to be upset. He just took the handkerchief back and shoved it in his pocket. Chaska and the other hunters had already saddled the animals and their bags. Desmond helped Blanche onto his horse before following after her. She started talking about a dream that she'd had, but he could hardly hear her with so many thoughts running through his head. And they were on their way. The next couple of hours were the quietest part of the journey. With 10 Lakota riding around their party, it didn't seem appropriate for any singing or stories, especially since the gang was probably still nearby. Everyone had to be alert and ready for action. Blanche seemed to realize this, falling quiet. Though Desmond tried to get close to Eva so they could talk, she made sure to keep her distance. What was he supposed to do? He didn't know. Desmond hadn't known what to do with himself for several years now. Before he knew it, they had reached the town they had been looking for. Sheriff Abraham had called it Lionel's home front. The town sat on the side of a mountain, small but well protected from the wind and snow. Desmond quickly noticed the signs of a trading town for trappers, hunters, and travellers. Though composed of only a few local residents, there had to be folk coming through constantly. Ishtasapa stopped a few people as they walked the length of the street before getting the answer he needed from a young man with the bushiest beard that Desmond had ever seen. "You mean the Abelard party?" "Yeah, they're just posted north of here past the blacksmith forge. Can't miss them. Their camp is a mess." Desmond gave Ishtasapa a nod, and they continued northward. Moving slower now, he noticed how antsy Blanche was growing. She couldn't stop wiggling in her saddle. He couldn't blame her. The chance to see his parents one more time would have him feeling the same way, so he nudged his horse along and kept moving. Desmond expected to feel a great sense of relief the moment he returned the child to her parents. He thought he would be grateful to be free of the child, as clever and sweet as she was, once she was reunited with her parents. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Their party reached the Abelard trapping group just a few hundred yards outside of Lionel's home front. There were haphazardly prepared tents with gear and expired fires strewn everywhere. Ishtasapa was telling them he would hang back with the Lakotas when there was a sudden shout from within the camp. "Blanche!" The child slipped down before Desmond could help her. He watched Blanche run toward a woman with white blonde hair, hopping over things in the snow before leaping into her arms. It sent a wave of anguish over him. That was how his family should have been that New Year's Day, he thought. He should have had that moment with his daughter. His eyes burned as he looked away. Though Desmond could feel Ava looking at him, he couldn't bring himself to do anything. A cold wind picked up. He appreciated the moment of the sharp chill on his cheeks to distract him from the pain in his heart. "Eva! Desmond! Come!" Blanche's high voice called to him. That was the last thing he wanted to do, Desmond realised, to see a family rebuild after his own loss years ago. He would rather turn around and go back home right then. But he didn't. Knowing the knife in his heart would only keep twisting, Desmond forced himself off his horse to go meet Blanche's family. Chapter 28. Eva knew that happy families existed. She had seen them in the streets, at church, and all over in her hometown. Though she didn't have a happy family herself, it always gave her hope for the future, that she might have one someday. It was all that she longed for. There was no need for riches or beautiful clothes so long as everyone under one roof was happy. Then she looked over to Desmond. Seeing the pained look on his face, she was reminded of his loss. She thought about their conversation that one night they had been lost from Ishtasapa and Blanche, when Desmond had told her about hoping to find some comfort in bringing a family back together when he could not do the same for his own family. Her heart went out to him. She was still hurt over what had happened the night before. But that didn't stop her from feeling for Desmond. She wished that she could have done the same for him in returning his family to his side. Eva swallowed hard as Blanche called to them. Forcing a smile on her face, she nodded with a wave before dismounting. She wanted to call Ishtasapa back to see this happy reunion, but he had mentioned once before that the Lakota cared little for farewells, and besides, they were safe now. Who would try to snatch the child from their family a second time? "Mama, say Eva!" Blanche cried out as she tugged her mother forward. She chattered in French and English. "Desmond, too. He saved me. She did, too. Eva, meet my mama. Où est papa? Where is he?" Eva smiled at the woman with the frizzy hair and startling big eyes. She was thin, dressed in several layers of patched clothing. Blanche's mother had a pointy chin with a hesitant look on her face as she nodded along with all that her daughter was saying. "You can call her Amy. That's her name. She doesn't speak English well," Blanche explained. "But Papa does." Then she spoke once more in French. Eva gathered it was something about her father. Shrugging, Amy raised her hands before glancing around. There was an uneasy tinge in her smile that made Eva wonder if something was wrong. It was a reunion. How could anything be wrong? She was almost disappointed to find that the mother wasn't crying and still clinging to Blanche now. But Eva scolded herself, knowing that the woman had to be overwhelmed. Eva glanced around, following Amy's gaze. The camp included 11 tents and nearly 30 people. She scratched her nose discreetly. There was a sour smell in the air, and Eva didn't want to think about where it might be coming from. It looked cozy, she tried to tell herself. But the more she looked around, the more Eva realized how little they had. It was hard not to notice the thin and dirty faces among the people nearby. Eva stood with her party around the remains of a fire pit. It wasn't very big and would have been used for little more than cooking, she supposed. Blanche was walking around them anxiously, looking as she called out for her father to join them. Blanche! The man's voice was higher than she expected, and not as thrilled as she had hoped. Eva jerked her head to the nearby mountainside as the older, lanky figure appeared. Papa! Though 12 years old, Blanche threw herself at the man, so he was forced to catch her. Eva's hope lifted again as she saw Blanche's excitement to be back with her parents. It was about time they reunited. Blanche! What are you doing here? Blanche's father asked in heavily accented English. I mean, you're here. You ... He looked up, seeing Eva and Desmond. Bewilderment spread across his face before turning back to his daughter. He ruffled her hair and started speaking rapidly to her in French. The two of them chattered for several minutes before Blanche tugged him over. Eva shifted her feet, wondering about the strange feeling in her chest. She glanced at Desmond, but he didn't seem to see anything wrong, so she told herself she was just being silly. The man was happy that his daughter was back. He was even smiling. Blanche's father mumbled something in French to his wife, Amy, before his daughter demanded his attention. Said Eva and Desmond, they brought me all the way here. She boasted proudly. They saved me from bad men. I rode horses all the way. Ah, a pleasure. Monsieur, Blanche's father said as he offered his hand to Desmond and then to Eva. The handshake was weak and sticky. And you, mademoiselle, the journey, it must have been... She discreetly wiped her hand on her coat. Glancing at Eva and then Blanche, Desmond cleared his throat. It was fine. We ran into trouble with a gang run by Gilligan Toth. He was very adamant about taking your daughter, sir. He and his gang were the ones who kidnapped her, he added. Ah, that is... You have... Blanche's father nodded jerkily. He seemed to be wearing fewer layers than his wife, though he was sweating profusely. Well, thank you. We cannot begin to thank you, to repay you. Merci. Eva offered him a polite nod, hoping he was well. It was our pleasure. You have a very special daughter, sir. Blanche is wonderful, but we don't want to be in the way of your reunion, so I suppose we should go. Go? No, Blanche mourned. Not yet. There was no way that Eva could turn down the child, especially if this was the last time they might see one another. She exchanged a look with Desmond, who shrugged. So the two of them stayed a while longer for Blanche. The young girl showed them around the camp and pointed out the small corner of the tent where she usually slept at night. Her enthusiasm wavered at times, but she would smile repeatedly to reassure them she was happy. Eva didn't know how Blanche did that. The hope and cheer she had felt for the girls' family reunion seemed to wilt the longer that she stayed. Mixed feelings rose within her as she forced herself to acknowledge the poverty that her parents clearly lived in. That would have been fine. She tried to convince herself if her parents had been thrilled to have her back. Though Amy hugged her daughter and patted Blanche's head frequently, Antoine, as the father had introduced himself, seemed to distance himself from everyone. Eva struggled to put her finger on what in particular bothered her about him, yet Desmond made no comment on anything, so she told herself it had to be nothing. Blanche seemed happy to be back with her family. That's what mattered. "We should be going," Desmond said at last. "The sun will be setting soon, and I need to be on my way. We need to be on our way," he amended with a quick look at Eva. She nodded, standing as well. Blanche ran over to them, enveloping them in a tight hug. It took all of Eva's strength not to start bawling as it sunk in that they were truly leaving. Blanche was such a sweet and enthusiastic girl, and Eva would miss her dearly. "I will never forget you," Eva assured her. "Someday we will find each other. I promise." Sniffling, Blanche nodded. "Be safe," Desmond said in a low voice. "Keep your eyes open, and next time you hide in a stranger's wagon, well, you'll know what to do." He rubbed a tear off Blanche's face. "Be good, Blanche." The girl's chin wobbled ferociously as she stammered out a farewell in French. She clutched Eva and Desmond tight for a good minute before her father sighed and tugged her back, forcing a smile on her face, no matter how weak. Eva nodded to the family before she forced herself to turn away. A lump formed in her throat. It took all of her control not to run back to hug Blanche one more time. They slowly returned to Ishtasapa. Eva wiped away the tears. Without Blanche there any longer, she was forced to remember the tension between her and Desmond. She looked up and saw an equally uncomfortable expression on his face. He glanced over to Ishtasapa. "We are going back. Now Ishtasapa and I will go to Little Westbury, and then I'll go home." He scratched his beard. "Are you?" Eva inhaled sharply as she realised what he was asking. What was she going to do? Her mind spun. After all of her talk about staying in one place or another, of going back to her stepmother, now was the time for her to make that final decision. The night before had made it more than clear that Desmond wanted nothing to do with her. She couldn't go with him, especially with the embarrassment still lingering in the redness of her cheeks. She bit her lip as she realised she couldn't go back to her stepmother either. Desmond had been right that she hadn't been happy there, and that she wanted to be someplace where she was actually wanted. That meant it was time to find a new home. "I suppose I'll stay in town." Eva cleared her throat. "For a few days at least. I'll find some lodgings and perhaps a job, or find a route to take to somewhere else." Desmond's shoulders relaxed. "Ah, good. Thank you, I suppose," Eva said, "for reminding me. About my stepmother, I mean. About not going back home. I won't be doing that. All right. I'm sure that everything will work out well." Desmond gave her an awkward smile before climbing into the saddle. "I suppose this is goodbye?" A strange sensation fluttered in her stomach. "Goodbye, then, Desmond." "Goodbye, Eva." He opened his mouth to say something more, but seemed to think better of it. He glanced over her head towards the camp, turned to her one last time, and finally nudged his horse to start moving. Ishtasapa glanced between them. He offered her a short wave before directing his horse to follow Desmond. "Take care, Eva. Be well," he said as he waved to her. She held the reins of her horse tightly in her grip, unable to move. Eva watched Desmond as he left. She found herself hoping he would look back any moment, she told herself. One final glance. He would look back, and that would give her the strength she needed to go into town and sort out her own future. But he never looked back. Chapter 29. He thought a weight would be lifted off his shoulders, but as Desmond moved further away from Ava and Blanche, he felt the exact opposite. New worries began to settle upon his shoulders. He felt poked and prodded by these concerns, even though they weren't supposed to trouble him anymore. Eva didn't have anyone. She had no family to turn to, no friends nearby, and no place of her own. He had seen the uncertainty in her gaze as she told him what she would do. Eva was only guessing right now, not knowing what might come next for her. He hoped that someone would help her out. There had to be someone kind enough to take her in and offer her shelter. Maybe they would be able to help her find a job or a home. She might even find a handsome stranger who would fall madly in love with her at first sight. That was the kind of life that Eva deserved. If he had nearly kissed her the other night, then it wouldn't be hard for someone else to discover just how special she was, and that someone would be better for her than he ever could hope to be. Desmond's heart panged even as he tried to tell himself that it was for the best. Eva would find the place where she belonged. One way or another, he was certain of it. She had proved herself over and over again during their journey together. The strength and courage she had shown was unlike anyone he had ever known. Though there had been difficult moments, she always overcame them. Now, she would overcome this trial too. Besides, Blanche was safe. She was the one that had brought him and Eva close. He tried to tell himself that she was the only reason he had cared for Eva. In a friendly way, he amended quickly. Now that the child was back home where she belonged, Eva didn't need him, and he didn't need to protect her anymore. He didn't need anyone. She would be safe. And so was Blanche. Even if he didn't understand Blanche's parents, Desmond felt confident that all would be well with her now. Fairly confident, he corrected himself. Though Eva could do little to hide the concern on her face in the Abelard camp, Desmond had said nothing while taking a mental note of every little thing that bothered him. The place was dirty, broken, and the people were skittish. Most food appeared spoiled, and nothing had been washed in a long time. It made his home look like a palace. Even Blanche's parents had seemed a little strange. Her mother, Amy, was wild-eyed with her nervous hands. She had fawned over Blanche for the first 2 minutes before her smiles began to appear forced. Antoine, the father, had been even more strange. He seemed a nervous fellow who could hardly speak clearly. The side glances he had shot his wife had confused Desmond, but he couldn't understand it. None of it made sense to him, and he had to force those concerns out of his head. Just because he'd had a daughter before didn't mean that he knew the only way to parent. One could argue that he had even failed in his role as a father. Desmond told himself he was being foolish. He had no right to judge Blanche's parents. Is something wrong? Ishtasapa's voice interrupted his thoughts. The man had been talking with Chaska a minute ago, but now lagged behind with Desmond. Looking up, Desmond tried to find a way to explain all the emotions locked up in his chest, but he couldn't. "Supplies," he said at last, thinking of something to say. "I need supplies." He didn't want to talk about the weight on his shoulders, but if he was going to make the long journey back to his home, there were a few things that he would need to get there. Ishtasapa pointed ahead, saying, "I saw a store at the end. You can make your purchases, and we will retrieve the other men." "Sounds like a good plan," Desmond agreed. Once Ishtasapa left, Desmond tied his horse to a post before fixing his jacket around his shoulders and stepping inside. It was a small store, but there were enough goods for him to spend a good minute studying them. He found some food, a fur hat, and a few more goods. This took up most of his money. Hopefully that wouldn't be a problem, he told himself, and he would be able to make it home before having to talk to anyone besides Ishtasapa. He walked out with his purchases, realizing how close he was to being back on his own. That was the way he preferred it. This journey with the girls and Ishtasapa had been far from anything he was used to. All he wanted was to sit down in his kitchen and eat a meal without anyone watching him. When is Eva joining us? Thoughts of the quiet life dissipated as Desmond jerked his head up. Ishtasepa had returned, riding his horse. Around the outskirts of town were the other natives waiting for them. Frowning, he turned, packing his new supplies into his saddlebags. Eva isn't coming back with us, he grunted, shoving everything down. She's staying. She's made her own plans. The man appeared confused. Desmond mounted his horse while Ishtasepa shook his head. What plans? They should include you. I thought you two would meet up again. I thought she was your woman. She loves you. Don't you love her? Scrutinizing him, Desmond wondered what on earth he was thinking. Desmond scratched his head. She's not in love with me. Tutting, Ishtasepa nudged his horse backward before saying, I know the looks of a woman in love, even if you do not. Eva loves you. It is not an opinion, but the truth. She loves you, and I believed you felt the same. Why don't you bring her back? There is still time. He spoke in such a simple manner that it seemed as though the world really could be that easy. But Ishtasepa had no idea what he was talking about. It took Desmond a minute to pull his thoughts together. He struggled to digest Ishtasepa's words, for they made no sense. Eva didn't love him, and he certainly didn't love her. He couldn't. The only one for him had been Melody. When she passed, he swore he would spend the rest of his life alone, even if Eva was beautiful and kind, and he could imagine her on his ranch. That didn't mean anything. They had only known each other for a short amount of time. Love and relationships required time, courting, and more. What he had with Eva was nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. Desmond managed to choke out. Ishtasepa, you don't know what you're talking about. You have protected her, the man pointed out. Protected her and kept her safe, and she has been there for you. I have seen you two talk. I saw you walking together last night. The way you look at her speaks of love. The thought of love in his life again made Desmond dizzy. That's not true, he argued. I was just being a gentleman. I was trying to help, all right, and we had things to talk about. But nothing more happened. There is nothing between us, Ishtasepa. There couldn't be. Desmond nudged his horse to start moving. He hoped that would end the conversation. Eva couldn't love him. Thinking of how she couldn't look at him that morning said enough. Desmond meant what he had said the night before. Nothing could happen. She needed to be with someone who could give her more than what he had to offer. It was better this way. Even if he turned back now, certainly she wouldn't have him. No, he couldn't go back on his word. Ishtasepa caught up a moment later, but didn't seem to have caught the hint. He leaned forward to look at Desmond. The man's face scrunched up before he shook his head. No matter your past, the man proclaimed, you can always have a better future. You and Eva. Now you are just hurting yourself, Desmond. Yourself and her. Doing that is pointless. Eva is brave and good, a fine woman who should have a good husband. Desmond frowned. I know, Ishtasepa. That's why I'm leaving. The man beside him scoffed. Then you're a fool? While he supposed he could keep up this argument, it was beginning to wear Desmond out. He shook his head. Maybe it was best if he just stayed quiet. Pursing his lips, he moved a little faster, so he wouldn't ride alongside Ishtasepa. His guide seemed to catch on. Ishtasepa hung back, talking in his native tongue with the other hunters. He didn't know what he was talking about. Desmond told himself this over and over as he turned to face the path before them. It would take a while, but eventually he would stop thinking about Eva. He might even forget her looks with her long golden brown hair and dark brown eyes, those sharp cheekbones and elegant nose, and she would be just another memory from winters past. December had never been a good time of year for him. Somehow, it always seemed to be the month that everyone left him. Usually, it wasn't on purpose, he knew, but it didn't make the pain any easier. He told himself that this time wasn't like the past. Eva wanted to leave. Even Blanche wanted to be home. They both had their own lives to live, and he could do nothing to help them anymore. Neither of them needed him. Desmond knew this was for the best. A sharp whistle rang out in the crisp evening air. There was a short note and a longer note that turned low. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he looked around to see where it could have come from. The moon was rising, and the sun had nearly set. He was at least a few hours away from Eva and Blanche now. Desmond glanced around as he saw the Lakota men shifting in their saddles and talking. Something was going on. Two of them started to pull out their spears. Confused, Desmond turned toward Ishtasapa. Only he could explain what was going on. As though knowing that he was being looked for, Ishtasapa moved up to ride alongside him. "Something has happened," he announced. "It's a warning call. One of the hunters is returning." Sure enough, a moment later, one of the Lakota men appeared through the forest. He waved one of his short knives that glittered in the waning sunlight. Desmond frowned. What did Ishtasapa mean when he said that something had happened? There was nothing he could do until the hunter arrived. The man was breathless, panting hard and constantly looking over his shoulder. Using sign language and short spurts of words, he made a few motions that Desmond didn't quite understand. But the head of their group, Chaska, nodded along. "What's going on?" Desmond asked Ishtasapa, when he noticed that the other men around them were growing more antsy. They were talking in low voices that sounded much more terse than before. "Is something wrong?" "Yes." Ishtasapa turned to him with a grim look. His lips pressed tightly together before looking past Desmond. He found Toth and the man's gang. They were still headed north, toward town. He added after a second, "Toth? It couldn't be." Blinking, Desmond wondered if he was hearing what he thought he was hearing. He glanced toward the woods where the hunter had come from. If Toth was there, then they were still in danger. Him, Ava, and Blanche. The realization struck him with a bitter taste sliding down the back of his throat. He thought once Blanche was returned home, they wouldn't try anything. How could he have been such a fool? Too caught up in his thoughts of getting back home, he hadn't made sure that they would be all right. Scolding himself, he grimaced. Desmond didn't understand, but there was no time for questions. He had to go back for Eva and Blanche. Both of them were miles behind him, without a clue that they were in trouble. They needed him. A fool. That's what he was. Eva meant something special to him, and he couldn't let her get hurt. Blanche didn't deserve that either. He didn't understand the rush of emotions within him, but he decided there would be time for that later. There was no question about what needed to happen next. Desmond jerked his horse around, turning the animal back around. He didn't have a minute to lose. He had to keep them safe. Desmond pushed his horse to a gallop, praying he could save them in time. Chapter 30. Tugging the hair from her face, Eva looked at the town. She had yet to move since Desmond left, fading behind the buildings. Though she knew she should start making her way there to find shelter for the night, her heart wasn't in it. It wasn't hard for Eva to realize that she wasn't quite ready to say goodbye. She had loved every minute with the girl. The thought of leaving her behind now felt uncomfortable. Just one more hug, she told herself, and then she would be on her way. Eva hoped that wasn't selfish of her. Surely Blanche would want to see her one more time. Biting her lip, she glanced over her shoulder before turning to the Abelard camp. Just the thought of seeing the precious 12-year-old made her spirits lift. "One hug," Eva instructed herself. So, she turned around. The snow crunched under her feet. Her horse's breath was warm against her neck as she led the way. Keeping her eyes out for a familiar head of blonde hair, Eva hoped that everyone there didn't mind she was intruding again. Eva? She jerked her head up with a broad, eager smile. Blanche! Seeing that the young girl started running over caused her heart to soar. Eva laughed from pure joy as she hurried forward herself, scooping Blanche up in her arms. "You came back!" the young girl squealed. "I couldn't help myself," Eva admitted before setting her back down. A flush spread across her cheeks. "I already missed you. Since I don't need to be anywhere else just yet, I thought I would come by one last time." Blanche clung to one of her hands with both of hers. "I'm very glad. I don't want you to leave." Hesitating, Eva glanced over at the sight of the girl's parents. They were gathered around the fire, bent down as they slowly supplied more twigs to build up the flames. Both of them were eyeing her curiously. "I shouldn't stay," Eva admitted. "I would hate to be a bother. Perhaps I can help make your supper, or clean something, or watch over you if your parents have other duties to tend to." Blanche looked over her shoulder and shouted to them in French. The mother nodded before waving them off. But the father, she noted, scowled before turning away as if to hide his face. Eva wondered if she had done something wrong. She couldn't blame them for worrying about Blanche, of course. If she had lost her child, she didn't know what she would do. Even the possibility of losing Blanche scared her. Though she remembered her dreams of becoming a mother, much of that had faded into the corners of her mind when her stepmother came into her life. But since meeting Blanche, Eva looked forward to the possibility of having a child of her own. It brought forth fears that she had never known existed, just like it brought in joy and love. "I told them I was going to take a walk," Blanche explained. "We can tie your horse here." Eva was glad that Blanche had her family back and wanted that for every child. If she ever discovered another abandoned child, she decided, she was more than willing to help. Maybe someday she would have a loving home for the girl or boy, a safe and happy place that she had never been able to have for herself. "This way," Blanche said. "I want to tie him up. See? Desmond showed me." There was a heavy weight of emotion on her chest already. The mention of Desmond only seemed to make it heavier. Eva swallowed before giving the girl a smile. "You're doing a wonderful job," she assured her. "He taught you well." Once her horse was tied to the tree, Blanche slipped her hand back into Eva's. The girl's hand was warm even in this weather, and so very small. But it was strong, Eva noted gladly, as Blanche pulled her to the outskirts of her camp. "Desmond taught me a lot," Blanche mentioned as they began walking. "And you, Eva." Looking down at her, Eva squeezed her hand. "You taught me things too, Blanche. I'm very glad we met." The young girl nodded before a small sigh escaped her. Eva frowned as Blanche's face scrunched up. She waited for her to say something, but all she heard was the background noise of those within the camp talking and working. "Blanche," Eva asked, "is something wrong?" Shaking her head, Blanche sneaked a quick look up before looking away. Number only. "I wish I could stay. With you, I mean. And Desmond." Eva's mouth opened in surprise as the girl hurriedly continued. "We were happy, yes. A strange family. But I thought, if you married Desmond, then you would take me with you." Eva stopped walking. She could feel her throat constricting when a wave of emotion washed over her. Taking a moment to collect her thoughts, she knelt down to be at the same level as Blanche. The child looked just as upset now as she had when Eva found her in the tall grass. "I'm sorry," Eva managed in a hoarse whisper. Tears threatened to fall down her cheeks, for she understood the child's wish, but there was nothing she could do. "I know just how you feel. It's hard, yes, but sometimes in life, well, we have special moments, They are precious and good, but they can't always last. Some things just aren't meant to be. She tried to smile, but the jumble of feelings within threatened to overwhelm her. All Ava could think about was the way Desmond had pulled away when they had nearly kissed. Dropping her gaze, she sniffled. She had been so certain about their connection. While it seemed as if he had practically admitted to something between them, he had still refused to act on it. Clearing her throat, Eva took a deep breath before facing Blanche. If this was the last time they would be together, she didn't want either of them to be crying. It was in that moment she saw the girl's eyes widening in fear. Realizing Blanche was looking over her shoulder, Eva turned. She caught sight of a familiar figure through the nearby trees. Fear struck her in the gut. There was no time for her to think. Holding tightly to Blanche, she attempted to turn back to the camp. "Where do you think you're going?" asked a man now standing in her way. Black hair and a black beard, worn-out clothes with a stale stench clinging to them. He was terribly thin too, with gaunt cheeks. What stood out the most was the scar over his left eye. It looked just like Blanche had described when she had talked about the man who had kidnapped her, Gilligan Toth. Eva gasped, stumbling back. She clung tightly to Blanche to keep her safe, but suddenly there was someone else there beside them. Eva cried out as she recognized that it was one of the two men who had attacked her at the Lakota camp. He grabbed Blanche, dragging her away. The young girl cried out, reaching for Eva desperately. "No! Let her go!" Eva demanded. She stomped toward him, only making it 2 steps before someone took hold of her arm. "You can't have her. Blanche, you can't kidnap her again." "Kidnap her?" Toth burst out laughing. A second later, his men followed with their own chuckles. "You thought I kidnapped a kid? I wouldn't stoop that low, would I?" Her fear mingled with confusion toward him taunting them so. She stopped struggling as she looked around. Were they laughing at her? Though she wanted to turn her fear into anger, she didn't know how. She gulped before turning back to Toth. "She's not yours," Eva started in her strongest voice. But he cut her off. "Oh, did you pay for her?" She furrowed her brow. "I didn't think so, because I did. That girl is rightfully mine. You see," Toth explained as he walked around her, "Mr. Durand owed me money. He couldn't pay me back, so he gave me his daughter. What won't a desperate man do?" Eva's mouth dropped open. What? No, he wouldn't. No one would. It was as if her words fell on deaf ears. "You've had your fun on your charity crusade, young lady, but that's over now. This kid is going east to the family willing to pay me for a child of their own. It's already a done deal." "No!" Blanche cried out with panic evident in her voice. She yelled in French until the man holding her jerked her backward to silence her. "Don't hurt her!" Eva turned, glaring at him. "Don't you dare! And I don't care what you think is happening," she added once she turned back to Toth. "But you can't have Blanche. She's not yours to buy or sell. She's a child." The dark gleam in his eyes faded as he studied her. He stalked over and tugged on a strand of her hair, just hard enough for her to cry out in pain. Eva couldn't stop herself from shaking as he fiddled with the hair before narrowing his eyes. "I know I said we'd do whatever it took to get you out of our way, but now I think I can come up with a whole other plan for you," Toth said with a leering grin. He glanced around at his gang who began to chuckle. Her breath caught. "Don't worry, I have a few ideas." Any gumption she'd had a moment ago quickly faded. Eva gulped. The man holding on to her had a tight grip that was going to leave a mark on her arms. Looking around, she counted 6 men. Her chest heaved. How was she supposed to escape from that many men with Blanche? It was impossible. They were surrounded, and she didn't have a weapon. She wouldn't know how to use one if she tried. Her mouth turned dry as she realised how much trouble they were in. She could try to call out for the camp, but thinking about what Toth had said about Blanche's father, Eva doubted anyone would come. This time, there was no one to save her. Tears sprung to her eyes when she realised all hope was lost. Let go of her. The hard voice seemed to come out of nowhere. Eva jumped, and several of the men did the same. Everyone was caught off guard, even Toth. The men were pulling out their guns as Desmond stepped out from behind the trees ahead of her. Desmond, Eva murmured breathlessly. Chapter 31. Hearing Eva call his name almost distracted Desmond. He forced himself to focus, keeping his gaze on the man before him. Delaney, Toth growled. I was hoping I'd find you. I have a bullet with your name on it. His hands moved to his gun strapped to his side, but Desmond already had his own gun pointed straight at the gang leader. He could tell the man was just itching for a chance to grab it. Then, I'll gladly take it off your hands, Desmond said. Your gun and every bullet. I want the same from your men. It's the only way you're getting out of here alive. Drop them now. He could feel all eyes on him. It took everything he had not to jump into action. Desmond wasn't even sure what he wanted to do. He had never killed a man before and was not eager to start now. Mostly he just wanted to grab Eva and Blanche and then start running, but he couldn't. Not yet, at least. Desmond gritted his teeth and looked at Gilligan Toth with all the hatred in his heart. He had arrived just in time to hear Toth's claim on Blanche. It was Ishtar Sapa who told him they couldn't just run in with guns blazing in case the girls got hurt. Don't, please, Eva whispered. It's all right, Desmond assured her without looking her way. He knew his will would break if he did. Blanche, you're going to be fine. These men are about to let you go. Laughing, Toth shook his head. It sent cold shivers down Desmond's spine, though he forced himself not to react. I don't think so. Who do you think you are? You have one gun, Delaney. My men will shoot you down before you ever pull the trigger. Desmond pulled back the hammer. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Ishtar Sapa? Chaska? From the corner of his eye, he could tell that the Lakota men were taking that step out from hiding. From the muttered reactions and jerky movement of the gang, they hadn't been expecting that. Every one of the natives had a gun pointed at one of the gang members. There were 12 against 6, he knew. The Lakota each had a man in their sights, with a few extra set on Toth. You can't win, Desmond pointed out, as their leader glanced around. We will cut you down if you try. Drop your weapons and walk away now if you want to live this day out. Why you? Toth snapped while taking a step forward, but Desmond just lifted his weapon a little higher. I mean it, Toth. You walk away and you keep walking. You will never touch Eva or Blanche again. Even think about it, and I will come for you. The two men glared at each other in silence. He was willing to do this all day and all night, no matter what it took. The way back here had put everything into focus for Desmond. He knew exactly what mattered to him and what he was willing to do to protect the ones he loved. Toth wasn't going to win. The man might not have realised it yet, but he had to any moment now. It slowly began to happen. Desmond could hear it around him, the snap of leather and the soft thumps of guns being set in the snow. Though he was concentrated on Toth, he could see the other men bending down. Soon all of them had dropped their weapons except for Toth. Well, Desmond challenged. He must have heard it also. Their leader gritted his teeth before he turned back to see what was happening. Desmond saw Eva flinch, noticing with relief that no one was grabbing her any longer. Though Toth snapped at his men to pick up their weapons and fight, no one listened. Fight, men! He shouted. His hands balled into fists, but even he had to realise at some point that he had lost the battle. It took him a minute. Toth gave Desmond the worst look he could muster up. Forcing himself not to react, Desmond waited. Finally, Toth did it. He swore loudly as he angrily tossed the gun down. "There," he snapped, "but you better watch your back." "I will," Desmond assured him, as he concealed the relief spreading through him. But he wasn't done just yet, and you should too. Ishtasapa, do you mind leading these men into town? They won't be needing their horses. I think the sheriff would like a chance to talk with them. Ishtasapa nodded. He collected half the Lakota to lead Toth and his gang away. Machaska pushed them forward and Ishtasapa stayed behind. The gang stewed angrily about this, but there was nothing they could do unless they wanted to risk getting killed. Their hands were tied with rope for good measure, and they were surrounded by the Lakota. They left the clearing and moved past the camp outskirts, surrounded by natives on all sides. Desmond waited until they were far enough away before dropping his arms in relief. They were shaking from being up in the air for so long. "Desmond!" Blanche cried out. He dropped the gun and knelt down as the young girl ran into his arms. She gripped him tightly, her tear-streaked cheeks turning his shirt damp. Desmond squeezed her firmly before gently placing her back down. There was Eva, still standing where the men had left her. He watched her slowly turn away from where the men had gone. Her chest heaved, and he had never seen her eyes so wide when she turned to look at him. "You," she started. Desmond hated to interrupt her again. He had a feeling she had something she wanted to say to him in particular, but there was something he needed to do first. If he didn't do it now, he worried he wouldn't have the courage for it later. So, he ran forward and took her face in his hands, pulling her close for a kiss. She let out an involuntary gasp before leaning forward. Eva seemed to melt into his chest before wrapping her arms around him. Her lips were soft and sweet, making his head spin. He wanted to stay lost in the moment, but he had to say something. His heart thumped in his chest as he struggled to find the words that had begun racing through his mind on his way back to her. It had been more than evident when Ishtasapa said Toth was still after Eva. He knew then that he couldn't let her go. He wasn't ready, and he didn't want to. Desmond pulled back just enough so that he could press his forehead against hers. "Eva," he managed in a hoarse voice. "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have turned away from you. All this time I've been a fool. I've been so stuck in the past that I didn't know I could move on, that I could be happy again. But I know I can when it's with you. The future is rather terrifying, but if you'll give me a chance, I want to try it with you." Her lips parted to speak, but she seemed to have lost her voice. Nodding fiercely, Eva stood on the tips of her toes to plant another kiss on him. "Yes, I want that too," she managed after a moment. A small cheer sounded loudly beside them as Blanche grabbed them in a tight hug. "I am so happy." He gave a breathless laugh, his head spinning. Desmond ruffled her hair and gave her a smile as Ishtasapa and the remaining Lakota men came over, collecting the weapons. Hardly able to believe this had all happened, Desmond wrapped an arm around both girls in case he somehow lost them again. It soon became evident that they would not be leaving his side. Not now, not ever. The three of them went into town that evening to share their story with the local sheriff. Toth and his gang were locked up. Afterward, they decided to stay at the boarding house for the night, while the Lakota camped outside. Desmond stayed with them until Blanche fell asleep in the room with Eva, and then he retired to his own bed where he collapsed in an exhausted heap. After that, it was time to leave. The journey to return Blanche home was over. She confessed she was not particularly surprised that her father would do something like that to her, and told them that her mother most likely had known and accepted her daughter's fate without a fight. Between her, Eva, and Desmond, they decided she didn't need to go back to camp if she didn't want to. It took a week for them to travel from Montana back to South Carolina. The Lakota went with them for as long as they could, before turning back to their tribe. No longer in a hurry, they took the trip at a slower pace and stopped in Little Westbury so Ishtasapa could go home. Before they parted ways, however, an old familiar face arrived to meet with them. It was Sheriff Abraham, who was recovering from the injuries Toth and his gang had inflicted upon him. The man apologized for having told the gang where they were headed.
"Your job as a sheriff of your town is to protect the people here," Desmond pointed out after the apology. "I respect you did what you had to so you could survive, and I respect your apology, but you nearly got us killed."
The sheriff nodded gravely. "I know. That's why I'm retiring. This is my last week on the job. I'm just finishing up training for the new sheriff, and then I'll be gone. There is one thing I do have for you, though." "You don't have to do anything for me," Desmond started. Raising his hand, Sheriff Abraham shook his head. "It is small compensation for the danger I put you all in, but I've alerted the authorities in the 3 states where Gilligan Toth and his gang were wanted. He'll be sent back to those counties for arraignment. In the meantime, there were some decent rewards. I already have half of it, and the rest will be sent to you in town." A thick pile of bills was placed on the table. $2,000. Desmond stared as Blanche audibly gasped. "C'est gros," she said in amazement, saying what he was thinking. "Very big." Though Desmond tried to refuse it, the sheriff insisted and wouldn't let him leave without it. Eva thanked him kindly and put it all in her coat before nudging them out the door.
"I don't want it,"
Desmond growled in annoyance. "I didn't do that for money." "Then do something good with it," she said pointedly, before slipping her hand into his. "What about helping your ranch?" "And Blanche says your house could use some repairs." The girl giggled when he glanced down at her. Desmond sighed before trudging back to Ishtasapa, who was collecting a few supplies before he was ready to leave for his home on the outskirts of town. Thinking of what Eva had said, he knew exactly what he could do. "Ishtasapa," Desmond asked, "could I ask a favour of you?" Glancing up, their guide looked their small party over thoughtfully before offering a smile. He had just washed up and brushed his hair back before putting a fur hat on his head. "A favour? Do you need a guide again?" "No." He motioned for Eva to pull out the money. "I have a gift for you and your people. If it wasn't for you and the others, we would have ended up in a lot more trouble. This belongs to you and Chaska and the rest of the tribe." The man chuckled. "Certainly. We can help you with that. Wait, how much is that?" "Hopefully enough." Eva beamed while she put it into his arms. She grinned wider as he furrowed his brow in disbelief. "And if it isn't, we may have more on the way." It took some minor convincing, but Ishtasapa grudgingly agreed. He thanked them and promised to send Blanche a letter. "Be well," he called, watching them mount their horses before heading down the street. Then it was just Desmond with Eva and Blanche. The girls sang and laughed on their journey back to his home, or rather, he supposed, their home. On their way back into White River, Desmond redirected them to its northern edge. He led them right over to Harry's ranch house. Blanche knocked excitedly before the door opened. "What?" Harry cried out. "What are all of you doing here?" "Staying!" Blanche sang, giggling as Desmond ruffled her hair. Harry pulled them inside. He prepared drinks as they shared their story. Desmond let Eva explain most of it. She made a good storyteller, and he needed a minute for himself to realise how much had happened in such a short amount of time. He thought of Melody and Carrie as he looked around the table. If they were there, Desmond decided, they would have loved Eva and Blanche. It's a Christmas miracle, Harry teased with a shake of his head at the end of the story. At their confused looks, he chuckled. It's the 25th, of course. I can't believe you lost track of time, but with all that happened, I am not surprised. So, what now? Eva looked at Desmond and he looked back at her. Now, she said slowly without taking her eyes off him. We take it one day at a time, like we did with all the other days. I'll find a place in town and we'll see what happens next. We'll see, Desmond echoed. They left Harry after a hearty Christmas meal to find Eva a place to stay. He wanted to do things right by her, and that meant not taking her home just yet. There was a room at the boarding house that she could take that had 2 beds, so Blanche could stay with her. Though they stayed and talked for a while, he eventually returned home to his ranch. It felt like he had been gone for years. The house was dark and lonely. Desmond thought he might enjoy a night to himself, but quickly found he was missing Eva and Blanche. Over the next couple of days, he went to see them daily between fixing up his house and managing the ranch. For New Year's Eve dinner, Eva offered to cook a delicious meal. He brought her and Blanche over to the house that looked better than it had in years after he had done some deep cleaning. Most of his belongings had gone in the trash once he started to clean up his home. Blanche and Eva had only been too happy to help him make a few purchases for the house the day before. Then they came to his home to decorate it. He didn't have a tree, but they hung ribbons from the ceiling and cut out stars in paper for the walls. It wasn't much, but it was festive. Desmond glanced around again to admire their work. The decorations worked well for their New Year's Eve holiday as well. He had talked with Eva and Blanche after settling in, wanting to find a way to still celebrate Christmas. They needed time to rest up, so they had decided to combine the 2 holidays. Desmond could see now what a perfect idea it had been. It didn't take long before savoury scents wafted through the air as he watched her roast a ham. The rolls Eva cooked smelled like heaven and looked softer than a cloud. There were cooked vegetables and an apple pie as well. With his mouth watering, Desmond forced himself out of the kitchen when Eva refused his help. I can't afford gifts, but I can surely give you this, Eva insisted. Now go sit down and play a game with Blanche. He gave her a nod before obeying. Having found an old bag of marbles during his clean-up, Desmond brought those out and played with Blanche until Eva came for them. It's ready! Come eat, she called. The young girl immediately stopped playing to stand up. I'm starving! She cheered and hurried to the kitchen before Desmond had a chance to even stand up. With a chuckle, he followed after her. He brushed hands with Eva, who blushed, and took his seat. Grace was said, and then they all dug in. He moaned with every bite. Oh, this is perfect. I haven't had a meal this good in years. Blanche nodded along eagerly, too busy shoveling food in her mouth to speak yet. Eva beamed. I'm so glad. I know it's not much, of course, but here you are. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, you two. Once he had slowed Blanche down from potentially making herself sick, Desmond got back to enjoying the meal. They ate cheerfully and talked for hours until the plates were pushed aside at last. And he sighed. This was a wonderful evening, Eva sighed. A good ending to such a crazy year. Beaming, Blanche nodded. It's perfect. That's when he remembered. I'll be right back, Desmond said, and then hurried off to grab something in his room. Here, Blanche. A late Christmas gift, he added, handing the girl a poorly wrapped package. Desmond hoped she wouldn't mind the outer state and that she would instead focus on the content. She didn't seem to mind at all. Gasping in delight, Blanche looked in awe before tearing off the paper to reveal a small carved horse he had worked on over the last few days. She felt it over delicately before hugging him in gratitude. "That's lovely," Eva offered brightly when Blanche showed it to her. Then she eyed Desmond with a teasing grin. "Don't I get a present tonight?" He returned the smile, glad she had asked. Desmond couldn't think of a more perfect moment than this one. "Of course." He cleared his throat noisily. "I'm afraid I didn't make it. I stopped in town the other day for this. Taking a deep breath, Desmond walked over to her and knelt down on one knee before pulling out the ring from his shirt pocket. "Oh," Eva said as she covered her mouth. Desmond swallowed. "This is for you, if you'll have me. I'm not a perfect man by any means, you know that. But I want to do right by you. Will you marry me?" Those words were hardly out of his mouth before she was nodding in reply. Yes, of course." Eva stepped forward to throw her arms around him. Desmond straightened up, spinning Eva in his arms as Blanche cheered them on. He stopped only to pull Eva even closer for a kiss. It had been a long time since he had felt this much joy, and he had a feeling that his life would only keep getting better from here on out. Epilogue. Inhaling deeply, Eva flattened out the wrinkles in her dress. It was a lovely gown, brand new, in a soft yellow with sleeves that seemed to flutter around her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had something new to wear. Everything she'd worn over the last couple of years had come from her stepmother. They had always needed some work and never quite fit her right. But this was hers, all hers. A knock at the door made Eva jump, pulling her from her thoughts. "Come, Eva," Blanche called to her. "We're going to be late, train on retard, and that is no good." She gulped and then moved hurriedly to obey. Eva tugged at her dress gently, in fear of tripping on it, as she went to the door and opened it. "All right, I'm ready." She bit her lip as she looked down at Blanche. "Well?" The young girl narrowed her eyes, tapping her chin while she studied Eva. She waved for Eva to come closer, so she bent down. Blanche tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Parfait. Perfect." Beaming, Eva kissed her on her cheek. Her heart was practically bursting already. She paused to pick up her bouquet and then closed the door behind her. "It's time. I'm ready. Shall we?" she asked Blanche. The girl nodded, taking her hand to lead her down the stairs to the ground floor. They went out the side door to step out into the crisp morning air. Eva squinted in the sunlight before looking around. She walked carefully, not wanting to ruin her dress as Blanche led the way. She still could hardly believe it was happening. Though she remembered feeling the joy bubble over when Desmond proposed, it felt more like a dream than a reality. Even after all their time together, part of her kept expecting this all to suddenly end. Eva blinked and found herself standing in the doorway of the church. "You are ready," Blanche whispered with a bright smile. She squeezed Eva's hand and then turned down the aisle. She was the bridesmaid, after all, and needed to lead the way down to where the pastor stood beside Desmond and his best man, Harry. Eva watched the girl go. Then the piano began to play, and her legs moved of their own will. She clutched her bouquet of purple pasque flowers. They grew everywhere in town, and Desmond had brought her a bundle of them the night before, so she would have something to hold while walking down the aisle. Desmond offered her his hand. Eva took it and immediately squeezed. He gave her a nod and then glanced at the pastor. That was enough of a signal for the priest to begin talking. "Welcome, friends and family in White River, to a beautiful morning for a wonderful celebration of a new union. We have come here today for Desmond Delaney and Eva McKean." It was hard for her to concentrate. The air seemed to buzz with an energy she had never experienced before. The pastor's voice faded away as the beating of her heart grew louder. Soon, it was all she could hear. "I do." Eva took in a slow, deep breath as Desmond squeezed her hand while he said those words. He spoke firmly before giving her a small smile. It was impossible not to smile back. All eyes turned to her as the pastor spoke her name. "And do you, Eva McKean, take Desmond Delaney as your lawful husband, to hold and to cherish until death do you part?" She was ready to answer before the pastor was finished speaking. "I do." He wasn't perfect, but he was right for her. The man had put forth constant effort in writing his life to make room for her. Adding Blanche to their little family was the piece that sealed the deal for Eva. When the three of them were together, everything felt perfect. Though Eva hadn't expected to end up with a child to care for while she still felt quite young herself, she found that she didn't mind. Living in White River, she realised that a family was built with those that one loved, more than by marriage or blood. "By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife." The pastor clapped the book shut, making her jump in surprise. It garnered a grin from Desmond. "Mr. Delaney, you may now kiss your bride." Eva could hear Blanche cheering before Desmond wrapped his arms around her. Eva had just a moment to wrap her arms around his neck before he dropped her into a dip, surprising her. Just as she caught her breath, he stole it away in a kiss. Their small audience clapped for them. By the time Desmond straightened her up, Eva knew she had to be redder than a tomato, but she didn't mind, for she couldn't remember ever being happier in all her life. Desmond led her down into the crowd as everyone congratulated them. Eva breathlessly thanked them all, refusing to let go of her husband. After leaving the church, everyone went to the town restaurant. 3 tables were pushed together for everyone to eat together. They were only a few minutes into eating, Desmond on Eva's left and Blanche on her right. When Harry stood up, he clapped twice to get everyone's attention. They all went quiet. "Is he—" Eva trailed off. "We don't need any toasts," Desmond muttered to Harry. But his friend just shook his head with a mischievous smile. "Trust me, it'll be great." He muttered to Desmond before speaking up. "Thank you, everyone, for joining us on this glorious day." Eva glanced at her husband, who shifted in his seat and frowned. She bit her lip to hide a smile, momentarily worried that he was upset. Then she glanced at him and realised that the irritation she had heard was mild. She knew him well enough now that she could tell he was hiding a grin. "We are gathered here to celebrate Desmond's marriage to the glorious Eva, who has kindly brought our man the happiness he deserves after a hard life. It's not every day that we have such a happy wedding in White River. You know, none of this would have ever happened if I hadn't taken action." "That's not what happened," Desmond argued toward the end of Harry's speech. "I don't think you had that big of a part to play in this, like you said." "It doesn't matter," Harry said with a grin as he lifted his cup. The man was almost comically jovial in his speech. "Eva wouldn't have come out here if it weren't for me. She came out here, and now the two of you are happily married. So, Desmond, my old friend, you are very welcome. To Desmond and Eva." Eva picked up her glass and took a sip to muffle her laugh. Though Desmond huffed, he gave her a wink and sipped his glass as well. Soon their guests eventually got ready to leave, and after an exhilarating day, Eva packed up to head home with her family. Her new home. Eva stepped inside the house cautiously, as though she was seeing it through new eyes. Though she had prepared new rugs and curtains, and Desmond had fixed up some of the furniture, it would still need some work down the line. She had a lot of ideas, and he didn't mind. When the rest of the money from Toth's arrest arrived, he had sent half of it to Ishtasapa, and they were using the other half for their home and the ranch. Welcome home, Desmond murmured as he stepped up behind her. Wrapping his arms around her, he gave her a kiss on the top of her head. She melted back into his chest, closing her eyes. Eva relaxed against him, enjoying the moment. I'm hungry, Blanche announced from the kitchen. Can we eat again? A laugh rumbled from deep within Desmond's chest, vibrating strongly enough that she could feel it. We just ate, he called. What more could you want? Eva grabbed one of his hands and kissed it before straightening up to guide him into the kitchen after her. She's a growing girl, Desmond. I'm sure you could enjoy another bite as well. Now, what shall we eat? The three of them sat around the table together until Blanche was wavering in her chair with her eyes half closed. Desmond helped her up and led her to her new bedroom, with Eva trailing behind. They took Blanche's shoes off before putting the blankets over her. The girl was fast asleep by then. Thanking the Lord for her family, Eva turned to Desmond. He offered his hand and guided her out of the room, headed down the hall. Neither of them said a word as he brought them out to the back porch. She could see the full moon rising over the mountains. The sun was gone over the horizon as the night sky began to light up with stars. A cheerful calm spread across her soul, relaxing her. It's beautiful, Eva murmured, while she joined Desmond on the bench. This day has been so perfect, Desmond, don't you think? He nodded. It has been. I've been thinking, he added after a moment. She looked over and straightened up, her heart skipping a beat. I haven't been happy in a long time, but I am now. You reminded me that I can be. For years I didn't think I deserved it. I thought my life was a curse. But you've shown me that I was wrong. My life is a blessing. It's a second chance. I guess I just want to tell you thank you, Eva. Her heart felt so full that she feared it might burst. Tears stung her eyes as she looked at her husband. Desmond didn't give himself enough credit, she decided, and she would have to spend her life showing him that he deserved to be happy. It's been my pleasure, she assured him in a whisper. And your life is a blessing, I promise. As are you. I love you, Desmond. Raising his hand to rest it softly against her cheek, he let out a deep breath. And I love you, Eva. They leaned into one another and kissed with the moon watching them overhead. Eva closed her eyes, wishing this moment could last forever. And though she knew she had never been so happy as she was now, something told her from deep within that there was more happiness to come. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code. Thank you for watching.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.